Did you say me coming?
Oh, okay. I forgot to put the damn. Anyway. Oh, hold on. The goddamn intro didn't play. Hold on 1 second. God damn it. Let's go. Good day, everyone. How are y'all doing today? You know how it goes. I'm your host, Sharon Bracey, and this is the Wildest Wake Up Show. And every single day we rebel against remedial rhetoric, and today will be no different. Yesterday was a hell of a show. It was wild. It was crazy. Just like how we like it. Just how we love it to be. It was very interesting points of views. It was wild and strange to me, to be honest, for some of them. We got some interesting story at the beginning of the show. Very interesting story, and I'm glad that BMU came to share that story because I think it's a story that is needed. And clearly it happens way more often than we ever knew. I'm happy that men are starting to come out and really express the degenerate behavior that we've been pushing for so many years and keep sweeping these type of things under the rug. It's a beautiful thing to see that men are coming out and saying, hey, it is not a good thing. Hey, Miss Jalen, good day to you. You know how we like to start a day. When I say good day to you, make sure you say good day back so I can feel that great productive energy. What's up, Miss Berry White? She was talking all day yesterday. So Darius Darden, he said, I want some attention, Sharon. You suffer from low testosterone. I would love to understand, how do you figure that? I'm pretty sure you cannot run longer than me. You can't do more push-ups than me. You probably don't have more children and grandchildren than me. Where is this idea? You probably can't beat me up in a fight or in a race, basketball. What is this thing that you are basing my suffrage of low testosterone from? Listen, all I know is that I got me some of that good old sweet thing last night. How about you, Darius? The problem is, Darius, you would say my logic is based on something that you cannot prove. This is the issue. If you want, just let me know, Darius. I would drop the link for you, Darius. Would you like to have a conversation and explain what is it that you disagree with about my logic? Because for some reason, I guess you believe that logic can have a feminine or a masculine. That's what I'm assuming you believe. But in reality, logic is just logic. It doesn't have a masculine or a feminine base. It's either you are logical or you're not. Can you connect the dots or you cannot? See what happens is that a lot of men clearly, I'm assuming like Darius, that as soon as I invited him we can have the conversation, all of a sudden we see he shrivels up. He get very small. He don't want to have a honest conversation. Because he actually has no point to what he's saying. He's just upset that I keep destroying his heroes, whoever he deemed as a hero. Because they don't have enough wits, they don't have enough intelligence, they don't have enough testosterone to have a conversation and keep it on a straightforward, logical thinking path. This is why they would just say insults. They would say, hey, yeah, because you're every time and whenever. That's the issue that they have. They don't have no words. It's not based on anything but their own feeling of inadequateness. That's the issue. Somehow, when they look at me, they're like, God damn it! How can I not be such a manly man like Sharon? It's okay, Darius. You keep on watching and we'll get you to manhood. Don't you worry about a thing. I can show you how to be yourself, God damn it. First calls, what you mean? What up, first calls? But I'm glad to see you in the chat, Darius. Maybe you can learn a thing or two. You know what I'm saying? You can learn how to be your goddamn self and stop trying to be somebody else, an image of something that you cannot live up to. And that's what it is. They keep trying to live up to these images of other men that they know they cannot live up to. And it bothers them. Otis who? Otis who? It bothers them that they cannot live up to the imagery of a man that is made up. You feel what I'm saying, Davey? That's the issue that they keep having. This is why they keep pointing out all these great men that they know they don't even come close to. This is why they believe somebody like Shannon Sharp, 56-year-old man, dealing with a 19-year-old, that he was the prey. A 56-year-old celebrity, famous, multi-millionaire, Hall of Fame man was a victim to a 19-year-old young woman. We just put her as a young woman, according to the law. Because they are afraid to be men. So they trying to give somebody like Shannon Sharp an excuse. I did not get a chance to see it, Ms. Jane. Was it crazy? You know what I'm saying? So they want to give Shannon Sharp an excuse because he cannot be accountable for his decision making. Absolutely not. How can you hold a man accountable? He just couldn't help himself. It's kind of insane when you really think about it. And the manosphere, they don't want to hold him accountable because they know how horrible it makes them look. So they are afraid to hold him accountable because they know this situation goes against everything that they fake try to go against. Scorpio Freak. What up, bud? Because we keep hearing time and time again, the B-dubs this, the B-dubs that, and how the B-dubs do this and that. However, I do not know any of these B-dubs became billionaires from divorcing their husband. Where are they? Where have you been? Where are all these B-dubs that became billionaires because they divorced their husband? Oh, I guess nobody can name one because I don't know none. Because all the black women that became billionaires that I know of, they did it on my own. Black woman, but don't try to act like you don't understand all of a sudden. We know how those manosphere talk. They call them the B-dubs. That's what the manosphere call them. Shout out to Scorpio and Freak. 75 to the ball says, hey, it's going to be a great show today. Thank you so much. I appreciate that great productive energy. I received that. That's what I need, that great productive energy. He said it. He's pushing it out there in the ethosphere. It's going to be a great show. So, Darius, what kind of women do this? He said majority of women suck and fit their way into wealth. What woman is this? Maybe he's talking about Monica Lewinsky. Maybe it's talking about all those women that was trying to be on Bill Cosby couch, because I don't believe majority of those women were. I don't know what was the majority of those women that Bill Cosby was. Or maybe it's talking about the casting couch. I wonder what the majority of those women look like. Or maybe talking about all those OnlyFans women. I wonder who are the majority women that is making hundreds of thousands of dollars on those OnlyFans accounts. I wonder what they look like. Oh, this who with the $1 super sticker. Thank you so much, my brother. I really appreciate that. I received that great productive energy. Thank you so much. Thank you, Tenray. So here's the thing, Darius. We come to find out that y'all cannot prove this. Black and white women are not all the same. Everybody, characters, we can say a certain character, it transcends across all races. However, we do not know any of these black women that got billions of dollars because of a divorce. We do know on the other side. Hey, the work don't stop. Good day. We know on the other side is a different. We know when it comes to that XXX industry that y'all love to talk about black women twerking, but on that XXX industry, we know who's the main. Who's the main character? As we see with this OnlyFans model in recent time, this woman that is dealing with Shannon Sharp. What does she look like, L.A. Wilkes? L.A. Wilkes, what do this young lady look like that is on OnlyFans that's dealing with Shannon Sharp? What does she look like, I wonder? Shout out to Barry White with the $2 for the productivity. Amen. Thank you so much. And I received that great productive energy. I wonder that lady that had that she received she did what? What she did? She had 1,000 men in one night. I wonder what she looked like. And she did that for her OnlyFans people. I wonder what about the other lady that had to get her rear end reupholstered. Y'all playing with the likes already. That woman that she was on OnlyFans and she had to get her back door reupholstered and resold in because 500 or 200 people went into the same place on the same day. I wonder what she looked like. Black, what does she look like, Black? What up, Jordan? I'm just interested. All those women that are doing school fraud, that was acting as if they children deserve to go to a certain school and they got arrested for, lying to the school records and all these things. I wonder what they look like. So what we come to find out with the goddamn manosphere, they keep trying to blame every last single thing on a black woman. But when we peel back the onion and we turn this bitch into a crop fest, who is the leader of the feminist movement? Who started this? Bubba, who looks like a victim of child and who looks like that? All I'm saying, Black, is that for a very long, for a very long time, we keep hearing in the goddamn, I keep forgetting to restart the damn thing. Every time we keep hearing in the goddamn manosphere that they're saying that a certain group of women are the main culprits. That's the reason why things is going the way that it's going. And we need to just recognize that. We need to start talking about the media. You know, that magical machine that could turn molehills into mountains and mountains into molehills. And I believe Malcolm X said it the best. The most powerful entity on earth, the media. I'm paraphrasing. I believe this is what he said. They have the power to make the innocent guilty and make the guilty innocent. And that's power. That's what Malcolm X said. Let me make sure I say that again. The media is the most powerful entity on earth. They have the power to make the innocent guilty and make the guilty innocent, is what Malcolm X said. And it shows today that, hey, we see it. We see it with Donald Trump. They made that guilty man innocent. The media did that. And we see with the media, they made Carmelo Anthony with a K guilty. Yeah. That's the power of media. They make this whole MAGA situation look way bigger than what it is. They make it seem like everybody wanted it to be this way, and it's coming out that it ain't true. Say what, dollar? Dallas 22? I wonder what those kids look like. I wonder. They have the power to make the innocent guilty and make the guilty innocent. And that is the true power. That's what Malcolm X said. And let me tell you, they are flexing their power right now. They stirring up race tensions. It's like a pot of gumbo. But why is the question? Because they don't want you looking at the real mess, in my opinion. The fallen support for the Republican Party, the MAGA Party, the chaos surrounding this whole Trump administration. We could start it with what happened recently. We could start it with Byron Donalds recent, because y'all know recently he was in the media because of, you know, that beautiful lady that y'all love, Miss Crockett. She began at what up, Tony? What up, Zero Tolerance? Miss Crockett, she began at Byron Donalds. She attacked him. She attacked his wife. Right? We understand that happened recently. But however, Byron Donalds' recent town hall meeting, right? My man walked into the town hall meeting thinking he was about to have a civil conversation. And instead, he got booed like he was the villain in the soap opera. People were yelling, walking out, basically saying they are not buying what he is selling. And it's not just him. No, it's not just him. It's town halls across the whole country. And it's turning into battlegrounds. That's what it's turning into. That people are they are fed up. People are literally fed up. They tired of the policies that don't make sense. They tired of the chaos. They tired of being ignored. Okay, you know what? Sometimes y'all be thinking that I'll be saying stuff just to be saying stuff. You know what? I will pull it up, and we're gonna see what Byron Donalds and other Republicans as well. Like, we understand this. It's getting down every week for the past 2 weekends. It's been a lot of protests. They want to try to make it seem like it's not. But I found it. So let's see what Byron Donalds. He's supposed to be the governor. He's supposed to be running for governor of Florida. He's supposed to be running for governor of Florida. because DeSantis is supposed to be running for president in 2028. So therefore, he's trying to take the. Yeah, okay. We'll see. He's a big time MAGA supporter. He's one of those people that he believed that because he's a black conservative MAGA supporter that he's going to get the same treatment like Donald J. Trump. Hey, that's what you thought, huh? Let's see. He looked very close to that goddamn that guy that was representing Carmelo.
Ask the question later. It may or may not be. Do you approve the
Yes, ma'am. Let's see.
Our Social Security files?
Good question. We ready?
Elon Musk and Doge have been authorized by the President of the United States.
What is going on?
Don't move. Are you ready? You ready for the other half of it?
Yes. Yes.
The previous president, President Biden. So you don't want to hear the full story. You don't want to hear the full story. Allow me to educate and bring you the full story.
Okay.
And when you're ready, I'm going to tell you, because I don't want you to yell and not hear the full story.
Okay.
Because you're not listening.
I'm listening.
Here we go.
Okay.
I'll tell you the full story. Here's the full story.
Okay.
The previous administration, Joe Biden, he authorized 53 students to have access to the same database during his administration. 53. He authorized 53 students to have access to the Social Security database.
Okay.
And I didn't hear anybody being upset when Joe Biden authorized that. So how can you be upset when it's that?
No, it's just that audio.
That is not true. Okay. If you're going to have a conversation about policy, then answer the question. Can't take a back and answer the question. Donald Trump authorized Elon Musk to have access. I agree with that. Do you know who else agrees with it?
Who?
Joe Biden. Because Joe Biden gave similar access to 53 students during his administration.
They not having it. They not having it. I'm sorry, Bubba. They are not having it. Sorry. This is not using. And you know what's funny about it? So you saying we complaining about Mia. This is not Mia. This is a town hall meeting. This is not media. This is video footage of a town hall meeting. And what people are not falling for anymore is the blame of somebody else. You cannot say, hey, the reason why it's okay for Trump to do something because Joe Biden did it. So it doesn't matter if it where the video footage came from. This is unedited. He was talking. So you cannot say the media did something about this. This is where we get to the BS about everything. This is when we see that the BS, they do not want the truthful things to come out. This is not, it was no commentators behind it. It was nobody saying, hey, look at what happened to, and look at what, no, it was him, somebody asked him a question. He started saying things about Joe Biden and they booed. Now it's paid protesters as well. That's crazy. So anything, hey. That shit is crazy. This ain't the only, he ain't the only one. He just the recent one. And it's wild to see. So like when, it's sad. It's sad. They might have been protests, but to say that they was paid protesters, that's crazy. But we can keep going. So he said keep looking into it. So let's see. Let's keep going.
Do you want? This is my question for the audience. Do you want to yell or do you want to hear? Because if you want to hear, I'm trying to give you information. I told you I'm going to be factual, but you can yell or you can hear. The truth is, Joe Biden gave similar access to the same database during his administration to students.
So can somebody please explain to me why, if they are asking him about Donald Trump doing something, why is he using Joe Biden? So I would love for Bubba to explain to me what is the relevance of, I'm asking you something about your administration that you are getting behind and you telling me about Joe Biden. How does that make sense? So the problem is, Tony, is that hypocrisy don't have anything to do with this. So are we gonna say, so Tony, are you gonna say Joe Biden did exactly what Donald Trump is doing with Doge? He got a bunch of kids to do this is crazy. We know that's not true. This is 100% true. Like then we had somebody like Money Marco. He would never hit the link. He would say that, Sharon, you lie most of the time, but you cannot pick out one lie that I said. This is the insanity that happens on a day-to-day basis. That people just say things in the audience. Sharon, you don't know what you're talking about. Prove it. What did I don't know? They can never prove it. Sharon, you're not a real man. Prove it. How am I not a real man? Let's go down the list. Let's go ahead and pick a list of things, 10, 20, 30, 50, 100 things that men should do. And we'll see how many of those attributes you got. And we'll see how many attributes I have. They say, Sharon, you disingenuous. All right, so prove it. Where? The same thing. The dude came on the panel yesterday. He tried to say the same thing. And he's a man of the LGBT. He said the same thing. It's like when y'all disagree and you cannot prove a better point, you cannot substantiate your own thought because you're so caught up in what other men say that you just cannot believe somebody could think for themselves. It's crazy. Just because I disagree with you now was paid protesters. Just because I disagree with you now, I'm 100% wrong, even though you cannot prove it otherwise. It's crazy. You cannot just say things without anything to back. That's not what men do. Men do not just say things, put it in blatant statements, blanket statements, and then don't have no way to substantiate their argument. What is this? Since women speak this way. They keep saying that I'm doing something where they can't prove. Just throwing out insults don't mean anything. I will accept you. I will accept anything besides just saying things. You're lying. Lying about what? Everything you say. That's not. I cannot accept that. This being a town hall meeting, now you're saying that even though this is unedited town hall meeting, you saying, hey, this is fake. But what Donald Trump doing, that's not fake. Absolutely 187. Let them know, God damn it. And make sure you do it as well. God damn it. Don't just tell them to do it. Show them proof.
So it's okay then, but it's not okay now. No. Everybody relax. Or the people who are upset with Elon Musk, was it okay when 53 students had the same access to the Social Security database? Was it okay then? But he did not. Okay. I got a better question. Is it okay to know that we have more than 300 people who are over the age of 100 who are still active in the Social Security database?
What up, JG? People are not buying this ish no more. The same way how you want to say these are all paid protesters. So now, you know what? I'm going to just flip it back on you. Everybody that was at the Trump rally, they was paid supporters. Those are paid supporters. Because if you actually, you go ahead and we could just run through the list. We could just go, all I got to do is go, Donald Trump supporters, do they actually know his policies? They do not know his policies. We starting to see plenty of farmers. They's like, hey, yes, I voted for Donald Trump, but I ain't know this was going to happen. They have buyer's remorse. We see business owners saying, yeah, I voted for him and he's doing exactly what he said, but I ain't know this was going to happen. Why we keep trying to ignore the writing on the wall? We got people that's a part of his own cabinet. They're like, hey, they starting to push back. I'm like, hey, this is not a good look. Why y'all keep, I don't understand. This is crazy to me. I don't know what is the, I don't understand what is the issue. What you want me to, you need to see the crowd too? So I don't think it spans into the crowd. So they don't jump into the crowd. It's crazy to me. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know why. Hey, listen, people. Hey, listen. Y'all gonna have to stop trying to just be a part of some kind of group and cult following and saying I'm Republican or I'm Democrat. Like that shit gotta stop. You gotta do what's best for the country. And if you don't know by now that just following one side blindly is not a good look for the country, then I don't know what to tell you. We got to do what's right for the country, not what's right for the party. What up, Devin D? This is crazy to me. I don't know why people will fight so hard for a party instead of fighting hard for the goddamn country. But here's where the media comes in, right? Instead of focusing on the protests, the boos, and the failing support, they're like, hey, look over here. We got race tensions. It's one of the oldest tricks in the damn book, distract and divide. This is what's happening. Clearly, we can see it happening in the goddamn chat. They don't care if I'm telling the truth or not. They just like, hey, he look like everybody say he's a part of a different kind of group, so we just going to be against them, even though when they come up on a panel, they agree. When they come up on a panel, they don't disagree. Every single time. They're like, hey, so what is it that you disagree with? Well, I don't really disagree with you. I just don't like how you make me feel. Well, Black, you want me to drop the link so you can tell your version of the truth? Or are you just going to talk? This is exactly what I'm saying. They would say these things with no proof behind it. And so Bubba Homeschool says he hates Republicans, he hates Democrats. MAGA is actually delivering on policies that Democrats and Republicans have both promised us in 30 years. That's fine. The problem is that those policies is not looking good for Americans right now. And I don't see where the light is at the end of the tunnel. So I agree with Bubba. He's definitely doing exactly what he said he was going to do. I agree 100%. The whole MAGA team, they're doing exactly what they said they was going to do. And now we see it with Crimea. We see what's happening over there. We see what's happening over there, A-Dub. So again, you keep saying I'm spinning some kind of narrative where that's what I do not do. I actually talk about the facts that's in front of me. Right, wrong, different. When somebody bring and present something that I didn't know before, I received that information. I say, oh, I did not know that. It's crazy. But once again, they would say stuff in the chat, but they'll never say it to my face and prove their point. They have no way to substantiate anything that they're saying. They are just saying stuff. They don't want to see any improvement. They just want anarchy and chaos. And is doing a very good job of it. This is what the media wants. They want this chaos. Like I said, it's the oldest trick in the book, to distract and divide. And they're using these stories, right? Like the recent high school stabbing in Virginia. Somebody mentioned it earlier. In Virginia, a 15-year-old stabbed a 16-year-old during a fight at school. And the media, they just frame it as what? Just another act of violence. But let's be real. If the races were reversed, this would be a whole different story. They'd be dissecting every detail, turning into a national debate about race, violence, single motherhood, fathers in the household, poverty, money, jobs. But because it doesn't fit their narrative, what? It's just a blip on the radar? It's just a blip on the radar. Bubba, are you talking about this high school stabbing in Virginia? Let me see all these people that said they are not race betas. Are you going to talk about this situation that's happened in Virginia with 3 young kids involved inside the high school where kids was fighting, literally fighting inside the school? And the kid brought a goddamn knife in the school and stabbed a student while he was on the floor. I wonder if anybody's going to say you should lock him up and throw away the key. And this is how we know it's fake, it's BS. Dallas, I wonder if anyone going to talk about it. Hey, do y'all actually care about the violence that's going on? I wonder if they're going to try to pick apart the mama and daddy of this stabbing case in Virginia. I wonder, do they even know what race it is? Do Tony Golden, do Black, any of these people that's trying to say, oh, like you, Sharon, any of y'all, do y'all even know the case? Since y'all care so much. Do you know the race of the case since y'all care so much? It's crazy. But because of where this case is at, and because of the people that's involved in it, guess what? Nobody's going to be dissecting the family, the mother, the father, where they came from, a single parent household, married household, a divorced household. None of those things is going to happen all of a sudden. All of a sudden, none of these things are going to happen because it doesn't fit their narrative. But if you compare that to the Austin Metcalf situation, Carmelo Anthony, a 17-year-old Black student, is accused. What he did, he stabbed the man, Metcalf, in self-defense, in my opinion. The media's been all over it, painting Carmelo as a villain. And then in others, he's a victim. It's crazy. It's like they can't decide which angle they want to get more clicks. But here's the thing. Both cases are tragic. and both deserve thoughtful discussion. Instead, the media is using them to fan flames of division. And this is the reason how we know is because they try to do a fake protest the other day about how black people are just going around stabbing white folks. Nobody showed up to this goddamn BS protest because it was BS because they didn't have enough money to pay for the fake protests of fake support. So because this guy that wanted to make it seem as if black people are just going around hurting white folks on a majority scale, and he didn't have enough money to pay for protesters to be in support, we seen the kind of people that came out. It was about a dozen people. That was it. And then that same dude that tried to make the protest in the vein of Austin, guess what? He wound up speaking to his daddy. And he told the father, a white man telling another white man, so this way we are clear. He said, hey, don't use my son to push out your political agenda. And the other man, the one that tried to do the protest, what he said? You should be ashamed of yourself, weak men like you. Now, this man just lost a child. Shout out to Bubba. And I'm glad no one supported that BS. What we see is people out there that is attempting to use these things as a way of divide. And we cannot allow it to happen anymore. The nerve of him calling this father weak for not wanting to incite a race war or a race civil war, whatever it is that they're trying to do. So shout out to Jeff Metcalf for not trying to fuel and fan the flames. He's standing on business. Shout out to Jeff. I didn't agree with him showing up at that goddamn press conference, but all the people that felt a certain way about him getting escorted out of the press conference, and they feel like, hey, he should have a right to be there. Why none of them is jumping up and say, hey, he has a right to tell you, do not have no goddamn protest in the name of his goddamn son. You have no right to be calling that father a weak man. Where y'all at? I know I'm not sure what Dominique Alexander have done to be called out on. So you, Bubba, explain to me why Dominique Alexander needs to be called out. Because I think people dived into Dominique Alexander. They dived into his past criminal record. Who is he? What is his intentions are? I think people done did what they needed to do against Dominique Alexander. He is a hired security guard. Sorry, but you know, oftentimes security guards have some sketchy goddamn backgrounds. It's crazy to me. And let's not forget the protests against Trump administration, right? People are out in the streets demanding change. But you won't know it from watching the news. Absolutely not. This is why I keep trying to tell y'all, we got to support alternative media. I don't know what is the issue. Why do y'all want to be just caught up in the BS and all the money? Y'all swear that y'all be doing something when y'all not supporting alternative media. All right, Bubba, we'll find out. We'll see. So King said he only wanted to pray with the family. Well, he should have said that before he got there. He should have found out if it was okay for the other family. You cannot just impose your will and act like they're supposed to know. I guess so, Byron. He trying to recalibrate. Man, that is insane. I don't know what it is though, but hey, it is what it is. We're gonna keep on moving forward. Hey, we got 49 likes over 120 people in the building. That's wild. Why do y'all want to just keep everything the way how it's supposed? I don't understand. Y'all complain about how media paint narratives and all these other things, but you hear every day. I don't understand. I really don't get it sometimes. And you know, people are out there in the street demanding change, but you wouldn't know it from watching all these other these news channels. They're too busy talking about race tensions to cover the fact that the Republican Party is losing support faster than a sinking ship. And it's all about the distraction. And they just keep us fighting each other. We won't even notice the bigger issues. But we don't have to play their game. We can see through the smoke in the mirrors. We can have honest conversations about race, justice, and accountability without letting the media dictate the narrative. Because at the end of the day, the real power isn't in the media. It's in us. It's in our ability to think critically, to question what we were told, and demand better. So, you know, here's to Malcolm X for calling it out decades ago. And here's to us for not falling for the same old tricks. Let's keep our eyes on the damn prize. Keep our minds sharp because the media might control the narrative, but they don't have control of the truth. It is what it is. That's my stance on it. And then so now I'm very confused about Bubba. First you said you're not for Republican or Democrat, but right now you are showing that you are for the Republican Party. Y'all so double-minded and y'all don't even know it. Y'all so double-minded, y'all don't even know. This is why that news story coming about those boys running up on those goddamn the two older white people in Chicago, why they tried to push that story out as well. Like this is a major thing that's happened all across America. It is not. Well, I didn't know Black Built Like a Conquering King that you like gossip. So therefore, if you believe that I'm a gossip review channel, even though I don't review anything about gossip, like this is what I'm saying. There's something wrong with it's something wrong. I don't talk about gossip at all. And you saying I'm a gossip review channel where I don't even use videos. There's something wrong with y'all. It is something wrong with y'all for real. To say that we gossip when we don't have it, when we don't talk about gossip is crazy. That is insane to me. This Shannon Sharp situation is not gossip. He have a court case. I don't know what's wrong with some of y'all, to be honest. I don't know what's really wrong with y'all. I'm sorry that I don't fit the narrative of what you deem as something that you support because you believe the truth is something else. other than what it actually is? It's just wild. But I guarantee you this. Natasha, is wild, right? When you just like you said I'm a gossip channel and you've been here since I started, so therefore you love gossip. So why did you bring it up? It's crazy. But you know, I guarantee you this. You know, I dropped the link early. Let's do that. Let's drop the link early. Let's see. So, Colin, you disagree? What you disagree with? What have I lied about? Explain yourself. I would love to hear it. I would love to understand this thinking that I'm doing something that is so egregious. I would love to hear it. This is a problem that a lot of these people have. They just cannot deal with honesty. They just can't. And it's just wild to see how many people can't deal with the truth. Good day. How you doing, Mr. 77?
Nah, I just want to say briefly. So, all right, if what you're doing is gossip, then what is what is it called? The people that are talking about you gossiping, what's that called? What's that called? I'm just curious. I don't know. I'm just saying. So if you gossiping and they going around talking about you gossiping, what's that called? Oh, rumors. No, I don't know. What's it called? Sharon, help me.
I really don't understand it. Hey, baby, can you make me another coffee, baby?
Don't you sound like Izzy? Don't you do that? You can't do that because you got on him, Sharon. You can't do that, Sharon.
Excuse me.
No, you can't. No, I'm dead ass. You can't do that, Sharon.
I was talking to my daughter, by the way, too.
Oh, okay. All right. Okay. We gotta keep it even, bro. No, I'm dead ass. Keep it even, bro. Keep it even. But seriously though, that's all I'm saying. I was just curious. Like, so what are they doing?
I don't understand it. I really don't get like every time we have the conversation, they just start throwing these blanket statements of these things that I'm doing. I say, hey, hit the link so I can understand, right? And just tell me what I'm doing wrong. What is it that I said that was incorrect?
Okay.
What is it that I said that you disagree with? And then they come up here and then they would absolutely agree with what I'm saying. They just don't like the fact that I'm saying it. It's crazy, okay.
Nah, it is. I'm just all right. So listen, Sharon, you have to make it clear to people. I think what it is nowadays, folks don't want to come to certain platforms because they feel like they might be shut down. Man, please put all of this back on the fish tank, please. Thank you so much. Yeah, make sure all of this goes back on there in order. Thank you. You got to make sure that you make it clear, like, look, you know, or like make it clear, like, you know, nobody can come up while you're talking. Because I think some folks just feel like, nah, I don't want to go over there because you might get how you felt when you went to another platform and how you were treated. And I don't think other people want that. That's all, bro. Just make it clear, like, nah, it's just gonna be me and you, mono. We just gonna go ahead, have the combo. You see, that's what you gotta do, bro.
But the thing is that they watch the show. They know I let people talk. I have people on the channel that will literally be saying that talk about my sexuality, talk about my kids, talk about my wife, and I don't stop them. A lot of people in the chat, drop him. He's being disrespectful, Sharon. Don't let him talk. And I still let the person talk, and they would say, Sharon, you don't let people talk on your platform. It's wild to me.
I will say this, and you know what, I'm going to say it again, Sharon. Most of the shit you say, I would agree with sometimes, bro, but I rocks with you, bro, because I can tell, dog, as much as people try to say whatever, dog, you got thick skin, bro. You can take the joke, bro. You can roll with the punches, bro. And you just get them back in the way in which we all do, which is just, you know what I'm saying? Like, you know, on like a panel type shit. You know, you don't be talking about pull up, slide, or nothing, because none of us is on that. Like, come on, let's just be for real. We all in different states. We got families and stuff. Stop all the big wild geeking, right? But I will give that to you, dog. Like over time, you know what I'm saying? Like I'm like, this dude crazy. But over time, I'm like, you know what? He ain't scared to pull up. He will try to have the discussion with you. No matter if you think he lying or not, being disingenuous, which I do think you be that sometimes, dog. But I gotta admit, bro, like you don't duck no wreck. And over here where I'm from, dog, we respect that, my nigga. You don't duck that wreck, I respect you. I respect you, dog. And that's all I gotta say. I digress. My mic is muted. That's why I rock with Sharon.
I appreciate that. And I think
you stand on what you stand on, bro.
I think some people just believe if you are not in agreement with them, they take it as just disrespectful.
Because they're not that sure about what listen. I'm so confident. I'm so a firm pillar in my belief in everything that I speak of, to the point where I can listen to you. See, the thing is, they want you to agree with them because they really have doubts themselves. So they need to consistently get the exterior affirmation because they lack that within themselves. I digress. My mic is muted. I got to take this call. Yes.
So yeah, there you go. So I don't understand that point of view at all. I don't understand why they are so afraid to hit a link and have a conversation. I don't understand that point of view at all. I don't understand when I'm building up my conversation where they disagree at. Can they disagree and say that the media is attempting to push out a race situation? I don't think they disagree with that. The media have been pushing out this race tension for a very long time. And it clearly shows with this whole Carmelo Anthony case. And now that we have a recent stabbing in Virginia, the same exact situation. 3 young men fighting in a school. One kid have a goddamn knife inside the school. He stabs another kid. Where's the same attention? I'm bringing it up. Where is it? Are we going to talk about, hey, the kid that had the knife, he shouldn't have a knife in it? Let me hear you say it. Are we going to say, hey, he came from a broken house? He was a criminal. He was a thug. It don't matter if he had a 3-point. Are we going to go look into his school average now that he stabbed somebody? Are we going to look at his mama and his father?
Sharon, I'm confused. I'm confused. So you know what baffles me? How people are making, like, I mean, regardless, bro, like at the end of the day, I don't know if I'm the only one that still remembers, bro, this is Texas, my nigga. Texas, dog. And everybody's making such a huge, now I understand it is different when we're talking about kids, and I'm not taking away from that. I'm not taking away from any of that, but I'm just saying, bro, we talking about Texas, my nigga.
But I mean, I'm talking about that just happened yesterday.
I can just like home of
Smitty,
like you can get that
yesterday. Another stabbing happened yesterday.
I mean, it's Texas.
No, in
it's
Virginia.
Like me being confused about some wild stuff happening in Florida. Nigga, it's Florida.
This one happened in Virginia yesterday.
Yeah, VA. I mean, hold on, what part?
So what I'm saying is this, right? So are people going to say, like, are we going to have a real honest conversation about high school, right? And how these kids are afraid to go to school? Are we going to keep trying to act like Carmelo for having a knife is something uncommon that happens? Like, no,
when we were
it's a common thing. They keep saying because they kept trying to frame like why you have school. Clearly, he wanted to go stab somebody. Like, no, bro, this is kind of normal for a 16, 17-year-old to actually do. Like, it's a sad thing, but our schools, we have the most shootings in the history of the world. In schools.
But listen, Sharon, did we not come up back in the day? Now I don't know out there where you at in NY. Out here in the DMV, a lot of our parents is like 80s and 90s, the early 90s babies. They didn't want to get us stuff like Eddie Bauer, Tim Starter, because we used to get shot for it.
Wow.
They did not. My parents would not buy me Tims
because
elementary through like almost the end of high school. Right. Man, it was like the 11th grade. I finally got my first pair of butters from my parents until I, of course, started buying my own stuff. Right. But like, my point is, a lot of us went through that, bruh. We had metal detectors in schools coming up. So all I'm saying is, no, it's not new.
It's not new.
Just got the internet now. That's it.
And that's it. That's the only.
And if we
difference.
keep trying to go about it in the sense of this is new, then we're never going to really address what we should have addressed way back then.
Not only that, I think the new issue as well is that it's happening in affluent neighborhoods because the one in Virginia, the reason why nobody want to talk
What
about
area? That's DMV.
Potomac.
Because I might know it.
I think Potomac. Potomac. What's the name of the neighborhood?
Potomac.
Yeah, Potomac.
That's Potomac, Maryland, bro.
No, it's Virginia.
Oh, it is. Oh, it's a Potomac, Virginia. Nah, then now that's out there.
The reason why is because it's a certain demographic over there.
Yeah. No, that's out there. That's not.
And so now the story
North VA. Anything past that that's just VA.
And so the reason why the story ain't picking up because they all one race, and they don't look like, and they don't. All right. Exactly.
See, that's the thing. That's why I said.
So they trying to make it seem as if.
But see, that's why I said.
I think you have a lag. Okay.
I got a lag, or you? Yeah, no, I think
you good now.
Okay, my bad.
So,
my bad.
So like when it's us, we the violent ones.
Mm-hmm.
Anything we do is violent. But now that we see that they when they do the school shooting, it's just it's mental health. When they go to school, they fight each other in the hallway, and one of them taken to stabbing. Oh, well, you know, that's just boys being boys. He don't deserve to lose his whole life because he made one bad decision. All of a sudden, they trying to sweep this story under the rug. When a dude crashes in Texas because he stole his mama car and he runs somebody over, he didn't know the consequences of stealing a car and driving 100 miles an hour. Oh, when in FSU in Florida, yes, he stole his mama's gun, which is a police officer, a sheriff, and he goes and shoot 2 people. He kills 2 people and injures 6 others. What,
Okay.
He didn't really. Oh, but this is the thing that people tend to act like they don't understand and undersee. You know what I'm saying? They don't see it. Like this is big race tensions for no reason. Hey, 64 or 69% of violent crimes is done by a certain demographic, but they don't want to talk about it, even though they keep saying black people commit 77% of violent crimes. Where is the stats? Because the FBI says otherwise. FBI stats says that it's the white man that is doing all these goddamn violent crimes.
Well, see, again, Sharon, that makes it difficult simply because we know that like almost everything will be more them than us if they are the majority. So, I mean, so at what ratio, what metric do we really sit that in? Because if we're talking about the totality of them and the totality of us, I think everything would be more them than us just because it's more them than us.
What they did was they did the totality of crime. What percentage of crime was done by X, Y,
now,
and Z?
in what areas? Now they talking about their trailer. So their trailer parks versus our hoods. Is that what you're going by? Or you going by their suburbs with our suburbs? Because most of those suburbs consist of the both of us. Right. So the issue is, right, so what they trying to paint now, right? As we see this recent thing in Chicago with the young black kids that robbed the 2 older white folks. This Carmelo case, right? They would try to highlight those 2 things. And then now they want to say it's a per capita, what you was trying to suggest, like it's a per capita situation. Right. And so the thing is this, black people, we are committing 24% of the violent crimes in America. So even when we do it per capita, it's still not enough to say that we are the most violent because 69% of the crimes is committed by white men. Because we are only doing 24%. And it is okay. Like, that's just a true statement. At one point, we was the most violent. And we know the reason why, because we was heavily policed. Yeah, I don't think you get it, though, Sharon. Also, too, you know what it is? Majority of their crimes usually is mass. So even if you would say that one individual is lower in numbers,
I didn't hear you.
Usually their crimes are more mass. So even if you want to say that it's less young white teenagers that go out and do. But when usually when they do it, it's much more massive in the destruction. So that one Jimmy or whatever can go out somewhere and take out like 9, 10 people because dad trained them on that AR and they're used to hunting, things of that nature, which you should be. That's why I teach my daughter how to shoot. Yeah, we just gonna bust back. I ain't mad at you.
So it was I got to catch up. It was West Potomac High School, a white area.
Oh, okay. That's not DMV.
And so what I'm saying is that those are 3 violent situations, and all of the 3 people that was in it was young white men stabbing and everything. They want to sweep that one under the rug is the issue. And this is why we keep believing. We believe the media so much that we are committing 77% of crimes. We actually believe that we was committing 77% of the crime, even though we are representation of 6% of the nation, right? Because we 13 all together, but we split up between the men and the women. We really only about 6%.
Right.
And we actually believe them when they told us that we are committing the most violent crimes in America, when we are only 6% of.
Oh shit. Nah, hey, hold on real quick. New culture. Nah, you right. You know why? Because on the train, it's on the orange line, West Potomac Avenue. Nah, you right. It's just been a minute since I've been on the train, so I just wanted to make sure. Now somebody corrected me on that. It is North VA. You right, because it's on the train line. So you got that right there. Salute. Rock out, Sharon.
So and also
I had to make sure I don't give out no bad info.
Yeah, and I just want us to just deal with the information in front of us, Mr. 77. It ain't us. And it is okay for it to not be us. It is okay for it to be whatever it is. We got to deal with that information. Over 1,000 school shootings happen in America. You know how many double-digit school shootings happen in other countries? I'm just talking about double digits, at least 10 shootings in another country. And if you can, Rahotep, can you please? I know you don't mind camming up. It makes for a better show. If you can, please, Rahotep, cam up when you can.
That's. I'm gonna tell you, Sharon. Listen, you know, one thing I try to stay away from only because it's just safer. You know what I noticed that's just not beneficial whenever we compare us to other people. The fact is they're not us. We will say they're not like us, but then we'll turn around and compare. I'm not saying you, just overall. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? I think it's just best to kind of keep it like, what is it that we go through? How should we deal with it? Just period.
And so, right, and I appreciate that. We definitely
they don't matter to us, bro. We don't matter to them.
So the problem is, for us to deal with it that way, we got to be able to deal with the information and start attacking it in an honest base and stop allowing it to stay per capita. Per capita, we still not the most violent people in America. So we could just deal with that information and deal with the fact that majority of people believe that narrative for so long that we, the ones that are attempting to move forward in society, we got to deal with the ramifications of people's perception of what we are. We got to deal with people's mindsets, right? We walking down the street, they in a mind put us as this big black thief.
Right.
Even our young people, they look at them and say, hey, look, that's a grown person. The kid is 17.
Well, listen, Sharon, listen, this is my thing. You know what I go to more than anything? I go to the psychological part of it, if not spiritual. So let's break it down like this briefly, right? Let's go ahead and take this trip. All right. So, we do things normally from what I know, and I think most of us know because of the circumstance and environment that we're put in.
Okay.
These others will be in beautiful, wonderful circumstances in life. And one day they'll just be like, the devil told me to do something. One day they'll just have this moment. And it's like, bro, why did you do that? And then you get to looking back on their life and they got everything they ever wanted and needed. Wonderful social circle, friends, everything. You know, mom and dad buying the new cars, first 2 cars, whatever. Dad owns a business. You like part of the management of the business. Somehow or another, you had to go out and crash and do some big wild geeking shit. So it's a difference. Like, I do believe that most of the time the others, like, they don't be having no reason at all to do what they do. They'll tell you it was a voice in their head. We don't get that. Like, we may have those stories, but I'm just saying, usually we like, nah, man, that nigga stole some shit. Or like, nah, man, my friend died because of him or whatever. We actually have like actual beefs, and we do the best that we can to target, even though we miss. You niggas need to learn how to shoot. We may miss. The fact is that it's at least directed. When they go out and do stuff to Landis Sharon, that should just be like, you, bruh, it's one of those. I just pray I'm not there when you decide to come into that grocery store.
Right. Because for them, it's individual,
bro.
Yeah, it's very individual when it comes to them. For us, it's a group, it's always a group thing. So like the two kids in Chicago that robbed those two older white folks in a nice affluent neighborhood. Oh, this is how blacks act. All of a sudden, black people act like this. The blacks are the dangerous one. They drive around in the street looking for old white victims. The blacks are doing that. No, bro, it ain't the blacks. Those are two individuals on their own.
You ain't lying. Somebody right here, Sharon, real quick. They said it's black folks is pure evil. Example: DC Sniper. Sir, the DC Sniper was a Jamaican that was from VA. He ain't from here. Anyway, so yeah, go ahead.
Somehow, you know, that's a blacks situation. Not
he was a Jamaican from Virginia.
But no, but what I'm saying is that, and that's why I'm saying we just got to deal with the facts of who that person is, and then we could have real conversations. It don't have nothing to do. Those two kids that robbed those two old people have nothing to do with them being black. It has everything to do with their circumstances, how they see.
That's what I'm saying. How were they raised? Right. That's different than the Unabomber.
Correct.
That's different, bruh. We're not gonna play those games.
Majority of young black men are not driving around in affluent white neighborhoods looking for people to rob. It's just not a thing. Because they know they drive around in certain neighborhoods, they're gonna get pulled over for no good reason. They know this. And so we cannot compare. So Easy, I would love if Easy hit the panel one day, because what are you comparing? What are you comparing hood shootings to? What do hood shootings have to do with this conversation? Are you going to talk about when the
Sharon.
I don't get it. Like, what do hood shootings got to do with this?
Listen, you got to recognize and know how to decode. That's the distraction. It just might not have a damn thing to do with anything. It's to get you off your pivot, sir. You need to know how to stay focused. That's all it is. You smell me now? Seriously. Y'all already know the time right now is 10:32 a.m. East Coast Standard Time. And I thank you all for tuning into the Sharon Bracey Show. Respect to the family. But nah, seriously though, I know one thing. If ever I was to go ahead and see that there's a factor in life where, look, the others do it, we do it, right? What are we really looking at as far as why these things take place? And that's what I noticed that people do not do. People don't go into the like, just dive a little bit. You ain't got to go all the way back. Just look a little bit into why and what takes place when these things happen. Don't just look at the end result. And that's the problem. We just look at the end result and we don't look at nothing in between. Go ahead. I got you, Sharon. You back.
It's just so amazing to me that nobody want to challenge any of their own things. Where did I get this thought from? Like,
exactly.
When I got this idea, like, and I was agreeing. I remember somebody was saying it like a couple of months ago. They was like, yeah, 77% of the crime is done by blacks. And I was just like, and I was subscribing to it when he was saying it because it sounded correct. And then I sat back and I was like, hold on. If 70, I was like, how many of my friends are departed at 77%? You're on mute. I was like,
that means way more of us should be locked up than free right this very moment. They don't even, like, us being free don't even make no sense. Right now.
It's like, I was like, hold on. I'm like, why am I believing this shit? My friends have houses, wives. They raising all their children in their household. Hold on, let me go outside of my circle. Then I started looking. I was like, hold the F up. I don't have 77% of the people that I was raised with in jail. What is this effing stat? Let me go. I was like, hold on. I'll look it up. I go into the FBI. It says we commit 24% of the crime that is violent. What? And I almost believe 77%.
That's the thing.
That's
the
crazy.
Thing. Yeah. I said it myself. Like, you know, I try not to sound disconnected because, again, like, trust me, I know all about what hoods is over here from 2-5. You know what I'm saying? Northeast. My people's from around Clay. My people's from uptown, Petworth, all of that. Like, I know what it's like, bro. Delphi, Langley Park, you name it. Like, I know all this. I'm just saying, like, but at the same time, I don't know that many people that's that effed up. Do I know stories? Yes.
Absolutely.
Yes, I do. We all do. But like when you talking about like is exacerbated as they make it seem out here, I just be like, where do y'all get this shit from? Who are these people? That's why Sharon. Hold on, wait, Sharon. Watch this, Sharon. Do I not ask this question? I'll be scratching my head like, Sharon, where do you find these people?
Every time.
It's for a reason, bro. Because I really be sitting back like, what is this an AI character? What is going on right now?
How is this possible? Like, sometimes I'll be like, okay, so all of these single mother households that is creating all these horrible black men. And then I ask them, so, hey, did you grow up in a single black woman's house? They're like, yeah, my mom was awesome. She was hustling, she worked, she got degrees, she got all. Do you consider yourself feminine? Nah, bro, I ain't feminine. Oh, okay. What about your friends? Yeah, majority of them too. They had mothers that was grinding. They was police officers. They was correction officers. They had degrees. All they mamas. Do you think those men are feminine? Nah, me and my boys, my boy.
But look at how you're describing
masculine men over here. Oh, really? So where is all of these goddamn feminine men that is raised in a single household?
Now you gotta recognize something, bro. Like you know, it's a certain like code. So what I noticed is this, and I'll speak on this part because it's funny you say that, Sharon. What you described is the misdirected definition of masculinity. We don't realize that masculinity is also a certain form of, you know what I'm saying? Like not being vulnerable, but being genuine within yourself, being authentic. What is your real circumstance that came up? Not putting up a front. Being masculine is not putting up a front. That's being
absolutely fake. That simple.
So it's just the simple fact of these guys. Yeah, it's misdirected. Yeah, exactly, Vincent. It's misdirected.
Absolutely.
It's misdirected. Rock out,
it's so crazy to me. Like when you just break it down, hey, you can't be a no baby mama because they gonna. Have you ever did? Yeah, I did it before. The woman that you married, did she have kids before? Yeah, she did. So you saying you the only man in the black history that could be raised by a single mom that is educated, and you could also date a baby mom. You the only black man in the world that can do this thing and go against the grain. You are the anomaly. It's insane to me. Welcome to the show, Ra Hotep. Good day, sir. How you doing today? Thank you for coming up. I appreciate it.
Finding yourself, sir. Having some problems with the phone, but I was listening in the conversation. You know, Sharon, I tend not to get in these masculinities and all these type of, you know, because I'm a man. You know, I was raised by men that made men and men that made them. So I don't get into that comment that, you know, I can entertain it and listen. 9 times out of 10, I'm not going to really speak on all of that type of stuff. But you were talking about the stabbings, and I think you said it was in Virginia, another one yesterday.
Yeah, Wednesday. Yeah. Just a recent stabbing. Three people involved in it, 3 boys. Correct. And one of them got stabbed while he was on the floor. And I don't hear nobody in a big rage about a Hotep and saying, hey, I wonder if he came from the one that had the knife. Where did he get the knife? Why did he bring it to school? Did he come from a single household? Is it a divorced family? Who's his daddy? Is his daddy in his life? Like, where's all these questions that I better see it coming out this weekend? Go ahead.
Well,
Hotep.
you know, it may come out, but it tends to not come out when it. See, we have a what I call a. We need to go through a spiritual and a historical lobotomy, you know, and take out that bad part or that void part that we don't use to understand racism, white supremacy. You see, and you know, I've been on your panel before, and I continue to say this, and I'm 68 years old. Until you understand racism, white supremacy, as it is documented in the United Compensatory Code System for thought, speech, and action, for victims of racism, is how it operates in education, entertainment, politics, sex, war, religion, labor, law. Everything you do understand about race will only confuse you. See, that's the reason why they always come up with this per capita shit. Per capita this and so forth. I'm gonna say it. If these were young black men stabbing on top of the case that happened with Carmelo, it'd be all over the news. Woo! Why did they have knives? Why do they got knives? Who struck first? Why did he have to do that? He was smaller. He was bigger. He looked like he was a grown man. All these type of things. See, because we as the victims of racism, white supremacy, we tend to say things not on purpose. We say things based on the ignorance of understanding the complexity of race in the world, particularly in America.
I didn't hear you. The what?
The complexities of race, race in the world, or racism in the world. And that's the only form of racism in the known universe between the people of the planet Earth is white racism. Why? Not because I say that they're white, because I don't believe there's a white race. I believe that they believe that there's such thing as a white race. So therefore, they created a system of structure in order to guarantee unrestricted access to all of the things that you talked about on your panel. Sex, violence, war. See, I don't call self-defense violence. I call that self-defense. So if I'm defending myself and not being the provocateur or the one that is trying to provoke, I'm in the defense mode. That's a God-given right. Fight or flight. That's a natural response within the human makeup. Either you're going to stand there and fight and throw down, or you're going to run. And I'll tell you, I ran a couple of times through my life to live to fight another day.
Well, you talking about when you was running in the Underground Railroad? What you mean?
No, I'm talking about when I was running around in Los Angeles and Compton and Texas. I was born in Texas, but I grew up in Los Angeles and Compton, bro. I tell you, it's wrong. I mean, I come on the panel, but man, bro, I'm telling you, to make it to school, you guarantee once a week or twice a week to either get jumped or be in a fight.
Talk about it. And and the problem is that this is not a per capita black situation.
No, they only use this per capita shit in statistics and what the so and so. But just as you said before, I was trying to get my camera together. FBI statistics, those are statistics and information that is put out by not just the FBI, but other law enforcement agencies and security agencies.
Right.
And what it states there is the fact. And that's why I say people that have the less restricted access, that has the greatest non-restricted access to weapons, to drugs, to whatever, those are the ones that are going to be the greatest purveyors of weapons and war and drugs.
Dang. So what is it that you believe that we can actually do to combat this these false narratives that is put on us as a people? Because that's what I'm seeing is that we keep getting these false narratives, and somehow people are believing these false narratives that black people are born with violence and every other race is born with peace.
Yeah, that goes back to even before my childhood. I was, is that this whole concept, and also they did psychological studies and a battery of tests on young adolescents, even when I was in school, to see which ones were more prone to be aggressive and or violent. See, and so what they would do is put notes in your your file and your transcript to go with your when you went matriculated up to the next grade, or if you went to another school district, they would already know you were that kid you put in that alternative school class or sent to that alternative school, because you had the propensity to not be able to sit still, listen, and or follow directions, or you were violent. So we got to understand this goes way, way back. And see, and I always bring this up, and people say, well, why he always going back in the history? That don't have nothing to do with today. There's no other people that believe that other than us. We're the only people that's told to not look at the record, do not have any revisionist analysis of history. But if you tell any other group or race of people that question, they're liable to slap you in their damn mouth. You go on the Indian reservation and tell an indigenous person they should not have that land and territory, they shoot you in the damn eye with a bow and arrow. But we the only people don't look at history. That don't have nothing to do with today. No, it's an extension thereof. That's why in 2025 we're still talking about this shit, brother.
And it's a scary thing. I'm glad that we starting to get. I'm kind of happy that the online situation is happening, because we get the chance to talk and really combat and rebuttal all the negative stereotypes that we've been fighting since you was a young man. And
Yes,
now it's
sir.
going to come out that a lot of those stories was really fake and falsified. And now we have the truth, facts, data, and the statistics that back it up that black folks is not what you've been trying to say it is. We are not the lazier race. We are not the more violent race. We are not the more baby mama, baby father race, right? Like all these things are starting to shift and change now, because we see Elon Musk, he's not going to get the same attention, right? Because he have plenty of kids and he ain't married to any one of them.
None.
Nobody's going to talk about how all of his baby mothers is white.
Yeah.
And not nan one of those women are married.
And not even talking about the fact that his father was a part of setting up the structure of the apartheid system in South Africa with P.W. Botha and those that were running South Africa during the apartheid. They won't talk about that.
And also the fact that things like with Shannon Sharp, right? So we have Shannon Sharp. We had Monique. She was trying to explain to him. She was trying to save that brother.
Yeah, I remember when she was on the show.
She said, hey, listen, I'm glad I'm not in the game. I'm glad I'm a 56-year-old that is not out there dating. And he said, what you mean? You taking a shot at me, Mo?
Yeah,
She said, absolutely, I'm taking a shot at you, because you shouldn't be 56 dating 20-year-olds.
She was trying to give him a heads up and give him some clarity.
And that just goes to show that, the black woman ain't as dumb as these people be trying to make it seem like. They ain't just goddamn dotting and bopping type of females in the world.
Agreed.
And the person that is trying to take advantage of goddamn Shannon Sharp is a young white woman. The person that is trying to break up the LeBron James empire is a white woman. The person that destroyed Tiger Woods and made herself a millionaire is from divorcing a black man.
And they try to take down.
We can keep going. All these billionaire white women, they became billionaires because they divorced their husband that was billionaires before they. I don't know no billionaire black women that became billionaires after a divorce.
No, I don't know any. You find one, you let me know.
They all had to get up there and get on the goddamn ground. So this idea of making people and just falsifying the facts is just crazy. We just gotta let people be people.
Yeah.
We cannot keep just pushing out this fake narrative that all black women want to do is just go outside and twerk all day because they found a couple of professional women that twerks, and they say, "See, this is all black women." No, just like what's her name, Vanessa Trump. She ain't all white woman. She's a white woman, and let's do that same thing with the black folks. Yeah. That person is that person. Stop trying to say, "Oh, this is what the blacks do."
Yeah.
It don't have nothing to do with what the blacks do. That's what 2 black kids did when they was in Chicago because they was starving, hungry, they was violent, whatever their reason was. Yeah, I don't know until they get caught.
And see, and you just proved it in what you just said, is that race has everything to do with everything in the Americas, but in the planet Earth as it relates to those major 9 areas that I pointed out. We're just talking about one of the major 9 areas or 2 of the components of the major 9 areas. Economics, right? Entertainment, economics, entertainment, education. See, we're talking about just 2 of the components, the tools or the pillars that they use in order to control and maintain themselves as a dominant majority in America. This is serious business with these people. This is not just fanfare or cinematography. It's in the movies. I don't care what kind of movies. It's in their cartoons. It's in their sci-fi. First person, I don't care if they go to the backside of the moon. If a brother's on that ship or a sister's on that ship, she the first one getting ate up by the alligator or the alien. I guarantee you. I can't hear you, bro. I think you muted. Sure.
I would love for Max Payton to hit the link and explain to me what do per capita have anything to do with this conversation.
See, there we go. Per capita. Per my capita, my ass.
What does it have to do with the conversation? What are we saying about that? I would like for somebody to explain to me.
And quote that source. Give us a source. Give us a source.
That why per capita means anything.
No, yeah, give us a source as it relates to this conversation we're having on Sharon's platform. Give us a source.
You know what I'm saying? So I just want to know, like when I'm painting out the picture and ask, who is the leader of the feminist movement that everybody keeps crying about?
Oh, there we go. That's a good, yeah. And see that, let me speak to that. The whole feminist movement was another component or a juxtaposed juggernaut against the rights of Black women that were trying to get the same rights as just as Black men were petitioning this government for rights in employment, in the steel mill, in government, in the military, all those different areas of upward mobility. You see, so the people that mainly as far as women, the women that mainly benefited from the welfare system and from the system of entitlements was the white woman first.
I would like to know. So he said, I thought you hated echo chambers. What do that have to do? So that's why I want you to hit the link. And so you can explain to me what per capita means, because I don't like echo chamber. I want you to bring some proof. And so this way, if you do have some proof, and we can say, oh, we can see what you're talking about, and then we can have some agreements. But you cannot just say things and think that just because you say it, it makes it true. You got to be able to substantiate what you're saying. What do per capita has to do with crime in America? Who is doing the majority of the crime? Who is the majority of people that is on welfare? Who is it? How many universe? How many Black women are billionaires? I don't know how many. You tell me, harmonic universe. And what did that have to do with the conversation? How many Black billionaire women got their money from their husband is the question. Because the white billionaires is more of them. They became billionaires because of divorcing their husband. And that's what we having a conversation about. So don't get it confused. Those Black women that are billionaires, they got it out the mud. The white women that are billionaires, they got it from their husband. Out of divorce. And there's nothing wrong with that. That's just the information. It's not about trying to make it something that is not. Just talk about the information, and it is okay. Whatever it is, whatever the truth comes out of the information, that's what it is. I'm not trying to paint a narrative. I'm just trying to get the information out there. It's just so weird that when it's not fitting their narrative, all of a sudden that's when they be having all these goddamn complicated questions.
Yeah, and see, and that's the thing we have to do. We have to push back and attack the narrative, because narratives can take on a life of their own. Just like with the Carmelo Anthony situation, people were making assumptions based on as if they were facts. They were not on the scene. They were not on the ground. They were not there when it happened. but they were making assumptions based on narratives and stereotypes and so-called per capita concepts and constructs without having the facts to support the shit that they were saying. I feel like he had to, I feel like he shouldn't have brought a knife. I feel like he shouldn't even went in his bag. I feel like, and I think, because if that was me, I just would have took that fade and just, you know, okay, best man won. What the hell is that?
I don't know, Raul. Welcome to the show, Chicago Rilla. Good day, sir. How you doing?
What's bragging, man? I only pulled up to see if y'all nasty niggas was still talking about Unc from yesterday.
he is a part of the conversation, right? Because again, the manosphere, they don't want to be honest about it. But if this young lady was a 19-year-old black woman, oh my God, hellfire would have went erupted. So because that manosphere is ashamed to talk about how this white woman took advantage of this old ass black man.
Hey man, it ain't tricking if you got it though, right? Nah, Trick, you a big old lick to these others, man.
Yeah, nah, it's still tricking, real.
Yeah, it's still tricking, man.
It's still tricking, my G.
Don't tell the tricks that, man. Make them feel good about themselves. Nah, I was listening to you, man. I just got a minute before I get to the gig, so I just wanted to tap in real quick.
Appreciate that, man. So you know I be having them scared and shook out here, Chicago Rilla.
Man, you know, for me, I'm always amazed. What is this, 2025? You know, the days of time escape me, bro. I'm amazed at some of the conversations that are still going on. Like, you know, again, I talk about us being 13% of the population. There's a big thing going on here in Chicago because Dick Durbin is not running for re-election. It's a ton of stuff going on, and we still talking about women in bonnets, bro. Like, fam, real talk. The neighborhood I grew up in, dog. I drove over there the other day. I was going to see my grandma. Looked at the park. Yeah, they here, man. The Venezuelans is here. And no, bro. They was walking like on their morning walk, like they here, right? So my point is, all these things are going on that impact, and we're the only ones still talk about there is no community, don't want to build family. Our women are trash. You know, save yourself, black man. Go get you Mighty Soul. Well, I don't know. Mighty Soul looking at y'all like licks. You sweep meat to the Mighty Souls.
And if you can't eat a man, if you can, please.
Lord.
If you can't cam up, it makes for better if you driving. I understand. But
Sharon, is it possible to preemptively drop? Is it possible to preemptively drop this nigga?
No, I don't care what E-Man do. Just don't cam up and do push-ups. Just cam up and be normal today. There we go.
They talking about they want Mighty Soul. They saying, you know, don't marry the black woman because, you know, she ghetto and this, that, and the third whoopty whoop. And they act like Mighty Soul gonna show them all that rhythm.
Put your whole face in the camera, nigga.
Ooh, look at that face.
With your feet ass.
And not near one woman up on the panel.
One time for all the Teletubbies.
I don't care about what y'all think. See,
Like,
let me tell y'all. Hold on, let me get this right.
So
I know that old nigga want to see me. Look how you looking at the camera.
This guy.
That old nigga be want to see a nigga. Let me see. Hold on, let me see.
While Eddie get himself nice and center, he got a fresh cut. He looking good.
I'm gonna go get me a fresh cup of tea, but I'm gonna say this. He a punk, and I'll be back.
God, what's up, Eddie Man? What's your thoughts?
I don't know. I just came up here. I know.
Why you be beefing with all the old people, E? Why, bruh?
Can y'all hear me or no?
Why you be?
No, your mic trash, E. Your mic trash.
For real?
Yeah. You sound muffled. You sound like you in a cave.
All right, cool. Well, nigga, I'm about to come get your ass in this cave. I'm so tired of Chicago.
Hey, yo. Hey, yo.
See, Chicago really be running from me. I done learned that he be like,
hey,
yo. He done clocked in. He was like, man, even man get here about 10. So I need to be there about 9:30. Act like I got a job so I can get up out of here.
I know he ain't got no job. This nigga ain't got no
So,
job.
He just
you're
called
the
me
plant?
Tommy, man.
You the plant,
No.
E? You the plant? You're the plant.
No, I
You're
ain't
the
plant,
one
Tommy.
that they send to distract us and derail the discussion, right?
Yeah.
That's my job.
Yeah,
That's
okay.
why
All right.
that's why I'm being
Well, as
millionaire.
long as you're doing your job, I ain't got nothing to say about you on the clock. Go
I
ahead.
know, but
Get your money.
when
Get
it
your
really
money.
what it really come down to is these ideas of these communities. The community in 2025 look totally different than it looked in the 1980s. Like I think sometimes now what we want is we want a community that's only black, right? Guess what? We might have a Dalmatian community. It might look a little, got a couple other, like we really got to get to this point that yes, we should be black first. We should be building black businesses, but we shouldn't turn down money. We shouldn't turn down people that want to partner with us to join our community that might not look just like us. I know that might not be the blackity black conversation that Chicago really in Chicago want to talk about, but why would it, if I can partner with an Asian, a Mexican, or somebody else who wants to be able to uplift my community, give back, and they actually invested in my business, I think we should embrace that. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, man, I think you got selective hearing. You just made a whole bunch of something I didn't even. Yeah, I definitely didn't say
I have
any
no
of that.
idea what you said.
Oh, I'm
Listen,
about
I
to
have
say,
no idea
yeah.
what you said. Listen, I know sometimes when I come up, people think that I've been watching for 2 hours. I literally get on when I watch. I'm never in chat.
So let me build on that though, because I agree with you 1000%. I think you should have allies, and I think again, if you have people that's willing to invest and have the resources in there with you, yeah, the community may look like a Dalmatian. My argument is with these guys in this space that typically say community and the black community is dead. Right? Or they say, save yourself, black man, don't marry no black woman, get out here, clutch and touch everything else but a black woman, because that ain't nothing but trouble right there. That's what I was talking about. But no, I don't disagree with your point at all. No, it's some great allies out there. Go ahead, bro.
Well, really, what you know what I'm really? If you a sucker, these women gonna get your money regardless. I don't care. Listen, I like this idea that I've been hearing people, aka the guy like Sandra Sharp says, "Don't get married, they're gonna take my money." Guess what? You giving it away a different type of way. Like this idea, like I'm so tired. Listen for real, because everybody think that if I decide that I'm not gonna get married, women are not gonna have access to my money, and then they gonna spend $25,000 a visit, 25 a cheat. Like, come on now. Like, in reality, when we start having these conversations, you gotta understand this. Why would I master the skills of finding somebody who got my best interest and share my wealth with them instead of me being an idiot and say, hey, I'm just gonna give it to the next stripper on the next pole or the next OnlyFans model on the stream. Like, I just think that we gotta redefine that. We think that we gotta keep everything to ourselves. And people who have that, I think that's a poverty mindset that you don't want to share with the woman, especially a woman who's living in your house, who's taking care of your kids, who rubbing your back. Like, bro, why you want to hold on to your phone so much? Like, come on, like it's at this point we need to start talking about how do we find successful relationships and build wealth and share wealth, because we never hear in these spaces about sharing wealth with the women that actually deserve it.
That's a great point, and that's the last point that's gonna have to die. That's the last point that what's that man name? Dr. Umar Johnson is holding on to. That's his last hope of holding on to this whole race baiting conversations. And in reality, it doesn't matter anymore about that. It's about your legacy is about the people that you build up. It's not just about your children or your ex-wife that when you die, you passing the wealth on too. Because if you are somebody like my man Robin, Chicago love Robin. He love Rob. Awesome dude, but his wife is white. But all of the black young men that he helped is way more important than him giving money to his wife. He helped hundreds of black men. The over 400 black men that Oprah helped with college intuitions. Right? That is way more important than who she leaving her money to. She have a real legacy of helping young black people and other races as well too. So this idea that it's only that the money that you leave is going to be staying in the black community is nonsense.
But the funny part about that, Sharon, It's always a broke nigga telling us how to leave our money. It's never, listen, I ain't never seen somebody who got their own generation. Well, listen, everybody say, where I should leave my money, with who I should leave my money with. And I'm like, cool, bro. Have you built a company? Have you built some financial wealth? No, man, I'm on Social Security. I said, all right, cool. Have you built something for the black community? See, that's the question that we got to start answering. Have you built something for the black community that's going to go 2 to 3 generations? No. Well, how are you going to tell another man what to do with what he built? I'll tell you, it's Monday night quarterback. A lot of people, they just want to tell you what to do because they wasn't disciplined enough to build anything themselves.
Hey, Sharon, what are we talking about right now? Are we talking about what we was talking about? Or are we talking about something different?
Nigga, I shouldn't have got there. See, I told you old niggas they gotta go to the bathroom and can't even keep up with the conversation. Go ahead, bro.
Hold on 1 second. We're gonna bring you right back in. We still on the same topic. It's shifted just a little bit. I'm gonna bring somebody up.
I'm just trying to get
I got you. Hold on 1 second, Hotep. Too bad he cannot come up because he's at work. It would have been great. So we have the first person that can't come up. Shout out to BMU. What you got to say about this topic? Because he started to throw shots at me and Eat a Man already.
Damn.
Don't throw
Shout out to BMU, man. Throw them shots at them niggas.
While he gets his microphone together, he said, wait, it's 2 niggas in here married to another race of women?
Listen, no, hold on. Listen. I get that. No, listen, Sharon, as you always do, Sharon. Shit go over your head, you little short bastard. Listen, what I'm talking about is, I was saying that in support of y'all. I'm saying that we having a show about not being with other race of women, and it's like, y'all look, you married to another race of women, Sharon. What are we talking about? Look, I'm actually on your side, bro. I'm actually on you and E-Man's side. Y'all are married to women that are not black women, and so for people to say
E-Man is married to a woman that's not black.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm gonna stay on your ass.
Hey, yo.
Look at it. I knew
it was something.
I told you, listen, Sharon, I learned a long time ago. When you got a man who feel like he got to say homo this and punk this every time you see him, that nigga went to jail, somebody took his booty. Go ahead, black man.
Yeah, I bet.
So basically the point I was making.
Look how he said it. Yeah, I bet. Hold on. I tried that right. I tried. And this old ass nigga, where he at? This nigga here?
Don't crash out, E. Don't crash out. It's not Friday yet. It's not crash out, E.
Hold on, y'all. It's still early. Go ahead, BMU.
I'm actually on your side, man. You love who you love, bro. And we can't just say the only woman that will support you and have your back is just gonna be the black woman. Come on now. You know, some men meet you can't stop who you love, man. If you love somebody with another race, that's just who you love, man. Sharon found his woman, you know, E-Man found his woman, and E-Man loves his wife. I've been on E-Man for years. He loves that woman. That woman loves him. She got his back.
Okay, so now that is fine.
You got something to tell me, Sharon?
Hold on, Hotep. I want to jump in and I'll talk to that point.
So yeah, also supporter. That nigga hope he go. He told I can't support you. I was wrong because you ain't got no flag. You got something to tell me, nigga. He got to qualify.
Hotep, you didn't know Sharon's wife was white.
I would have been quiet if I would cammed up. Go.
Listen, no, it's okay. Okay, now that put a lot of shit in perspective. Okay, go ahead, brother.
Hold on. So I would say this: that me and Eat a Man, we are the exception to the rule, right? Because majority of the people that's on this panel, Chicago Gorilla, married to a black woman. BMU, married to a black one. Ra Hotep, married to a black one. Mr. 77, very soon he will be married to a black woman.
Yeah, so I've only dated. I've actually never had the experience with anything else. I just haven't.
Oh, poor baby.
And so what I'm saying with that is that majority of black women, they support black men tremendously. They probably one of the most loyal out of all races, and it shows with statistics that y'all manosphere men love. They date the least outside of their race. They are not attracted to other men outside of their race.
That's a fact.
You know, the main woman that y'all try to the manosphere men try to praise is the Asian women, and they are the main demographic that go outside. They raise the most out of every woman on this planet Earth, and they don't care which kind of color peen they get.
Hey, Sharon, can I respond to that?
So the thing is that we just got to be honest on the information that we are having. That hey, listen, that it was a black woman trying to tell Shannon Sharp, hey, you need to go date somebody your own. You know what I'm saying?
Your age.
Her name was what's that black woman name?
Monique.
There you go.
Sharon, pull the needle out of the back of the bull here. Now you're talking about a woman trying to give Shannon Sharp some advice, who tells her husband that they have an open relationship and he can fuck who he want to fuck. Now, and I understand. I know for a fact that he probably fucking younger chicks.
Just one second, sir. Let me see what you said. Do you think it's creepy the 56-year-old with the 18-year-old, or you think that's just business as normal?
Are you talking to me?
Yeah. I'm talking.
Yeah. I spoke on this yesterday. I spoke on this yesterday. By law, there's nothing wrong with it. Morally, yes, but by law, it's not illegal.
So we're not talking about acid leak. So you think that's like a predatory vibe? I just need.
Yeah, absolutely. Because think about it. 12 months ago, she was 17.
Okay. All right. Cool.
You see what I'm saying?
I don't know why we want to keep bringing up the law. I keep hearing people bring up the law like that's part of the conversation.
Yeah. And the thing is,
I got a question around that though. Why?
Well, hold on just a second. E-Man, you know I have 3 daughters that around that age. I got my oldest is 21. I have a daughter that age.
I was putting you in the corner. Hold on, let me flip my camera. I was like, I know he got me around this age, so you tell me you're going to let a 60-year-old man come in your house and get your daughter? I was just trying to figure it out. I was just trying to
absolutely not. Absolutely not, sir.
And when we have these conversations with men who got daughters around that age, they be like, it's absolutely not no 60-year-old man. And then we want to talk about the law. That's why the law don't make sense to me. Everybody keeps saying the law, but I wouldn't do this with my child. So just because this ain't your child, we supposed to just only talk about the law. No, it's not right. That's the only thing. It is not right, and we need to call it a snake. Now, we can go back talking about these women because y'all want to talk about these women.
Right, before we talk about the women, and Chicago Gorilla, he wanted to talk to a point, and I want to get Rahotep in there as well. Go ahead, Chicago Gorilla.
Can't get off mute quick enough. No, Either Man covered it because I just was curious as to because we had this conversation yesterday, and the law kept coming up, and for black people, on one hand, we talk about how dirty the law is and justice system and all that other stuff. So I'm just curious as to what does the law matter and why would we bring it up if we're having the moral conversation around if that's right or wrong. Me and my wife was talking about this last night. She wanted to know what I thought. That shit is nasty. I don't care what universe you in. A 50-something-year-old man with a child that could be his granddaughter. That's nasty. And I don't care how much money you got or what your accolades are. That shit is nasty.
It is, because I would like to say this to that Brother Rilla. I mentioned it before. Like, the only thing that comes to my mind is this: her being 20. So when he was 20, she wasn't born. When he was 30, she wasn't born. He had to literally wait till he was like 41 just for her to be 1 year old. Bruh, what? Anyway, I digress. My mic is muted.
Yeah, it's absolutely insane when you really think about it. Go ahead, Rahotep. I know you wanted to jump in.
I'm just trying to catch up with who you and that brother married to. I didn't know that, but
I told you he done lost the conversation. I knew it. I knew soon as he was worried about what another black man.
I knew what didn't stay peaceful up for so long.
He just threw it to me. So why are you interrupting, brother? You have a comment.
I'm sorry, old nigga. Go ahead.
But at the same time, now, are you from the South or the Midwest? Either man.
I could have. You see what I'm talking about? He asked me not to talk, and now he want to talk to me. I got you. I'm gonna talk to you.
Yeah, that's a Georgia nigga.
Hold on. I'm finna jump off real quick, Sharon. Pause. But so I want to say this too. Like, how do we look at it? If we go back, say 50 years or 40 years or whatever, and we look at some marriage license, which there's public record, and we start seeing men who were 26, 27, 28 years old marrying 14-year-old girls back in the day, which would be considered our ancestors and our great grandmothers and great grandfathers and aunties and great aunts. How do you look at?
Yeah, that's. I think that's a.
Too. We say that they have a disorder.
We don't.
Like,
no, we don't.
No, see, this is the problem. No,
we don't. You're treading dangerously, right? And this is
okay. Let me tread.
One of the challenges that we have, right?
Let me tread this water. One at a time, Edeman.
Interrupting. There you go.
Yeah, Edeman. Just really quick, brother. The challenge that we have is when we try and litigate shit from the past in today's cultural currency. Right. So again, when you have the discussion around, and I'll mention his name, Bill Cosby, right? That's what they did in their time. That shit was normal. Like now, when you know better, you do better. But there's no way I'm looking at what was culturally normal and socially acceptable for that time and litigating that in today's terms. That doesn't make sense.
Okay.
What makes sense is what's going on right now today. Right.
No, I get that,
so what's the difference between a 14? What's the difference between a 14-year-old today and a 14-year-old back then? A 14-year-old girl is a 14-year-old girl.
No. That's a great point. So wait. So BMU, in the South, the girls that are raised back then, like my grandma, and half the men, like when they were 14, they were men by then. They had different responsibilities. Their mentality was completely different. So yeah, that's a different society, different culture. That's why I say it's not fair to litigate that today. These kids are babies until they damn near 30 years old.
You're right. So I agree with that.
For me, it's completely different. I don't begrudge it. Like, yeah, we could look at it, like on some Monday morning quarterback and be like, yeah, that was nasty or that was, filthy work or whatever. I wouldn't do that because I understand you got to put all that in context for that particular time. Now, but let's talk today, though. Let's talk today, though.
You
go ahead and desecrate your ball. Go ahead.
No, really, you still let him get off. Because if I was to go back a century ago and it was a 56-year-old man with a 19-year-old, it would still be weird. Like,
yeah, that's what I'm asking you, man.
I'm saying that would be weird, even if we go back, like somebody 60 years old getting ready to retire, get with somebody who's starting their life, we would call that weird.
Yep.
Any time zone.
Right. But in 1925, if you was present and there, you would not have. That's the point.
Yes, you would have.
You wouldn't have.
So E-Man, one more thing, Sharon. E-Man. So you're a religious person, E-Man, correct?
Oh. He religious.
So religious, right? I mean, you're Christian, right? So if you do know that Joseph was 22 and Mary was 14.
Okay, again.
Hey, BMU, that was horrible, bro.
No, hold on. Again, he's talking
that's not horrible.
Years.
That's real.
I don't know why do we do that? Why do we keep trying to bring up back in the day where, maybe the oldest you lived was 40. You better goddamn get it done by the time you're 16, 17. What are we talking about, dog?
Oh, no, listen, you don't want to do history. You don't want to do history. Hold on now. You don't want to do history with me. You don't want to do history with me because people live way longer back then than they do now. Come on, stop the cap.
Hold on. So, but even 22 and 14, right?
That don't make no sense today, BMU. Period. You cannot.
No, I'm not justifying it. Mr. 77 is going over your head like a missile in Russia.
We're talking today.
No. I'm saying it's not going. I'm saying I'm not justifying it. It's going over your head like a missile in Russia. You're not listening. I need you to listen. Listen. What I'm telling you is, I'm speaking to what E-Man was saying. E-Man said, no matter what period of time it's in, it's nasty and weird. I'm speaking to what E-Man said, sir. That's why you're not listening. This is not me.
Hold on, Edeman. Hold on. So hold on, BMU. So you have an example in history where it was acceptable for a 56-year-old man and a 19-year-old woman, 30 years apart. You have an example of that?
No. Well, you know, it happened back then. Anybody speak about the shit. It ain't like nobody got famous because they did the shit.
Here's the thing. Do a lot of word games.
So here's the thing. So first of all, you cannot just look up marriage certificate. That is not legal. You cannot just look up a marriage certificate.
A marriage certificate is public document. You can find it. You can
hold on. Marriage certificate is not public document. It's a private.
What?
Document. Yes. You could go look it up. It is a private document. You cannot just go look up. I cannot go and type Edaman Williams and say, what is his marriage certificate? I cannot look that up. That is not a thing. You actually have to, you got to get a private investigator and things like that. You got to get.
So you're telling me, hold on. So you're telling me if I'm looking for Sharon, I got your full name and your wife's full name, I can't have your marriage license tomorrow by noon?
No. Not if you are a regular citizen. No, you have to pay for it.
In California, you can go to Hall of Records.
Yeah, in Texas you can too. If you're looking for somebody who's married, you can go. It's public record.
But
in Texas,
in most states, it's not public record. It's definitely not. It's definitely not public record in New York. In the tri-state area, it's not public record. It's private.
Oh, okay, yeah. In the South, you can get anything you want.
But they can get connect with the states. That's a possibility. But you cannot just look up my marriage certificate. You just cannot.
Well, your state probably protects that, but Texas, Louisiana, Mississippi, all you can get marriage license immediately.
I don't know. I mean, we could try to do some investigation on that, but as far as I understand, they are not public. That's number one. Number two, it is not a normal thing for 30-year-old marriages where it's that big of a difference. We do not know a bunch of people that have a 30-year age gap. 10 years, absolutely. Maybe even 15 years, right? That's really more of the extent of most of people marriages for back in the days. It was 10 to 15 years. It wasn't this 20 and 30-year age gap. That is not a
no, and I'm not, and that's what I'm trying to get you to see, Sharon. I'm not justifying it. I'm speaking to an E-man. E-man said at no point it doesn't matter what time period it's in, it's weird. It's weird if an older man is with a younger girl. And he's probably
30 years.
Go ahead, E-man. You get it.
See, the problem is your example is you say, okay, let me give you this example of Joseph and an 8-year difference. No, we're not saying 8 or 10 years is different. We even went on record that Sharon said up to 15 years is when we start looking crazy. Now, when you start doubling that number, when you go from 15 to 30, we talk about like she might if they was in a committed relationship, she might be changing his diapers in the next couple of years. Like, come on, like it's weird. It's weird.
Yeah, and I think that's the truth of the matter. We don't see a bunch of 30-year difference marriages out there in our community or any community. It's just not a thing. That is not considered normal. 10 to 15, yeah, you could see those type of things happen before, but 30, nah, it ain't a normal thing.
Okay, so,
37.
Yes, maybe it's just in my state. So marriage records are confidential for the first 50 years after the date of marriage, after which they become public. So I don't know. I don't know where people getting their information from.
No, it's just what you said. In most
like
states.
you can look up your own marriage license because you have right to your own marriage license. It's like you have the right to look up your own. That's why I'm saying it's yours. So yes, if you are that person, I am Sharon Brace. I could go look up Sharon Brace's marriage.
Yeah, they're gonna make you provide ID.
Yeah, go look up my marriage. Like they're like, hey, what you want to know his marriage license for? Who are you? What are you doing? For what reason? So again, I get it that people just want Sharon to be wrong.
Hey, Sharon, can a private investigator look that information up?
You feel me, Rilla? They just want me to be wrong for what reason?
That Brooklyn
I don't
shit.
know.
That's that Brooklyn shit.
That's the thing. I said it was private, right? It's yours. That's your marriage certificate. That ain't public. Tessie K with the $2. There is only one race, and that is human race.
Nope.
Also, Emerald L with the $5. Doesn't the Bible have age gap marriages? Question.
Listen, I'm gonna tell you.
So let me finish. Let me finish reading, bro. I got you. So it's immoral based on what standard? Human standard. Please trace back and root your standards on something solid. And I think we just actually proved that majority of people will look at a 30-year age gap strange. After 15, people looking at it strange, in my opinion. I think 15 is like, Like when you hit 15, it's like, because if you 50 and you dating somebody at 35, they're like,
that's wild work.
They're like, okay, that's a little.
Yo,
they're like, all right, wild. But if you 30.
That's wild work. Like, what are
15.
y'all even talking about, Sharon? Like,
that's what it gets.
What type of conversations are you having? That's wild. Yeah, that's wild work.
You know what I'm saying? That's when it gets a little strange. Is when it's like we also got to put the age difference as well, right? So 50 and if you 60 and you dating somebody 40, they be like,
Yeah, I think Ronald Isley is 30 years his wife's senior, but again, she was grown when they got together. If I'm not mistaken.
Right. So we also got to add that factor in too. But a 19-year-old, that is still a baby to most people. Most people look at that. Even if she is considered grown in America, if she was to have a kid,
got a 19-year-old, she a fucking baby.
They would say,
shit.
They would say that's if she was to get if she had somebody her own age and she had a child, they say that's babies having babies.
Yo, hey Sharon, real quick. Me and my wife were talking about this shit because she was wondering why I was yelling downstairs, right? And but we got to talking about the OnlyFans thing because I heard niggas bringing that up. Do people understand like how common it is, number one, for kids to do dumb shit, and also in this economy, how quick young dumbass girls are to jump on OnlyFans? So they think number one, want attention. They think that's a quick way for them to make some money and get attention. Like, why does the fact that she on OnlyFans? Why does that safeguard him from any responsibility in that situation?
That's the weirdest part to me because I guess they trying to say her character, but they tend to forget. If you go to a strip club, hey, those bottle girls, they gonna be young. You go to Hooters, those girls, they going to be young. You walk outside of a high school, they dress a certain way.
Yeah, that was a great point you made about Hooters. You're right. You said that yesterday with the Hooters joint.
It's like it's that's just what they do. It's plenty of young women that try to be strippers, and they want to turn out to be. They try to, then they see how these old men looking at them. They say, "Nah, I ain't going back."
That shit. Hey, I ain't gonna hold you. I know in Atlanta, Spelman and Clark was all up through Magic City, Strokers. Blue Flame, all that, right? But they young, dumb kids.
Yes.
That's the point. Like, I'm not going to hold a young, dumb kid to the same level of accountability that I would a fucking 56-year-old man who has life experience and supposedly been through some shit.
Right. You know? And also, they tend to forget that so many people do things because of money. They're like, oh, you young, pretty, and you could just make a quick bag and nobody's going to know. And then they get in there. They're like, oh, this ain't what I thought it was. Even when it comes to the kid on the corner, that's why most of the people, they maybe sold a nickel bag before, but they realize they can't even make $300 a week. They're like, what the fuck I'm doing? I might as well go to McDonald's.
That's
because it ain't built for everybody.
That's a fact.
You know what I'm saying? So people do some strange things at 19.
Yeah.
It's okay to just be honest, and it's not right for grown-ass human beings to take advantage of them. BMU, he's one of the people that was here yesterday, gave us his story. When he was 12, a 49-year-old woman took advantage.
Damn.
Can I
wait, he was 12 and she was 49? My bad.
Yeah.
No, you good, bro.
And look, and this is how we know when the manosphere say this nonsense that young boys, ever since they wake up in the morning, they just gotta put that thing in somewhere. He walked in on her naked. And he's like, oops, my bad. He tried to close the door. And she was like, hey, baby, it's okay. You can touch it if you want.
No, Sharon. If that's something that he went through, that might.
This was the mother's friend.
Mama, don't make fun of that, Sharon. Real talk.
I'm not. This is what happened.
Don't clown that man's trauma.
No, this is how he told the story. I'm not even exaggerating. Yeah, I'm not even exaggerating. This is how he told the story. He said he walked in, he seen her naked, he closed the door. She said, no, baby. You could touch it if you want to. This is how he told it. And people didn't even believe the story because he was so...
Yeah, I heard him tell it. I just didn't know she was 49.
So jolly about it, right?
Yeah, he said it. I heard it.
But he said he went through his therapy, and so he related that way so people won't be so heavy on the topic. But he said it happened a lot. And it happened
press charges
too.
This was the mother's friend?
She turned out to be eventually she turned into his godmother.
Oh shit.
So that's how
That's why I be saying every black man need therapy. Man, it be so much repressed trauma and
I'm
shit,
just saying,
man.
like, I don't want to
So,
like.
but the crazy part about it, Mr. Seven in Chicago Gorilla, he didn't realize it was trauma until he was 30.
I understand that.
And he went and he had a conversation, so he never even looked at it as somebody taking advantage of from the jump. He said, I was also attempting to protect her, so I was trying to find ways to clean up her yard and do whatever he got to do to.
Right.
And also, she was doing her thing by if he needed some football gear, she'd give him $300, and he could just call his godmom, "Hey, godmom, I need a new pair of blah blah blah, whatever." That's how they articulated it. And he's like, "Hey, if my mama would have found out, she probably would have killed that lady."
Yeah.
So but this is the mentality that the manosphere had been producing for a very long time, and say, "Hey, go ahead and sow your royal oats and all this other BS that you have a natural inclination to have a hard penis when you see a naked booty." No, we don't. His natural reaction was to close the door, and she took advantage of it. And
that's a good observation.
She said, "No, baby, you could come and touch it if you want to."
Well, I told y'all better get Sharon the TV show. They better get him.
That's a very good observation.
You didn't even see that. You my boy out here cooking y'all.
No, he's just telling somebody's story. He's not cooking nobody. He's just telling the story. I was in the chat when the guy was telling the story. So he's not cooking
crazy
nobody.
Though. You see how much trauma go through our community, and we normalize that or sweep that under the rug and never deal with it. You be 30, 40 something years old, bleeding on people who never cut you.
Hey, Rilla, you want to know why though, Rilla? Because have we all not heard the old school term, "What goes on in this house stays in this house"?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
And I think we took it too far. I just took that like, don't, you know what I'm saying? But I didn't realize what that really was saying. Don't you dare take this trauma outside of here.
Right. Don't embarrass me because we got to put up a front. Yeah, we got to put up a front that everything is okay. And everything is not okay.
Man, so like I pulled this up, right? So it says right here, when it comes to if you're 18, are you considered it like grown or whatever? So it says no, generally individuals are not considered fully mature at 18, although it's it's the legal age of adulthood. In many places, while the brain continues to develop, particularly in areas related to decision making and emotional regulation, into the early to mid 20s, some brain scientists say that the transition from childhood to adulthood is a much more nuanced process that takes place over 3 decades. I digress.
John Hopkins did a study on this and came up with the same peer-reviewed facts. This sociologist and neuroscientist did a study on this, and this is where they came up with that. So the legal age of adulthood in some states are based on age, but when you're talking about mental and psychological and frontal lobe development, you don't mature to that. You don't mature from adolescence or teenage age to adult age till you have that perception of thought, speech, and action in response to make critical decisions based on your status or your environment. So that's where that study came from.
Right, and majority of people that is young that can have those capabilities because they dealt with trauma and they have to deal with responsibility at a very young age.
Correct. Yeah, I said in Chicago, really, we had some dude up yesterday argued talking about he 50-some years old, he still think like he was 18. Like that's crazy. Like it's crazy. Like even me now, like the level of revelation knowledge I have now versus I had 15, 20 years ago, it's just crazy to me that people are still thinking in that same mindset. Like it was no development. You tell me you spend another 30, 40 years on this earth and you ain't learned nothing on how to be wiser. You just an old fool.
But what is you talking to that little girl about? Travis Scott, Uzi Vert? Like what are y'all talking about? Barbie dolls or something? Like TikToks?
Well, we know what they was talking about. They was talking about 25 a cheek. That's what they talking about.
That shit is crazy.
Got no real conversation. And let me welcome into the show, Bolo TV, The Village. Good day, man.
What's the deal, everybody? What's going on? Thank you for having me. Blessings and salutations to everybody. I just came up here for one specific thing, and then I'll drop. Nowhere in the scriptures does it gives you the age of Mary and Joseph. So what BMU is talking about is total false. Okay, it's total false. They don't tell you that Joseph was 22 and she was 14. I don't know where he gets his information from, but there's no scripture in the Bible that tells you specifically what their ages were. And this is the point that we're saying. When cats start embellishing information just to make their point, you know what I'm saying? We got to stop that. If you don't know, you don't know. Now, are there assumptions of the age gap? Yes. You know, theologians will say there was a 12 to 11 year difference between their ages. But nowhere specifically does it say that he was 22 and she was 14, because that's specific.
That's true. But that means what?
And what I would have asked him is, give me chapter and verse. Give me chapter and verse.
What does that mean?
So you know, here's the thing. The thing is, it's a testimony to the man opposed to a testimony to the woman, right? Because a young girl in her thought process, you know, the way they're taught, you know, is to be taking care of these things, and they're taught from infancy. But when you're looking at a man that's 55, 60 years old dealing with a 19, 20-year-old, it's really a testimony to how inadequate he is in dealing with women that have a mindset that is equal to his. But she can't add to him at all. She can't multiply. She can't pray for him. She can't do any of these things. So if anything, it's about, and you know, I said this to you before, it's about mediocrity. Mediocrity is the new standard when it comes to men. Just because you function in your dysfunction doesn't make you functional. And cats keep thinking that they don't want to grow. They just want to meet these women that are dysfunctional themselves. They're dysfunctional themselves, so that they themselves don't have to grow. They're not held accountable to what true men, you know what I'm saying, are held accountable to. And that's the issue. And that's the problem that we keep having. We keep arguing the false narratives. The narratives are, you know what I'm saying, men have to be held accountable for what they're supposed to be doing as men. Stop bitching, stop getting emotional, and start dealing with what they need to deal with as men, period. Let's leave the women alone for a second. Let's deal with us. The women ain't going nowhere. Let's deal with us. And once we can do that, and get ourselves right, now we can come to the women and create an environment where they're comfortable, so that when we do give them correction, it's not in the manner of them being attacked. It's not going to be a consistent thing, because again, when you get on these platforms and people are speaking and having conversation, it's not coming across as love. It's coming across of attacking. So this is why, even though what you say might be right, they're going to push back. Why? Because of the way you're giving it. Now, I'm not saying that there aren't situations when you have to give it rough. There is, but that's the exception. That's not the rule. That's the exception. And we have to stop making the exception the goddamn rule. We have to stop. Every example someone gives is totally left. But what if she slept with 18 different dudes and went to, come on, man. That's not every situation. So that's all I wanted to say, man. And thank you for having me up. Love you. Have a blessed day.
Yo. I really appreciate you coming up here, Bolo, because everybody think I got a problem with a lot of old dudes, but if that's not the case, it's just I got.
You do. Don't start lying now.
No, listen, I got a problem with old fools. But when old men like Bolo come and start speaking wisdom, you know what I do? I be quiet, because he know what he's talking about. So I appreciate you showing them the other side of the old man today.
Oh, okay. So Papa did teach you something. Also, all them whoopings Papa gave you did resonate. Okay, good.
The thing is this, man. We just gotta, listen. The problem is a lot of the times when we have these conversations, it's not about growth, right?
Right.
These conversations that we have, it's about egotistical conversation. Who has the mic drop? Who has the last say? Or who has that information? And it's not about that. Everybody has something to add. Everyone has something to add, right? So if we're here genuinely having a conversation about growth, if we're here having a conversation truthfully about growth, then let's earnestly have this conversation and really sit down and hear each other out. And if someone is wrong, let's not be egotistical and say, you know what, I was wrong on that, because there's plenty of times I've been wrong, and I'm not man enough not to say I'm wrong. right? Here's the problem. When you're not man enough to say you're wrong, then you're not man enough to grow. And we understand that there is no comfortability in growth, right? It's new landscape that you're traversing. So the topography isn't normal, right? It isn't normal. But people keep mistaking movement for progress. You can move in the same place and not progress. And that's the issue. We need to start dealing with the hurts and the traumas that we have within ourselves, opposed to just going out there and spewing out information. Because what happened is how you feel, and how you feel is how you see. That's just how you see. And even though you might have the right information, if you give it from a corrupted perspective, then therein lies the problem, right? So although you're giving this information to women, and it's to grow them, but at the same time, they're going to look in which you're giving it. And I give this example and I'll drop. I know I said it. You know, if your favorite food is spaghetti, and I give that spaghetti to you on a garbage can lid, you're not going to eat it. You're just not. But if I give it to you on the finest china I can find, you will eat it, and it goes into presentation. So if I pull Rilla to the side, Rilla and I have had contentious conversations personally. Right? I don't take offense if he's correcting me. He doesn't take offense if he's correcting, if I'm correcting him, because he understands that it's love. I understand that it's love. And if I'm going to check him the way I need to check him, I'm going to pull him to the side as man and be like, yo, bro, come on, man, you bugging. The same way he would do. So once we get that environment of love, if I'm checking Sharon, if I'm checking Smitty, anyone on the panel, if you understand where I'm coming from, that buffer or that garrison you have of pride, it's gone. Now you're saying this brother loves me. He doesn't have to take the time to talk to me, but he is. And that's where we need to start from. This is why God tells you, love yourself. Love your brothers, you love yourself. A lot of us don't love each other. And love is an action word.
Great place to land it. Let RA go. I want to see what RA got to say.
Hold on.
Why y'all interrupting?
Hold on. Let me just. I only
being a damn beavers.
I only get a couple. Aaron L, $2. Hold on.
I was soaking that in.
Looking at something strange doesn't mean immoral. Aaron L is crazy for that one. Bob with the 199. Would the media cover this if it was Belichick? Absolutely, they would still cover it. But it's that nobody actually cares about Belichick. He's not moving the needle of anything. He's not influencing nobody. Unc is influencing people on a day-to-day basis. People want to be like him. They want they vodka. They want they cognac
and blame him out.
All that. So he's influencing. Belichick is not influencing anybody. Even while he's getting a spot on maybe a Fox or ESPN, nobody really cares about Belichick.
Right. Let RA talk. He got some wisdom to speak now. Let's hear RA.
Let me just say this.
There you go.
Even though what the brother said, all is good, and that is for some men. But I wouldn't use the Bible as the moral compass or the guide as far as what men should do and shouldn't do and so forth and on, because I know Christianity is for Christians. I'm not a Christian, but there's some things that are good in the book that can be principled, but I wouldn't use it as being authoritative as far as word for word, translation for translation, whether it be from the Aramaic, Hebrew, or the Greek, or the Latin. But I understand how that plays a big part in the psyche, in the moral value system of Black people in America, because of how that all came about.
Can I respond to that? Can I respond to that?
Hold on.
I'm not finished.
Bolo want the first crack at it.
The only thing I'm saying is that what the brother said was well spoken, but that to me is for Christian, because I'm not a Christian. The reason I'm saying that is because I'm not a Christian. I'm not a Muslim. I'm not a Hindu. I'm not a Buddhist. I'm not any of that. I have an understanding of a divine creator.
We know you're spiritual.
But that's the same thing. That's the main thing. I'm consciously spiritual.
Don't help about he's an old nigga. He's supposed to have this, Smitty.
My response to that.
Hold on. Listen, either man's supposed to be a Christian.
That's all I can do.
Either man's supposed to be a Christian. Either man's supposed to be a Christian. And most
all right. before you
They
go
will talk
to
all this evangelical talk and all this rigid religiosity. At
The
the same
conversation
time,
was
they
around
use-
there.
no, but there's no problem with it. I'm speaking to, I believe that it is a hindrance to the progression of our people in America, but not in particular all over the world. Religion as a principal concept within society from ancient to now has been one of the most grievous diabolical systems ever constructed out of the minds of men. Now that's my belief. That's my.
Now, let me respond to that. I will agree. I will agree with you. Right? I'm not a religious man neither. Okay. You never heard me, and I don't know. This is my first time speaking with you. I don't kick religion. I kick the Bible.
Oh, well, I don't even kick that.
Cool. Okay, cool. I got you. I got you. Cool. Cool. All right. Cool.
The Bible.
I understand. I got you. Here's the thing, right? At the end of the day, a part of your belief system, whether you want to accept it or not, was formulated by the scriptures. It's formulated by that book that you say in Aramaic. And I hate when people say, you know, we have to read the original text and all that. You can't read Aramaic. You can't read Hebrew. Hold on. Let me finish. I didn't interrupt you. I didn't interrupt you, my G. You can't read Aramaic. Most black people can't read Hebrew, right? So the book is translated into a language that you can understand. Now, if it's on you, the individual, that you want to do more deep diving into it, you have every tool that you can do this. You have a computer in your pocket. So all of these texts are breakable now for us to understand, right? So now when you talk about the Bible, you know, man has used many texts to hold back other men. They have used many texts. They have taken many things out of context to propagate. That's what religion is. Religion
hold back whole nations.
Got you. And that's what okay, so here's the problem with us as a people. We don't like to read. That's our problem.
I read
right?
all day.
So I said as a nation, so this is not specifically towards you. And that's the problem. The problem is when we're talking about the macro, cats want to make it about the micro. We're talking about a nation. We're talking about black people, right? But we're always individualize the conversation when we shouldn't. We're trying to make this a general conversation, right? So when you sit there, it hurts me to know that everyone talks about the Bible being what the white man used to hold us when the Bible's a black man's book. Everybody in the book is people of color. I don't know what y'all reading.
Wait a minute.
So
when you say everybody in the book is people of color, what do you mean?
When you read, hold on, brother, hold on. Let me get it for you. When Solomon put his hand, when Solomon said, "I am black but comely," in 1 Solomon chapter 1, verse 7.
Very well. I know it very well.
All right, brother. So these are men and women of color. You ain't white in the Middle East.
No,
now they can. You gotta let me finish, my G. I'm gonna let you rock. Let me know when you're done.
I'm not arguing the fact that you don't have a right to believe what you believe. You don't.
I'm not arguing that fact neither. I'm not arguing that fact neither. What I am trying to enlighten you on is when you take the chains off of the slavery that we. You gotta let me finish, my G. Please let me finish. I didn't interrupt you. When you take the chains off of the slavery and what man has done with this book, right? And you read it for what it is, you open up a whole different understanding of what it is. We're understanding this book from a Western thought process, and this is why we see things the way we see it. We're not trying to understand it from the perspective of who it was written to and for.
How old are you, brother?
I'm 52.
Okay, I'm 68. So
okay,
bro, what you talking about? I done been there, done that. I'm saying that I'm not asking you for questions and clarity on translation and or what people classify as scripture, which is nothing but written word. So when people use that term scripture, they use it as if it somehow is encompassing of steering of the hand of the divine from beginning to end. I don't. So I'm saying there are plenty of.
Well, I was responding to what you said. You made a statement pertaining to it. It was written. You used it to say religion. I agreed with you. So I'm responding to the context of the statement that you made. So this is the point of the matter, right? Again, I don't like have branch conversations. I like to deal with the root of the issue.
But
A lot of times on these platforms,
right?
Say it again.
You know, you're speaking to well, let me say this. You're speaking to a non-Muslim, non-Hindu, non-Buddhist, Taoist. That's who you're speaking.
And I'm the same too. And here's the thing.
Book, the message is for the people that are.
Can I ask you a question? All right, let me ask you a question.
Yeah.
Your birth certificate, right? It has your mother and your father on it, correct?
Yeah, legal insurance.
Okay.
Yeah.
Cool. Prove to me that your mother is your mother without that birth certificate.
Prove to you that my mother is my mother.
Correct. Without the birth certificate.
I could do that. I could do that through genetics.
The genetics. Listen. Oh, hold on. Let's walk this down. The genetics is only going to show that you're related. That's all it's going to show. It's not going to show that she's your mother.
Okay. I think I know where you're going.
So the point that I'm saying to you is everything that we deal with as man on this earth is written down. There's nothing on this earth, on this planet that we don't deal that's written down. So the point that I'm trying to make to you, is your whole setup in the way you think came from a book or books.
So it didn't come from oral tradition. It didn't come from
oral tradition. You didn't get oral tradition. You didn't get it.
My parents raised me. My grandparents raised me.
And where did your grandparents and where did your parents get their information from? See, this is the conversation I'm talking about, branch conversations. This is the conversation. Your parents, listen, everybody on this planet right now walking the earth, 50 years on up, 50 years on up, RA, has gotten there. Every human being on this earth that is walking 50 years ago and on up has gotten their information from some type of text.
Some type of what?
Some type of text. Written down. Text.
Oh, text.
Yes, that's what I'm saying to you. So when you use that as it's a false normal, when you use that example that it was written down and oral and this and that. Nowadays, oral is the worst thing in this day and age.
I'm saying this. What are you trying to convince me of, brother?
I'm not trying to convince you of anything. My job is not to convince you. My job is just, I'm going to explain. Let me explain, brother.
What I said.
The problem that I have with what you said is.
Hold on, bro. Let me try to help you out. So,
that's what he could. It was good. Don't help him. No, this getting good. You let stuff go on and on.
He couldn't wait to hop in. Why you want to hop in old niggas' arguments all the time?
So I'm stopping Sharon. I'm trying to stop.
I knew you couldn't wait.
Now I'm gonna let Sharon. I'm gonna see you let foolishness go around for an hour. Let Bolo cook. Let ONG.
That's what I was typing in the chat for you behind.
Okay, we can clear this up real quick.
Rahotep, we're gonna allow you to talk, but you gotta allow that. You cannot interrupt every 2 seconds.
Okay.
When Bolo is talking as well. So go ahead, Rahotep.
I'm gonna get another cup of tea. I'm gonna land it real quick, brother. Whenever I've been on panels,
slap the taste out of your mouth. I'd like to see you try.
It says, bye, old man. Learn to shut the F up and let others speak. So if y'all want to bring Rahotep back, either man, it's $20 to bring him back.
Oh, nigga. I'm just saying, but like, hey, Smitty, you said something that was just next level. He said, man, let that man talk. I'm getting some revelation knowledge. I'm getting some wisdom from when Bolo was talking.
All right, good.
Listen, let me tell you, when Ari started talking, I saw you look up to the sky. I saw you start looking away. Like, it's levels to wisdom, bro. I keep trying to tell y'all, like, people think I'm mean when I'm just not going to sit around and listen to no old food.
Well, you just very aggressive to those who you know was older and weaker than you at this point because you doing push-ups and you feel like you getting your in order. So now you want to try going to singers. That's your...
So anybody that want to say Hotep and Hotep,
I ain't mad at you, E.
Hotep could also save himself if he like. Omega Drags Gaming channel with the 199 says you can lie in books. What you mean?
Hey, Sharon, have we not recognized even in our schools that the history books have had to been changed over the years? The history books that your daughters or my daughter has right now was not the same pages that we had when we were coming up. So maybe there might be something there. I don't know.
Well, you know what it is, Smitty? We have become so intellectually lazy.
Yes.
That we want everything just handed. No one wants to go out there and figure it out. And this is the issue of what we do, right? What we do is when we intellectually become lazy, then whatever's given to us, we accept. When you go out there and work for something and you figure it out, it's not just about the information. It's about the journey, not about the destination. It's the journey, because the journey is what prepares you for that destination, right? The learning skills, the homework you had to do, the investigation you had to go through, all of these things prepare you mentally, emotionally, spiritually, and physically, not only for information to broaden your horizons within yourself, but when you talk to women, when you talk to men. A lot of these dudes are so off when it comes to women. Women can tell them what they want. These guys just miss the whole cue and just continue doing what they're doing, expecting that woman to tap in. And I'll drop. I know I told you I was going to drop, but here's the thing: misconception, guys.
Nah, keep
obedience. Obedience is demanded.
You're gonna be up here for 3 more hours.
No. I promise you, I'm breaking out. Obedience is something that God demands. Submission is a choice. It's a choice when she decides to say, I'm going to follow your plan. So if you're not giving her something to submit to, don't blame her for not submitting to you. You are the problem. Look in the mirror, look at yourself, do what you need to do, get to the point there where you need to be as a man. Know what your worth is, so it shows your value and your standard.
Bolo,
and that's
Sharon said, no. Sharon said, repeat that one point though about submission being a choice and what God commands. You're saying repeat that.
The difference is God demands obedience. There's no question with that. You have to obey me, or you know what the other spot is.
Get down.
Submission is something that a woman chooses to give to you, because she doesn't have to give it to you. And this is the problem. Our problem is we're trying to make ourselves available to everybody, opposed to making ourselves available to that one woman that we're supposed to be looking for. Lamborghini don't advertise for everybody. They advertise for a specific group of people. And when you make yourself available to everybody, that's when you're worthless. When you make yourself available to somebody, that's where your worth shows. And that's our problem. Yes.
I want to ask you this question before you go, brother. So, you know something that I've never really heard too much of, and maybe you can enlighten me, okay? And whoever else is up here. We all know about what the word says as far as the woman's like obligation to the husband. I hear that a lot in these spaces. What is my obligation to my wife?
To give your life. To give your life.
But what is that, Bolo?
To give your life. That means everything up under that. That means to provide. That means to nurture. That means to grow with. That means to be patient. That means to forgive. That means to walk it down. See, what people don't understand when they read Ephesians and it talks about God prepared, when Christ prepared the church for himself. Remember, he said, I prepared the church with no wrinkle.
Okay.
Right. See, we look at marriage wrong, especially the ceremony, right? When the woman walks in, the man is already at he's already there standing, and it's about how beautiful she is. That's not what it was. When that man is standing at the altar and that woman is walking in, what he is presenting to the world is, look what the Lord gave me the strength to nurture and to grow in. I had a hand in this woman being who she is today. We don't do that. We browbeat them, we beat them down, we do all these different things, and then say, okay, now go make me a sandwich. And the Lord tells you, he's never seen a man hate himself. Love your wife as you love yourself. So when it comes to what a husband is supposed to do, a husband is supposed to protect. A husband is supposed to nurture. I'm supposed to sit with my wife and build with her if she doesn't see something. I'm supposed to forgive her when she makes a left turn. I'm supposed to do all these things, and my love will surpass the love she has for me. A woman can't love a husband as much as he loves her, because his life is supposed to be given for her. The same way a child can't love a mother as much as a mother loved the child, because her life, if needs be, will be sacrificed for that child.
Uh-oh.
Right.
But Bolo,
Sharon,
they say
Sharon, hold on, wait. Man, I want to shut up. So as the married man, now that that's answered, we all know there's a individual, unique package that love should be. So all the married men, I don't know, Sharon, you the host, start off. Like, what do you feel is your obligation to your wife? Do you have any at all?
To be honest, me and Bolo is in 100% agreement on the things that he laid out. I do all those things, and like you know, people they always question like, how you teach your wife English? That's because I'm a nurturer. I'm a natural teacher.
Okay.
I naturally teach my family with love, even when I'm screaming and yelling. I'm doing out of love. I want you to be better.
Okay.
And so that's why they don't, even if it makes them aggravated that I'm trying to uplift them, they know I'm doing it out of love. And so therefore they accept and they are willing to submit to say, God damn it, daddy. All right, I'm gonna do better. Or God damn it, husband, I'm gonna do better. Because they know I'm doing it out of love. I want us all to be moving in the right direction. So I'm in 100% agreement of what Bolo said.
Husband is being a husband is not an entitlement, man. It's a service.
It's a service.
It's not an entitlement.
Yes.
That's the problem. The problem is if you're in a marriage where you have to worry about yourself, this is where selfishness comes in and things of that nature. My job is to worry about my wife. Understand something. My job is to worry about the kingdom. Her job is to worry about the king. That's how that should work. So when I'm taking care of my wife, I don't have time to take care of me because all of my time is making sure that my family's good, such and such, such and such. Her job is to say, let me make sure my king is right. Because now when she starts taking care of herself, something is happening now, right? There's something that I'm missing. And that's the issue. Now, again, that don't mean that I'm not trying to eat healthy or I'm not jogging a mile like, you know, Sharon and them say, jog a mile and come back a mile. No, that's not what it means. What it means is that at the end of the day, Christ died for the church. He died for the church, bro. And this is our problem. Our problem is we're looking at being a husband as being a king. And no king in the scriptures that you look at that really wanted, no king wanted that position. No true king ever wanted that position.
Heavy as the head.
Woo, they never wanted it. It was put on them. Those dudes that want that position, those are the ones you look out for because those are the selfish ones. Them dudes that are pounding their chest, jumping up there saying, women need to do this and women. I've never had a conversation with my wife pertaining to submission. There's no other option. When you come with the love and the leadership of Christ, the response of that is submission. So there was no conversation. When you have to have a conversation with it, it's not a testimony to who she is. It's a testimony to who you are.
Yo, Bolo.
Hey, Chicago, you know what I just thought of when Bolo said that? It's probably why my last daughter got so much vengeance towards me. That's probably all my wife thoughts. All my wife thoughts when I be telling her, hey, we do like this, she'd be like, oh, I know he's saying it out of love. So my daughter came out, Dad, no, I don't want
to do it. Shout out to baby girl.
Go ahead, Chicago Gorilla, and I want to bring BMU in there because I know he want to address some things because he just got out his meeting. Go ahead, Chicago, then BMU.
All right, I'm going on mute. So I'm about to walk in the gig just to for what Smitty was saying. You know, my obligation is to cover her, right? That's my sole obligation. So much so, Bolo, I don't know if you remember, and I'll divulge it if you don't mind, but we had a conversation offline where I was right about the time I was we were getting married. This was 3 years ago. We were getting married. I was really kind of low-key stressing, right? Because one of the things that drove me to enter into covenant was that I felt she wasn't properly covered the way we were going about it. And Bolo helped me unpack that and kind of understand, like, you know, in the eyes of God, yes. Now, if you want to be recognized by the state, that's one thing, right? But that doesn't determine the covering. So now what that did was, for me, it was a key unlock to really lock in and focus on the covering piece, right? And then covering her, that satisfies all the other obligations. And Bolo's spot on with that. Like, my job is to oversee the kingdom, right? And her job, I love that. I'm actually gonna tell her that. I'm gonna remind her to see about the king.
Go ahead, BMU.
I think that personally, like being a student of the Bible, and also, I think a lot of times the reason that the churches are so empty is based on because of the overwhelming teachings that these pastors are doing for money and not for the good. But also one of the things is I think that as Christians we give people we treat the Bible like it's a comforter when you're cold.
Ooh.
But what we have to understand what the word is a two-edged sword. And sometimes when you're even speaking the words of scripture, it not only cuts you and holds you down, but it also cuts into the other person for better. And so one of the things that I disagree with Bolo when he says that ages were not giving, well, I'll say this first because we talk about marriage and how important marriage is, and marriage is a beautiful thing. Everywhere, have the men up here married, absolutely. But then the scripture also talks about other things when it comes to marriage as well. And I think the reason that so many marriages fail is because they go into a marriage with a temporary mindset, thinking that they're always going to be happy, that they're always in the Bible. Never in no scripture that I've ever read promises happiness. It promises moments of joy. Happiness is a temporary state. And if you put your dependability on something that's temporary, that's why the marriage divorce in our culture is at 70%. So then I'll go to what Bolo also said about the ages of Joseph and Mary. In that if we go read in biblical, like he said, he was absolutely correct. It's not in the scripture, but if you go read biblical text and you go read all the things surrounding that area in that time period, young girls were betrothed between the ages of 12 and 16, meaning they prepared those girls for marriage between those ages at that time. Also, to know that Joseph was much older is because of Joseph's position. What Joseph did for a living, right? Joseph was a carpenter, right? So during that time, most men, when they became a carpenter, became men of substance. Then those men were in their early 20s and their 30s. This is fact. And if I need to email it, because me and Bolo know each other, we've had these conversations. I can email these things to you to show you in those time periods, girls were patrol between 12 and 16. Let me know that Mary was between that age. The reason I know that Joseph was in his 20s and early 30s is because, and when you have a position in carpentry, you were between that age. That is factual in that area in that time period. But I'm not. But go ahead.
Can we agree that you strung that together to give age? Like you,
I really would like to hear what Brother Bolo has to say in response.
No, it's my turn. I let y'all cut me off for 30 minutes.
Go ahead, fine.
It's my time to talk.
I'm trying to hear what Bolo got to say behind that.
Nigga, Smitty trying to start some drama. Go ahead, Bolo. Since Smitty just want to hear you. Go ahead, Bolo.
What I would say to that is, right, there is conjecture that we can use to kind of figure things out. The problem is, one, I never said anything about marrying for happiness. I think that's an issue. I think that's a problem because love is an action word, which you always hear me say, right? Mm-hmm. Happiness is fleeting, right? Happiness is fleeting. One day I can love my wife and not like her in a moment. Same way she can love me and not like me in a moment because of an issue. So I never said marry for happiness because, again, like you said, that's one of the reasons why we have so much divorce. Secondly, when you stand firm in saying that she was 14 and he was 22, that's the problem. The problem, you see how you just broke it down? I wouldn't have came up. If you said that, when you look at, he was a carpenter, he was this, because some people say he was 90. Right? But then when you look at conjecture, a 90-year-old is not doing carpentry work. Right?
Exactly.
So when you break it down in the aspect of saying, listen, there is no scripture that says the age of Mary or Joseph. However, this is what this, and the third. Now what you're doing is you're leaving the door open. And I have no issue with that because, again, I can't tell you what the age was because the scriptures don't say age. But when you come definitively and say 22, 14, that's where we have an issue because it doesn't say, nowhere in the scripture does it say age. Now, again, I agree with you. They were betrothed at a young age, right? So there were exceptions to the rule. We don't know if the same situation happened to Mary and Joseph because they were different. It was just a different situation, right? So that's the point that I'm making. Were they betrothed young at that age? Yeah, but remember, the thought process back then was totally different than the thought process now. A kid 14 in America is different than a kid 14 in Afghanistan. A kid in Afghanistan is more of a man than a kid at 14 here in America. So these men and women back then had to work. There was no PlayStations. There was no internet, right? Their mothers taught them the role of a wife from conception. The fathers taught the sons the role of a husband from conception. We don't have that now. So it's a different thought process. And that's why I say when we try to understand this word and we put this Westerner thought process to an Eastern society, this is where we go left. This is where we go off. This is why you have churches saying you got to give me a Movado watch. This is why
I'm not giving nothing to the church until they show me what God.
Bolo, let me say this before Hotep jumps. Let me say this before Hotep jumps. Hold on, let me say this before Hotep jumps on the casket while they're lowering it. Listen, I want to say this, and also, because remember, Bolo, I mean, you had a conversation about, learning more about the word, and so that's why I took some time to invest in and on, about it, Dallas Bible Theological Institute. You go. Whatever, yeah, you know more about that. So we talked about this a long time ago, you and I. And so, in learning that, we do understand that. I want to talk to you about Deuteronomy 24:1 as well. That any man who finds indecency in his wife, he should give her a certificate of divorce and ask her to leave his house.
Correct.
But you'll talk about that later because that came up yesterday in another conversation. So we'll talk about that later. But yeah, that's what I was saying when I first came up. I didn't say the Bible said. I just want to make that correction. I said I just gave the age.
I misheard, my brother. Did I misheard?
Yeah, I didn't say the Bible said. No. I never said the Bible says that Mary and Joseph was this age. I didn't say that. What I said was Joseph was this age and Mary was that age because we spoke about the age ranges while we were while we were at the Bible Institute. Whatever we talked about the age groups and the areas where they were and what it was at that time. So, yeah, I just want to make that correct.
Here's the thing to that, too. Here's a problem with that, too. When we put such specific numbers, that's like saying, the Big Bang Theory. It's a theory.
Mm-hmm.
Even in the breakdown, it's Big Bang Theory. But the way man speaks is as if it's fact. This is
right.
Science is man's best guess.
This brother sounds like a preacher. He sounds like
what I'm saying? Science is man's best guess. So again, I'm not against what you're saying as far as 22, 20, or 14 or whatever. What I'm saying is when we're so specific and so honed in to say, listen, he was 22, she was 14, regardless. Let's say outside of the scripture. That's still, because my question would have been to the theologian teaching me that is where you get that from. Specifically Mary and Joseph. Where do you get that he was 22 and 14? You didn't give an age range. You didn't say between 18 and 26 and she was between 12 and 16. You said 14, 22. So I'm going to need information because people are going to give me pushback. So I want to be able to know and quote these thought processes and where you get this from. So I get it.
And I've had several, and I'll say this, and I'm about to drop off. I also had several pushback, even when I break down that when Mary and Joseph, and as well like Christmas, because people say, how can you say that it's not December? Because in the Bible it does not give you a date of Jesus' birth, but it does tell you that. It does tell you that the wheat was right, and the wheat was growing and beautiful, right? Which in seasonal times the wheat is dead in the winter.
Yes,
so there's no way possible.
I get it, but that's
you see what I'm saying?
Even when it come down,
man, shut up. You're not qualified to talk about this.
All right, listen, we know why you quiet. Listen, but even when
I can't save you now, you don't.
No, I can go with it.
No, the whole point is like so
BMU, not giving me no time. I'm
listening, you, man.
So BMU, listen, we say that we observed his birthday at that time. It's an observe. We don't say that his exact birthday was this day at this time. They say, hey, this is the time that we chose to observe it. So this idea that we got to have the exact time that we actually celebrate the birthday of the is totally different.
Problem with that, man. Here's the problem with that. The problem is you can't make something that's not nothing. Right?
Come on.
And what I mean by that is Christmas is a paganistic holiday, brother.
Oh, it is.
You can't choose to say I'm going to put Christ's birth on this day when they give you a range of him being born in the spring.
No, hold on, no. I get what you're saying. Hold on, so Bolo, what I'm saying is, I can choose what day I observe it. I didn't say that was his birthday. So sometimes we get into this.
It's still pagan if you even choose.
Wait. Hold on. Real quick, E. If you can choose the day if you can choose that, then what's the point of going by the word? That totally
contradicts.
Well, it doesn't. Let me tell you why.
So you saying you're gonna make it up as you go?
No. It's not that. So listen. So I can choose, like when we start looking at stuff. I don't want to go into the Bible with communion. I can observe this thing and celebrate it and choose to do that. Like this idea that you said that I can't celebrate unless I know the exact day. It's crazy.
I didn't say that.
It's a pagan holiday.
Hold on. Hold on.
I'm out of that.
What I'm saying to you is this. Okay, let's look at Easter. Right, Easter is mentioned once in the Bible because that's what the Roman Greco Empire called Passover. Right, that's what they called it.
Constantine called it that.
So let's understand what this is. So Easter is the celebration of a paganistic queen.
Right. I don't celebrate none of that shit.
With the egg and the fertile goddess Ishtar. Excuse me. So we can sit here and say, nah, but I want to look at it and observe it for such and such. We can't change what it is. I can understand what's in your heart. I get what you're saying. In your heart, this is what it is. But at the end of the day, it still is what it is.
Hold on. So when we talk about Resurrection Sunday, because I don't celebrate Easter. When we start talking about Resurrection Sunday, when you actually celebrating the day that Jesus died and he came back in 3 days, you said that I gotta have. Hold on, you trying to say I gotta have the exact day that I observed that? Or if hold on, let me finish, Bolo. So you said that if that. Oh, I'm sorry.
It's Rob.
My bad. I forgot. That was that other
boy. He excited. Let me get it out, bro. Let me get it out.
Getting everybody thrown under the bus.
No. The point
it's
that
all
I'm
bullshit.
Let him finish. Let him finish, guys. Go ahead.
So if I say, hey, check this out. Jesus died for my sins and he raised on the third day, and I want to do it this Sunday in April.
Right.
And just because pagans have their holiday with eggs and all that, because we don't do Easter egg hunt, I still can observe it that day. Are you saying that I shouldn't do it in April?
You shouldn't do the shit at all, either man. At all. It's a pagan holiday.
Hey, Hotep. I promise you the funeral home's going to be open by the time your body gets there. Listen,
nigga,
I want to say this real quick.
Nigga, you don't even know me. You're not even qualified to have this discussion with me. So, nigga, so you go fall in a 6 foot hole. Nigga.
I didn't tell you to fall into a 6 foot hole. See, that's the problem right now, Hotep, that you're not listening.
That's what I'm telling you, nigga.
Okay, why?
Oh, okay, that's fine. So you do sound like a very conservative person who knows everything. By the way you speak, sir, you speak very eloquent and you speak with very good tonality, and you don't have any hood in you whatsoever. So you don't sound like a street nigger at all.
When I'm dealing with hood or dealing with nagas or niggas or Nigretians or Nagatish, I speak that language. Nigga, I come from
okay. So then you're also willing. So you're also willing to deal with the repercussions of speaking to someone as such younger than you as well. Is that what you're saying?
What repercussions? Like what? What do you mean younger than me?
We having a good conversation.
Let's not
go ahead, Bolo. I'm sorry.
I got three sons.
Let them talk to themselves.
I got sons in their 50s. What are you talking about, bro?
Okay, we'll talk about Meshach and Abednego in a second. Go ahead, Bolo.
Rod, chill for 1 second, please. Let me just respond to
you. Got sons in his 50s talking like that?
Man.
That's what I'm saying.
Oh, shit.
Here's the problem with this, man. The problem is we have to start doing the math and start doing the work. Christ couldn't have died on Friday and rose Sunday. That's 2 days.
Exactly. I was just about to say that, Bolo. You took that right out of my but you
have to start doing the homework and start doing the math, because if we can just pick and choose what we want to serve, then what's the purpose of the text? What's the purpose of it? See, if we did the homework, we would have known that there was a Sabbath in that week, and he actually died on Wednesday. Sunday is the day he rose, so that day is not counted. He rose on that day. So when you look at sunsets and you look at Sabbaths, it's the sunset from the prior. So there was the Feast of Unleavened Bread that year. So this is where things get convoluted and gets confusing. So if I can just pick a day and just say, listen, Edom man was born April 28th, but I'm gonna celebrate his birthday on December 5th. Can't do that. I understand you want to pick and choose, but then if there's a text, if God tells me, if either man says, Bolo, I'm going away, you're gonna watch my crib. I want my crib taken care of this way. You left me with rules and regulations and instructions. I sit there and say, nah, I'm gonna do what I want to do. When you come back, you're gonna have a problem with me.
I got you.
And that's all I'm saying. You know, anything else that's not, you know, birthdays, you can say all these things. If it's anything not against the Father, do you?
All right, so let's go back to Resurrection Sunday, right?
Correct.
So, because see, the biggest thing is, I think we have to be mindful of what we say, Bolo.
Yes, sir.
And the reason I say that is because as soon as we start attacking it, we hear the background noise says that don't do it at all, don't celebrate it at all, like completely get rid of it. You kind of get what I'm saying? And I heard the
that's ignorance, man. That's ignorance on their part.
No, but you gotta understand. Remember, Bolo is big. That is more people watching us, so we're responsible for the people in the crowd too. And so you gotta understand this. When I'm saying, hey, we still should observe this, that, and third. Now you might have to do your own homework. I agree that Bolo's right that you have to be able to do your own mathematics, your own homework to be able to get to exact, to be as close as possible. I'm not arguing that point, but you still got to remember, if we say, hey, it's wrong, and then we hear the background noise that we shouldn't do it at all, it can be misleading to the crowd. So that's what I'm saying.
Here's the thing. You know, but negates everything prior, right? I don't mean to interrupt you, but negates everything prior. There are certain things that we ought not do. And there are certain things that the Lord leaves open, you know, for you to figure out yourself. But there are certain things that he says, you should not do this. You should not do that. You should not do this. And these are the things that we have to hold true to. I shouldn't do that. So if I am saying to you that I've dedicated my life and I love this man who I call my Lord and Savior, I'm going to do the math to figure things out and say, hold on, okay. So like BMU said, he couldn't have been born in the winter, right? There was mangers and there was sheep grazing. So something is wrong with this. Let me just do the homework. I'm not saying you specifically. I'm just saying in general.
Hold on. Well, let me tell you the problem with what you're saying, Bolo, in my opinion, right? Okay. The problem with what you're saying is if I go to Australia or I go to the Middle East, it is summer in December.
Okay.
So when we start having this conversation, I travel.
But
so
see,
just because it's December,
here's the problem.
It's winter in Bethlehem, though.
Hold on, but here's the problem with what you're saying. Here's the problem with what you're saying, right? We still have Passover. We still have certain things that we can use to kind of guide us to what it is. I know for a fact, how about this, right? To end it here. I know for a fact he wasn't born December 25th.
Well, that's I think we know. Nobody knows for a fact when he was born.
Hey, no. Hold on. Wait. Real quick. I want to ask this question, and while we're here, then anybody who knows about it, Edaman, you, Bolo, brother, BMU, whoever may know, even you, brother Hotep, as odd as it may be, how did we actually get to the point, if we know, because I myself even know from the word, because I grew up in the church as well. It says he, was the season of harvest. There's no harvesting in winter. Now I do get you, Edaman, wherever he went, as far as
winter can be in different places.
Right, the geographic part. Now, my thing is, if that's the case, then where did we start celebrating it in December? Where did all of how we do it, how did that become to be?
Listen,
we ain't got to bring St. Nicholas into it. Just how did Christians decide it's December?
That's a long story. And I don't want to overtake Sharon's thing and make this religious conversation, because I know, and not I'm not religious, but I know, this was his time to go eat, because I seen him walk away. And now he's back. I know, right? But here's the thing. The thing is, if we're gonna say, it's like, if there are certain rules, and Sharon, he can, vouch for what I'm saying. When you look, OSHA has certain guidelines that you have to follow. You can't go out of those guidelines. Now, are there certain things that are open to interpretation and certain things? Absolutely. But when you're on a construction site, you're gonna have to have those steel tip boots. You're gonna have to have that hard hat. You're gonna have to have that jacket where you can be seen, that safety jacket.
Reflector vest.
Yeah, there are certain things that you have to have, or you have to leave that site. There's certain types of, certain stickers that you have to have on your helmet saying that you took this training to understand what you're dealing with showing on your helmet. So the point that I'm saying is, if this text says what it says, then there's certain things that we have to hold to it. Now, are there things that we can wiggle around? Absolutely there is. But the point of the matter is, we need to, I stopped talking about wives submitting to men and men covering wives because we skipped a step. And that step that we skipped was men learning their value, men loving themselves, men having their own trajectory, men having a direction, men having a God-fearing relationship. Because here's the thing, and I'm going to use Sharon because he's eating, and I want to put him on the spot. Sharon, if you have $100,000 diamond that you did all the certifications for, and you know it's worth $100,000, and I came along and offered you $20,000, would you sell it to me? If I offered you $50,000, would you sell it to me?
Absolutely not.
$70,000. Maybe, right? So the point, hold on one second, Ian. The point of the matter is, he knows the value, and he's not going to shortchange himself. So when men know their value, they'll be patient enough to wait for that woman that matches as close as they can to make them their wives, opposed to dealing with these women that they don't know anything about because they don't know themselves.
So, I kind of I got cut off. I don't want us to go too far from where I was at.
Yes, sir.
So I have did my research too, and when I started researching, like say for example, when BMU said wheat don't grow in November, and if you look at Jerusalem, wheat grows in late November and December. Like wheat literally grows at that time. So that's what I'm saying. That misinformation when we just throw out, oh, this does not happen in November or December, and this is how we dictate the time. I'm telling you that it's not like other people are not the only people that read the Bible or did this research. And when you start doing this in detail research, wheat does grow in November, in December. So now what he used to justify that the timing is not right is inadequate.
Well, that's why I said, that's why I said what I said pertaining to the thing. Listen, I put my number in the background. Take my number, give me a call, and we could talk about it on the back end, because again, this can be tedious.
I'm gonna give you a call, brother. I'm gonna give you a call.
It can be tedious.
Good luck with that one, Bolo.
It can be tedious, and it can be very, because now we're getting into history, we're getting into this, where did this come from? So it leads us.
Bolo a question. I want to ask you a question, Bolo.
So I dig what you're saying, Eda, man. I definitely dig it. But getting back to the conversation pertaining to the brothers. And this is what it is. We have to start being examples for men. And we need to start teaching men to love themselves. This is why God tells you, love your brothers, you love yourself. Because once you love yourself, you're not going to allow someone to treat you a certain way, right? You're not going to allow them to mistreat you. And that's our problem. We don't know our value. So, and this is why we get caught up. This is why we're so quick to blame women. And this woman, you have men that have been in 5 different relationships and they call them 304s. And my response is going to be, okay, cool. They were 304s before they met you. So the problem isn't them. The problem is you, because the common denominator in that relationship is you. So why are you dumpster diving, my G?
Okay, so Bolo, let me ask you a question. Back to my question. I'm going to just get a direct question from you. I want to ask you a question and get a direct answer. Do you believe in the Masoretic text, the Mosaic text?
The Mosaic text from Moses? Absolutely.
Yeah, that's what the 5 books is, right?
Yeah.
Was Moses alive at the time of the creation story in the book of Genesis?
I'm sorry, say it again.
Was Moses on the earth or alive at the time of the creation story?
The creation in Genesis? No.
Yes. No, he wasn't.
No.
So how is it that he's writing the 5 books, or what they call the Mosaic text, including in that text Genesis, when the people that were created basically didn't even have a language of utterance, meaning an intelligible language that can be spoken between people.
But what makes you say
no, I'm saying this. According to the book of Genesis,
right,
that it states that God, or the person that you guys call God, or the translators call God, created the gods created man in his image and in his likeness. Because he said, let us, which is plural, create man in our image and in our likeness. And God created him, them. So who are these entities? He, him, and them.
That's basic. Go ahead, Bolo.
No. Who? I'm talking to my brother Bolo. Me and Bolo gonna go at this.
First, okay, because now you open up a bunch of doors, so I'll walk through.
No, I'm just opening up one door.
You open up plenty, but I walk through. I'll walk through.
Okay.
I don't want to walk through. One, it wasn't just Adam and Eve on the planet.
Okay, who was those pre-Adamites then?
Hold it. You just said it. They were called Adamites.
Okay, but who were these? Okay, go ahead.
Remember the whole earth. I'm sure you heard of Pangea, right? When the whole earth was together.
Yeah, Pangea period. Yeah.
The whole planet was Eden. That's why when you read the scriptures, he took Adam and Eve and placed them in a garden eastward in Eden.
Okay.
Garden of Eden. So
you gotta let him talk, man. You gotta let him finish, man.
Here are the things, right? Let's do the math. Cain killed Abel. Adam and Eve later had a son named Seth.
No, we in Genesis, brother. With who created he, him, them? Who is the he, him, them?
Dogs, listen. If you cut me off one more time, I'm gonna end the conversation because I don't.
Okay, I'm gonna cut you off because I want you to end it because you're not answering my question.
Okay, cool.
He, him, them. Who was that God was talking to when he said, let us create man in our image, in our likeness? And he created he, him, them. They created he, him, them. Now, if there were people or entities on the planet that were before the creation of Adam or Adam, who were called the pre-Adamites, where's the story of the pre-Adamites being created? Why did Moses left that out? Why did Moses leave that out?
Do you have the answer, Hotep?
Yes.
Okay, what's the answer?
The answer is that the whole story of Genesis is a goddamn lie, and I can prove it. I have a Bible that is a King James Oxford English Teacher's Reference from 1862 that states clearly that these people or these entities were considered based on the Greco-Roman translations in the Latin and the Greek. These were other gods.
What kind of Roman?
The Greco-Roman spiritual system or belief system.
Okay, and also one more thing.
That story.
Hoteps, and you have these actual books?
Yes, I do.
Slap the taste out of your mouth. I'd like to see you try.
It says,
hold on, no, that's crazy. Hold on, the reason.
Hold on, let me read it. Hotep needs another break. Take his meds. Hit you with the 30 ball. God damn it! So it's $30 to bring Hotep back, so he could after he take his meds and he bring about this book.
But you know
the aliens.
The crazy part about it, Sharon, he argued with Botet. I'm not Botet. I said Bolo. He argued with Bolo, saying that, hey, don't use text, don't do nothing, write down. And Bolo was talking their previous conversation about how everything. Now he want to take text to disprove the Bible. Ain't that crazy?
Somewhat, yeah. Welcome into the show, Sean M. Good day, Sean. How you doing today? Good day.
I'm blessed just like everybody on the channel. Peace, peace, peace.
What's your thoughts?
My thoughts, I really wanted Bolo's TV perspective on, I know the last brother, he opened the door. So I really want his perspective on like that Christmas thing, and it doesn't have any comparison with dealing with celebrating Nimrod's birthday. I just want his perspective on that, really. I respect you, brother, and I heard you speak before on different platforms.
You hit it on the head. And the Lord,
I know.
I
know. I just want your perspective, brother. I'm sorry.
Yeah, the Lord talks about in Jeremiah that He doesn't delight in the feast of celebrating with trees and decking them with balls and things of that nature. He doesn't delight in those things. Those celebrations were happening back then. They just had different names. That's all. All they did was repackage it. That's all they did.
I appreciate it, brother. I'm just here for the knowledge and here to grow. That's all, brother. Appreciate you.
But you notice, listen, I want to point this out because this is very important. When you got an older man with wisdom, everybody come to ask him questions. Ain't nobody got no questions for RA. We don't want to know nothing inside his brain. And people don't, let me ask Bolo this. Bolo, do you think I'm too hard on people that's not wise, or should I be this hard?
I think you should have grace for him. I think you should have grace.
Hey, Bolo, I got one more question, brother. If you can answer it for me.
Let me just get this one thing, and then you can rock out, right? Because again, I don't like leaving people. I try not to leave people without context of what we're talking on. So I try to give them context pertaining to what we're speaking on, right? So Jeremiah 10:3, chapter 10, verse 3. This is what it says, right? It says, "And for the custom of people are futile. For one cuts a tree from the forest, the work of the hands of the workmen, with the axe. They decorate it with silver and gold. They fasten it with nails and hammers so that it will not topple. They are upright like a palm tree, and they cannot speak. They must be carried because they cannot go by themselves. Do not be afraid, for they cannot do evil, nor can they do any good." So these things were done, and what they've done is, and this kind of goes to what Edom Man was asking earlier. They masquerade these celebrations and try to say that they're of God, and they're not. And ignorantly, we celebrate them. And everyone on this panel knows ignorance of the law doesn't preclude you from being punished by the law. So that's the issue. So again, I'm not going to hang nobody by it or whatever. Our job is to put the information out, right? Our job is to show these young men that we just don't talk, right? Our job is to say, you know what? I got this information. Now, can it be wrong? Absolutely. The point of the matter is, as men, we converse, we have conversations, we spitball, we build, we drink, we laugh, you know what I'm saying? We joke around, and this is how character is built and integrity is built, and this is how we hold us accountable.
Nice. Yeah, Sean, I know you wanted one more question.
Yeah, you well versed, right? Bolo TV, you well versed in the Bible, correct?
I'm okay. I'm all right.
Yes, he is. I'll say it for him. He's staying humble. Yes, he is.
Okay, no problem, brother. The last verse in the Old Testament, going into the New Testament. Do you know that verse 4, 5, 6?
Oh, I'll get it. I'm an old man. I'm getting old, so I think I am old. Excuse me, I'm getting old,
which is a great thing.
Shout out to the light skinned delegation.
The last 3 verses.
No, the last verse before the New Testament.
Okay, you talking about Haggai chapter 2, verse 23, and it says
where it says "Behold," and it's like it's literally the last paragraph.
The last book of the Bible of the Old Testament, right? Is okay. Hold on. I'm wrong. I'm sorry. Hold on. See, now you're gonna make me go to my phone. Let me put my glasses on because my computer. Talking old. My computer is acting up.
I think.
Shout out to Papa. Shout out to Papa.
Oh man.
I got a funny story about that. My cousin, he went to the doctor. He's like, "Yo, doc, I don't understand what's going on. Like all of a sudden, I can't see anymore. I can't read anymore. Like what's going on? I must have something." The doctor's like, yeah, that's called old age. You don't have nothing. You are fully healthy. You're just old."
Okay, so the last book of the Old Testament is Malachi, chapter 4, and you want me to read verse 6?
4, 5, 6.
4:5. Remember the law of Moses, my servant, which I command him in Horeb for all Israel, which the statutes and judgments. Behold, I send you Elijah the prophet before the coming of the great and dreadful day of the Lord, and he will turn the hearts of the fathers to the children and the hearts of the children to their fathers, lest I come and strike the earth with a curse. Okay, what's your question?
I just want your perspective on it when it just says look and behold. And I know in every Bible they do like a certain symbol to like when the Lord says in scripture to behold. I'm not, mind you, I'm not a religious person. I just wanted somebody's perspective on that because somebody correlated that to who the Elijah they're talking about.
Well, first off, we have to understand when it talks about remember the law of Moses. You know we're not under the law of Moses no more, right? You do
Correct.
Right, so I don't know.
So we're under the law of Christ, which is 2, which encompasses, and that's a long story. So, and behold, I will send you Elijah the prophet before the coming of the great and dreadful day. Well, can that be, because I got to do some research on that, the transfiguration, because they thought Elijah was supposed to be that guy. Because Elijah was a great prophet. And remember when the Lord did the transfiguration, Christ, remember Moses and Elijah was shown and he had to let them go. Do you remember that part in the New Testament?
Yes, I'm listening to you. Yes.
Yes.
I'm not familiar with it, so I'm not going to sit in front, but I'm familiar. You know what I'm saying? I'm not like in particulars.
Oh, I got you. I'd have to do some homework on that pertaining to Elijah and the thing. Yeah.
Okay. No, I appreciate it, brother. Like I said,
I
I respect your insight, brother. That's all.
Listen, I'm not man enough to say, listen, man, I got to do some homework on that. Not everybody, I forget things, brother. I forget.
No, I'm saying because I heard different perspectives on that. I heard this perspective like, behold, the law or what I did with Moses and who was Moses and what was he under. Moses was. No, I'm saying to the fact of he setting people free. You dig what I'm saying? He was dealing with slaves, and they try to equivalate that with like the nation. The same thing what Elijah said with Elijah Muhammad, with the same thing that say, behold, remember the law of Moses.
Nah, brother.
You understand what? You understand what I'm saying? No, that's why I want your perspective. You understand what I'm saying?
It's not Elijah Muhammad, my G.
No. I understand. Even if it's not Elijah Muhammad, I'm just saying it's a perspective. The scenario is the same.
Right.
When he says behold Moses, I'm not even saying it's Elijah Muhammad or not, brother. That's not what I'm saying to you. My question is to you: is there a comparable? Is it parallel to each other, to the same thing? You understand? Because I know we've been. I look at the show. I'm sorry, I cut your wisdom, brother.
No, go ahead, brother. Go ahead.
I look at the show and I hear we all talk about wealth and all this what we need to do, and we do that solo more than a collective as we should, and we all know that. And everything is, they say we go do something black, we should open up our own, but as soon as we say that we'll open up our own, we're not going to support it. Like if I'm in the hood, I tell brothers all the time, I got a brother, I said, look, if me and my brother open up this bodega that y'all go to every morning, get your bacon, egg, and cheese, as soon as we open up that bodega, you're going to come here. All right. After a year goes by, my brother buy a BMW 1 month. 6 months later go by, I buy a Mercedes. You know what my people going to say? Man, I ain't going to that store, man. It's SM, they taking all our money. You go right back to the what I'm saying is that's a sickness besides of what we need to do in wealth. And we, like I said, I'm the 5 cents brother. Sharon know that, but I'm just saying though.
Well, here's the thing. When it talks about Elijah is a messenger of God, right? And he partook in the reconciliation and as a symbol of forgiveness and repentance of Christ. So he's just a symbol, just as many other prophets were.
All the prophets,
right? They'll tell you that Joshua was, the first coming of Christ, becoming of who he was and how he moved. However, they are similitudes. They are symbols of what the ultimate king is. The ultimate king is Christ. These were pictures, snapshots of what he is and what he came to do. So when we talk about the Mosaic law, the law could not save you. It only shaped you, right? The law that was given to Moses to give to Israel was supposed to put a differentiation between Israel and the rest of the world.
But mind you, Moses raised the serpent out in the wilderness. And keep in fact, I want
Pharaoh.
But at the same time, keep in fact, when I say the wilderness, it doesn't mean like a forest, just to be clear.
Right.
To keep context, wilderness means everything is wild and untamed.
Okay.
He had to sleep in a ring of fire. He
Okay.
had to put boards in their back. You understand? So
right. What was your purpose in bringing out that he pulled out a snake in the wilderness? What was the purpose of you saying?
No. I'm saying to the fact of what he's done, his attributes.
Right.
Also, you know what I'm saying? To what he was doing. But I wasn't even going to the fact that Moses. I'm saying
no, I'm not saying you are. But these are attributes all given to man by who?
By the one.
There you go. So this is why the Lord tells you there's no need for you to rob from me.
Exactly, 100%.
Right? There's no need, because if you're going to be by me, you have no choice but to be fly in street terms, right?
Yeah, because you're going to have life in abundance at the end of the day.
You're going to have life in abundance.
And I try to tell brothers every day, God don't make punks, man. Don't get it twisted, man.
No, hold on. But you can't say it like that. You're going to have life in abundance in obedience to the Lord.
Now, I understand that, but I'm saying, even Jesus flipped up tables when he was gambling in the spot. All I'm saying to you is, I'm saying there's a time and a place for everything. Believe me, I'm moving humble.
Hold on. Give me a mile a minute. Hold on. Because a lot of people pull out, he turned up the table. I mean, and you use that one situation to justify. I'm not saying you. They use that one situation to justify them coming with roughness. Christ was being whipped, dog, and he didn't zap them.
100%.
So if anything, I would say, okay, I understand what they were doing in the temple. I get it. And Christ showed his pisosity, right? That he was upset with them. Cool. But here it is. What did he tell Peter? Peter cut off the ear of the centurion. He said, "No, it's not now for that." Peter gave him a sword, gave him another sword. How many swords you want me to carry, brother? You want me to carry?
Right.
So the humility and what Christ was trying to show is we need to be humble. You know, do you know why the crucifixion was so ugly? Why? You know, the whipping and the beating and the thorns. Do you know why it was so ugly? Why physically he allowed that to happen to his physical person? One of the reasons was this is what when we sin against each other, this is what we do to each other spiritually.
Right.
See, we can't see it physically. When I curse you out, when I cuss you out, when I say, you this, I spread rumors, I spread gossip, I do this, I do that. We're talking to each other and disrespecting each other. This is what we're doing to our spirits. This is what we're doing spiritually to that man. When you break down that woman and scream and say she ain't worth nothing because she's had a past. This is what you're doing. When you break down that man and you say he ain't worth because he has a past and he ain't making as much as you should. This is what we do to each other. So Christ came to push, take each other's burdens, love one another, be there for one another, create an environment so that when you do give correction, so that if I do correct my brother, he ain't going to fight with me or cuss me. I don't want to fight.
No, brother, I understand what you're saying. I was just adding context to what you were saying. That's all I was saying.
Yeah, I'm saying in general. So when you have platforms like this, where you have hundreds and thousands of people looking, you create that environment so that although I could be wrong, you ask me a question, I say, I got to go do the homework to give you something very in-depth and specific. I gave you an in general answer, but our job is to create. Now, again, don't get it twisted. Doesn't mean that I can't choke you for 10 seconds. That's the legal limit in the law. If you go 12, I'm only joking. Don't choke nobody.
Okay, man.
Nah. No,
I was just saying, I don't want to condemn. I don't want to use that as a side note, as you say.
It doesn't mean we're punks. It doesn't mean that we're punks. It doesn't mean that we're weak. But
no, brother. No, brother. I was saying that
in general, because here's what makes a man. Knowing you have the power, knowing you have the capability, and restraining yourself, not doing it.
Power. Exactly, 100%. Brother, only comparison I was saying to the young brothers, because they thinking like church people are soft. Mind you, I'm not religious. Once again, I don't go to any church, no mosque, no synagogue. What I'm saying to you, I'm just talking to young people, speaking to their language and to where their mind at. That's what I was saying. And to that reference of Jesus flipped over tables. Yes, I agree with you 100%. I'm not using that as a side note, but when we all astray from God's will, God comes with a fury. You understand what I'm saying to you? And it comes his own way, and it comes with violence for you to crawl back to him and say, "God, please forgive me. I lost my way." That's the only point I was making. You understand what I'm saying to you? I wasn't saying like, I'm coming at him with that type of attitude.
I got a question for Sean. So, Sean, you said you don't go to church, right? So you don't encourage the.
I grew up in the church. I got no problem. Listen, I have no problem.
No, let me ask the question before you get offended, sir.
No, I'm not getting.
I haven't
But go
even
ahead,
asked
brother.
the
I'm sorry.
question yet. Yeah.
I apologize for cutting you off. Then I apologize. Go ahead.
Yeah. So the question I'm asking is, how are you instructing the youth to get into a church environment to learn about God?
I teach them by learning about themselves and dignity, how their nature is. You understand? All I tell them, because you can't come with them, you can't put a flashlight on somebody who's been blind for 20 years. So I leave breadcrumbs just for them to go on, because it's already in their DNA. I'm not going to judge anybody who has to turn themselves over to God to make themselves a better person. Now, whatever tool you use to become a better person, when I mean tool, is because I believe we all have one religion, that's to obey God. So when I mean a tool is if Muslim, Christianity, Jew, whatever it is, it's all of our number one religion is obedience to thy will. So whatever you use, whatever tool you use to obey that, to obey God's will, whatever makes you a better person, whatever makes you a better brother, whatever makes you a better sister, whatever makes you a better man, I'm there for you. I'm not there to strike, or you believe in Catholic, because if that makes you a better person, then through all these sects of religion, there's the divine cord of God Himself. That's all I'm saying. So that's my point. To answer your question, I leave breadcrumbs.
No, so that's dangerous, and I'm gonna tell you why I think that's dangerous, in my opinion. Right? We saying our opinions today, because I've been talking to a lot of youth, and they say that they speak to older men. They say don't go to church, or they tell them that church is not necessary, right? And then what they would do is they leave them, and so these kids still are going to turn to something. When you start talking about turning to the streets, turning to something else, I think to take them out of an institution, quote unquote church that we got to create an institution for them to be able to learn. Because if we don't do that, Sean, we just go and say, hey, don't do this. Figure it out yourself.
No, 100%. I know. I understand that. All what you're saying should have been done, truthfully, brother, 50, 60 years ago, but we were separated because of other things. What people want to hear about conspiracy, because we already see the pain. We know the problem. We can't keep on complaining about the white man. We know he don't like us and he'll kill us, and systematic. All right, fine. We could talk about to the ends of days. What are we going to do about it? When we should have doing something about it was uniting, but a lot of things divided us. A lot of strategies divided us. So what I'm saying, to what you're saying, we have to create this environment. Brother, we had this conversation for the last 50, 60 years. I'm not disagreeing with you. I agree 100% with you. It depends. Like I say, when I take my children, I'm a solo parent with 2 children. You understand? So what I'm saying, when I took my 2 children out of school, out of public school, and put them in a different school, they tongue changed automatically. You understand? So you got to straighten out people's tongues, straighten out people's minds, because the environment was different. When you go into a school, when you have a system that can't raise, that parents cannot raise children the way they want to raise children, and then you got to throw them to the wolves because she got to pay the bills. It's a domino effect. You know what I'm saying? We could talk about it any other way, but it's all a domino effect.
But Sean, no. So
1 second.
I'm not misleading those. I would never
1
tell a
second.
child don't go to church. I would tell, like I'm telling you, like I tell adult now, go whatever makes you a better you, to be righteous, to love yourself. Go do that. That's all I'm saying.
1 second. Welcome to the show, Terrence.
Yes, sir.
This is your first time here, or?
Yes, sir.
How you doing, Terrence?
Hey, bro.
What would you like to add to the conversation?
Oh no, the brothers are doing real good. The last point about how the brother speaks to the youth, what we have to realize and recognize is we've been completely destroyed as a people, and we're in rebuilding phase. You have to know where you're at. Just like when you're using a GPS, the GPS requires 2 things. 1, know where you're going. 2, know where you're at. And we have to acknowledge the fact that we've been completely destroyed as a people, and that's because of fatherlessness. The black man has been destroyed. When you don't have a black man, you can't have a black father. When you don't have a black father and a black man, it's impossible to have a black family and a black relationship.
But Terrence, I get with that, but what I think, and this, like I said, I'm giving my opinion today. I think the black men need to go back into the church. We need to restructure. See, I think the church was our responsibility that we abandoned. So this idea, so every time when I hear people have this conversation about the church and the church is not this, I think God gave us the ordained that the church supposed to be in order.
Hold on.
Let me finish, bro.
Jesus ain't never had a church. He never.
Yes, he did.
That's number one.
No, he
That's,
didn't.
that's
He
not
never.
I
true.
don't think anybody's here.
That's not a true
He never
statement.
But
told.
listen, brother, I don't
Church,
think anybody's here bashing the church in this conversation. In this last 20 minutes,
brother.
I don't think anybody's
Let me
bashing the
respond.
church.
Let me respond to what he said about Jesus did not have a church.
You didn't let me finish.
No, brother. Let's respond to what you saying about people bashing the church, because nobody bashing
we
the
got to
church.
address one point at a time. Like
what I'm saying to you, if you a star, it's just like a church could be just like what you are and what the people claim to be. If you're a man, you take care of yourself, things will come to you. So if the church will take care of itself and doing what it's supposed to do. Listen. If a church, a synagogue, or anything going is supposed to do what it's supposed to do,
I think you're missing. Listen, Sean, you missing it. I never said a building. I never said that you had to go to a location.
Brother, it doesn't matter if it's a physical place.
No. You missing it because you arguing a point that I never made.
All right, go ahead. I apologize. Then go ahead.
No, sir, I never said that you had to have a physical location that you need to. I said if you're driving people away from church is gathering the people. If you're driving the youth away from that, right. What are you doing?
Did you hear that? Did you hear that? Did you hear that in what I said, though?
No. Your response, Sean, I just leave breadcrumbs and tell them to figure it out.
I said I leave them breadcrumbs of what I listen. I'm not saying go to church because you be a better person. No, I don't say that. I use scripture. I use certain things of what they are. I use the youth where they at. If I got to talk about Thundercats to get to the youth, to get them to God, I have to come up with a formulated way to make Thundercat, Thunder Hero, and all these cats to God to bring them there. This is what I'm saying to you. I would use breadcrumbs. I'm not saying I'm gonna leave them out for themselves. It's not like I'm not gonna talk to them again. You understand what I'm saying to you?
No, I get what you said, but hold on.
If faith is small as a mustard seed, the spark in the DNA of who we are, which is our Father, should be a spark. Everybody's where they at. When they gonna find God is where they gonna find God. I cannot knock a brother who sell drugs or do any of that stuff because God haven't found them yet. And if he does find them, listen, hear what I'm saying to you. And he did find them, and they continue to sell drugs. He already know what it is because you have no more excuses when the one reveals himself to you. That's all I'm saying to you.
I'm gonna give you this. Let me read the super chat so this way you can get your chance to get your full thought out. Omega Dreads Gaming Channel. God never liked royalty. Also, Omega J Dreads Gaming Channel with the 499. The church is empty because of revelations. The jig is up. Shout out to my girl Shiesty Bomb. She became a solution-based gangster. Thank you so much. Black Beauty. She said liked, shared, and tipped the host. Thank you so much, Black Beauty. I really appreciate you. Thank you so much. Pain, Zombie Ghosting says Jesus Christ, spiritual path is sacred. And then before I get cursed out, Ronald 804 the Father says Jesus died the day before Sabbath and rose from the dead the day after Sabbath. The Friday, Saturday, and Sunday counts as 3 days. Mark 15, 46, and 16.
Yeah, so what I was trying to explain to you is that it's our responsibility as men to create the church for the young men. Now, I'm not getting caught up in the building. I'm not getting caught up in all of that stuff.
What's your definition of church?
And I'm finished.
No, I just asked him a question.
But you got to let me land it. So let me ask his question because I know he needs the question answered now. So the definition is the gathering of men and teaching of God, right? That's what I think.
Right.
That's what I believe church is.
Yeah, forsake not the assembly.
Okay, all right. So back to what I was saying before that point is the point that I'm making is that when we say, hey, I'm not a part of the church or I don't go to church, what we're saying in so many words is I am not gathering and learning of God, because that's what the church is, by the way. It's not the building. And so when we say that to the masses of young people, we typically say what I heard earlier, and if I misquote Sean, I apologize. I'm going to lead them breadcrumbs and I'm going to let them figure it out because it's in their DNA. And it's our responsibility as older men to not only be able to teach, but God can do this life a process. We almost repeating the same habits when we just say, hey, check this out. You got to figure this out. And we realize that figuring it out doesn't work. Somebody need to guide them through this to be able to be great human. So that's what I'm saying is when I say men, it's our responsibility to take over the quote unquote the word church, and we supposed to create these things that these young men can grow to be the teachers of the future generation. And that's what I don't hear in these conversations.
Well, that's what the Bible says. Young men for war, old men for counsel. You're right.
No, but what you're saying to me is, I'm not saying it like that, brother. Like I'm leaving young brothers out to dry. I might want to retract saying, well, I don't go to church and all this other stuff. I was saying that preface to let you know my perspective and where I'm coming from. I'm not saying it's not good and not bad to go to church. I want each human being to have a human experience, understand who their creator is, and learn knowledge of self. That's at the end of the day. You understand what I'm saying to you? And with the church should be, I'm not knocking the church, even if I have points to knock the church, but the church is still a foundation for people that needs to get closer to God. It's still an outlet to get to God and know God in their own way. We don't have to have, like I said, a personal relationship with our creator. You may call him Yahweh, you might call him Allah, you might call him a whole different Jehovah. It's so many names, but what I'm saying to you is what we've been doing for the last 60 years. You understand? In the 50s, brother, I know I'm going off the rail, but in the 50s, cancer was a white man disease. And in 50 years, black women leading all forms of cancer. You understand what I'm saying to you? What I'm saying to you, what knowledge are we not having because of we not being unified? We're going to have the same conversation next year. We're going to have the same black and white crime that's going to brought racial tension. In the midst of all that, I'm 50 plus years old, brother. What I'm saying is, we all seen a lot. I lived through Larry Davis and all that in New York. You understand what I'm saying to you? What I'm saying to you, we seen so many tragic things happen, and the same song happened. Peace, justice, and equality. So what I'm saying to you, instead of asking the government for it, do for self, have knowledge of self. Once you have knowledge of self, we automatically going to build, because once you have knowledge of self, you ain't going to hate your brother like that.
Right.
And you're going to see the sickness in your brother because it used to be you.
Help
you understand
self.
what I'm saying?
Help
So what I'm
self.
saying, this is how I help. This is how I help with the sickness that I can identify because it used to be in me, and guide them like, look, man, this is what it is. Because number one, I don't have the answer, but as a responsible brother to you and my brother's keeper, it's to guide him in the direction who have a greater mind to me to make reach him. But me not saying nothing to him, me going to him and saying, yo, you see LeBron scored 20 points last night? Talk about BS. And I'm not talking to him about his soul and be like, yo, this is why I talk about the breadcrumbs, brother. Lead him somewhere else because they're not going to listen to you. I'm 15 years old. Remember you say, God this, God this, God this, God that. And our older folks couldn't even go in depth about God. So that's why it never reached us. You understand what I'm saying to you? And that's
But
all.
it did reach out.
No, hold up. That's no fault to them. Hold up. Let me land. That's no fault to them because that's the knowledge that they had. I'm not knocking nobody. I'm just talking about the scenario, what happened. So when you just come at God to people, especially with a devilish world, you got to come a whole different way, brother. God works in mysterious ways. And I'm saying for me just to walk the streets, be outside, and drop breadcrumbs to brother and just saying, yo, what's up, what's good? Yada, yada, yada. Talk a whole lot of nonsense. Or instead give him some spiritual, fortified soul of fruit and let him know I'm your brother and I see great in you and go ahead and do what you got to do. And the next time you see me, I'm going to talk about what we talked about. If not, but what I'm saying, I'm not disturbing nobody from going to church.
No. So I got it. So you drop the breadcrumb, they accept Jesus Christ as their Lord and Savior. How do
if they accept, no, ain't about Jesus Christ, it's about anybody. It's Jesus Christ or whatever makes you a better person. I don't want to put nobody in the box, brother. This is what I'm saying to you. Because God is all. You understand what I'm saying to you?
Let's move past that point. Hold on. Let's move past that point.
But that was not the crumbs he dropped. That wasn't the crumbs he dropped.
No. Listen, because it's more. How do you cultivate it after they accept God?
Brother, I just said I will guide them to other people who's doing that in the church, synagogue. Go find. Number one, I would tell them to talk to God himself because he's in you.
I agree with what the brother said.
That's what I would say. That's what I would say. Right. And then you would decide and you're going to understand. And first of all, I would talk to brother, like, look what we're doing. And I would give him some jewels and like, look, this is what it is. Yo, you can put some money in a mutual fund. You can do this now. You're only like 23 years old. By the time you're 40, you got talking about money. You got to talk. And then I'm saying you got to break it down. You got to peel the layers back before you even offer God. Hear what I'm saying to you? Before you offer any correction, to somebody that's like that.
Sean, I got what you're saying. But it's a way that seems right to a man. right? So this idea when we tell young men, hey, you know, it's inside you, you'll figure it out without guidance. I think we do
I
them
didn't
a
say that,
disservice.
brother. I didn't say.
He
I'm
never
saying
said
at
that.
first you must look
No,
within
That
yourself and
brother don't
understand
listen
who
well.
you
no,
are. First of all,
listen.
hold on. A
I
tree
am
without
I am
roots is
responding to
dead.
exactly
Hold
what
on. Hold
Sean. No, so
Let
A
the
Sean, you
tree
brother
just
without
said
talk.
roots is
that
dead, brother.
God
Either man,
Understand
let
that.
the
So
brother
if I'm
talk.
talking to these children and they have no, I'm looking at the shape. I'm looking at the shape of what they in. So I gotta tell them about their roots because they don't even know it. And this
okay,
is why the shape that they're in. They guide, they thinking.
move
Because
past
as a
that,
man
sir.
thinketh,
No,
stop thinking
sir.
about other stuff and been thinking and manifesting. That's all I'm saying
We
to you.
move
But you
past
gotta
that.
talk to
Listen.
people where they at. You
No,
can't come with,
Sean, I
oh, I'm gonna
moved
come to a
past
church
that,
gathering.
Sean.
I'm coming to a church
Sean.
annual
No,
fundraising. I'm
Sean,
coming
now
to a
you
fruit.
repeat.
You
No,
can't
Sean.
come to them like that, bro.
No,
That's
listen,
all I'm
Sean, I
saying.
moved past that. I said they accepted the breadcrumbs. They accepted God. How do we move next to the next level? And you said I'm
They
gonna turn them
accepted
over. Hold on, this
the
is
breadcrumbs.
this is the words came out your mouth, Sean. You said I'm gonna turn them over to the synagogue. I'm gonna turn them over to whoever, whatever
I
they.
will point them. First of all, the first thing I would do is suggest to them humbly. I would not say, yo, do this, do this, do that. Number one, I would straighten out my tongue. Number two, I'm understand the shape of the tree. Number three, I'm make sure you know its roots. Number four, I'm gonna say you need a personal relationship with your creator because he loves you more than you'll ever know. That's what I'm gonna say. And then I have to break things down, bro. As where they are, where they at. I gotta cut this tree and make sure it's upright like Abraham, bro. That's all I'm
So
saying.
either man, can you accept what brother just said?
No, I
Does he have the
understand, but
right to
it's
believe?
no
No.
true guidance. That the whole
No,
point that I'm
okay,
saying is
no, it's not
let
no
me
true
respond.
guidance for you.
No,
He's talking about the
listen.
people he come in contact with.
Okay, listen. So once a person accepts God, right? And then we say, hey, go figure it out without any guidance. It's
No, we
no
never
other.
said that. He ain't never said that.
He did say. He said, I'm gonna turn them
Let me
over to a
finish a sentence.
synagogue.
Let me finish a
Listen,
sentence. Let me
hold
finish
on.
a sentence. One sentence.
No.
If that spiritual, if he likes that spiritual food, comma, then the brother and we will keep feeding him. There's
No, that's
levels in.
not what he said, though. That's the whole
That's what
point.
he meant. But that's what the
Thank you,
brother
sir.
meant.
You can't
Thank you for
interpret what he
Thank
That's
you,
meant.
what
bro.
the brother
See,
meant.
so see, but that's crazy that you inside his head
Either
and you
man,
telling
just
him.
accept what
No,
the
Hold
brother
on,
I'm
said.
saying
hold
you
You got
on.
a
can't read
right.
the
If you
breadcrumbs, though. I'm
disagree
saying,
with
hold
it,
up.
if
If
you
you about
disagree
the
with it,
church, hold up. If you about the church, you're supposed to be a licensed physician, and you're supposed to have the Jesus of. You're supposed to have the vision of Christ, and you can't see that from what I'm saying.
No.
Okay,
What I
can I
asked
say
you was
something,
simple
brothers?
question.
No,
Go
I'm
ahead,
a
Bolo. Let
psychologist,
Bolo get in
brother.
there.
I know where he's going. I'm a psychologist.
Now, can I just say one thing, man? And
Yes,
and
sir.
this is the problem that we're having. The problem is that we're having conversations egotistically, even though we don't think we are, right? Because everyone could be saying the same thing
Right.
in different ways, and because and this is where we start. The conversation gets convoluted. So the young men,
can I ask you a question, Pastor Sharon Bracey show?
Hold on 1 second, brother, please.
Okay, Pastor, go ahead, Pastor.
So when we have these young men that are looking for light, and they see the OGs or the elders, whatever names you want to call them, arguing like this is when they say they don't got their act together. So why am I going to come to them? Even if
they don't have their act together in the church. What you talking about, bro?
I'm not saying.
They don't have their act together in the goddamn church.
Hotep, stop getting.
Look at all these denominations. What are you talking about, bro?
Hotep, do you feel like Bolo is saying something that is not valuable?
No,
I'm not saying nothing to you.
I'm older than Bolo. I've been around longer than Bolo. I've been out of the continental U.S. Wait, hold on.
Hold on, Hotep. You didn't answer my.
Before I was knee high to a table.
So
I was instructed
Hotep,
and made to go to church.
Hotep. So this is what Bolo's talking about with the ego part. He never tried to pull rank on you.
Well, I pull rank on young cat because they're talking about stuff. They're talking about stuff they haven't lived.
Hey, Rob, real quick. No, I just want to say one thing, right? I'm a 2-year-old dad. And you know the most amazing thing that I found out about my child was the day she was like about, I think she was maybe about 8 or 9. And she actually taught me about like the stratosphere and atmosphere. So my point is, I actually learned from my 8-year-old, 9-year-old daughter I'm 42 years old. At that moment, you know what I did? I just simply, hold on, I'm landing it, and I'm gonna let y'all get back to it. I just simply humbled myself to the fact of information that I didn't know. I didn't sit up there and say, I'm your father, I'm older than you. Now let me tell you what I know.
And that's the point. The point is, you could be.
But before you go,
Bolo, let me just I want to clarify with Hotep. So Hotep, you gotta allow, if you can you please just allow Bolo to finish his full statement, and we allow the back and forth, but you gotta allow people to finish their full statement, not interrupt them in in 2 words, or every 2 words, and you just interject, and they never get to an actual point. You understand what I'm saying, Hotep?
Yeah, I'll agree with
Slap
that.
the taste out of your mouth. I'd like to see you try.
This is what's crazy. What's crazy?
That is wild, bruh.
Great.
What's crazy
I
is
think that's a record. Is that 5 times in a show?
Wait, before let me read a few Bolos. Shout out to the sophisticated Jerry. Good to see you, my brother. With the Twin Boy says, shout out to the panel. Drop the guy that interrupted Bolo. Shit.
Here's the thing.
I added that extra part.
Yeah,
Conversations with end of the time. Sharon, what kind of polo is that? Them ninjas. Good day. Good day to you. And Sapase, he says 4 channel support, 100. Thank you so much. Thank y'all. I really appreciate it. Go ahead, Bolo.
And this is what we're talking about, right? So you could be a 72-year-old fool, and I'm not saying that he is one. I'm just saying that don't think we hope that wisdom and knowledge and understanding comes with age. But some people just don't learn. It doesn't always pan out that way.
It comes with study and experience.
Exactly. Right. So, and it comes with patience. It comes with understanding and hearing people. And that's the problem. The problem is we're not trying to hear each other. Right. Because again, a lot of the times when you hear each other, you know what the problem is, and you know how to just to give a solution towards it. You have people up here just talking and talking and talking, and there's no solution. So this dude left with the same problem. When we're trying to say to them, all right, man, listen, everyone knows my email. I put my number out. Call me. We'll talk. Because right now, this is just general conversation. We can't get to the meat and the potatoes of it until you and I build and we kind of figure out what the issue is. So the older gentleman, he's functioning through some type of trauma, because it must have been maybe church hurt him. I don't know. But anytime you talk about church, Duke gets triggered. He gets triggered. You know what I'm saying? So
as black men, we all suffer from trauma.
Absolutely.
That's why I'm a
psychologist. This is why we need to sit down and really get to the meats and the potatoes of where we were traumatized at.
Right. Well, we have to.
But what I'm saying to that point, brother, I'm sorry, brother. Sorry to cut your wisdom. I was just saying to that part. Yes, we got to find the meat and potatoes where we at, and we all do need therapy. But in the meantime, as a community, as collective, we all in shambles, and it really would, just like a light switch, be cut on all overnight if we would just all unite. I know it's like a pipe dream, but some people say, "Oh, we'll never unite." Yeah, you just said it because you manifested. It came out your mouth. You understand? What I'm saying to you is, with all what you just said, and we all collectively agree with what you just said, brother, and we all need that trauma being fixed. But that trauma is a domino effect from 100 years to today. And I'm saying to you, that must be fixed and it must be addressed. But we need a community to have it so we can give the therapy to us as a brother, but we don't see each other. The love and hate, the hate has to get out of our hearts. You understand? We have to, I'm saying that's why they call the family, especially the black family, nuclear. The nuclear family had to be separated because they know what it pertains, that we will grow and rise. That's all I'm saying to you, brother. I agree with. I touche everything you say, King. That's all I'm saying.
Excuse me.
Salute.
Thank you. I want to say something to that, please. All right, so Sharon, I don't know. Do you got somebody in the back?
I'm sorry. Yeah. Wall Street Willie, this is my first time seeing you. Welcome to the show. Also, I want to welcome OGJ Speed to the show. But Wall Street Willie, good day, sir. How you doing?
Peace, family. I'm just enjoying the build. I probably want to jump in a bit later, but I'm just taking it in for now. Yeah,
and so I could trust you that you're not going to do nothing strange on the channel.
Oh yeah, nah, this family.
All right, awesome. Go ahead.
Yeah, I wanted to say.
Go ahead, Smitty, and then we can bring in OGJ Speed. And Willie said he's going to get him where he fit in.
So I would say, me personally, as somebody who was very, very headstrong on being an independent thinker, right? I think the most dangerous thing that we've ever done is, you know, I always say black people aren't a monolith. And I believe that we just gotten to the point where we just say that shit, but we just really don't go by what it really means. So my point is what we need to recognize is that what's really held us back is trying to get all of us to have the exact same trauma. My trauma may not come from where you come from. It may not be the same degree of what yours is, but the fact is something traumatized me, right? So I believe that a lot of times we be trying to, like, you know what I'm saying, one size fits all the pain. And it's like, no, mine may be in my arm, your may be in your side, this guy's may be in his head, hers might be in the rib or the leg or something. The fact is, everybody has to go to the same hospital and make sure that we tend to the wounds. But when I go and I can't go in there behind you, my arm hurt, your leg hurt, talking about some, yeah, heal me like you did him. That shit don't work. You see? So all I'm saying is, to land it from what I've peeped, is we just don't know how to respect diversity of thought. We too busy trying to figure out whose pain was the worst. Nah, nigga, I can top you. What you got shot once, shit, nigga. I got shot 5 times, once in the head. It's like, the fact is, both of us could have almost died one day, bro. Like, cut the shit. You know what I'm saying? So with that being said, I digress. My mic is muted. I think we just really need to, like, stop trying to, like, tell somebody how they should feel about what they went through, what really is pain, what's not pain. Mine's worse than yours. The fact is, we all have gone through something, and let's just sit down collectively as grown ASS men and women and just have the discussion. Now, if that's tough for us to have, then I'm going to tell you right now, we got a much larger problem than anything Shannon Sharp or President Trump or anything is going on. We need to take this shit back home. I digress. The mic is muted.
No, I got a question for you, Smitty. Okay, go
and
ahead.
yeah, we're supposed to be OGJ Smith. Also, caller 304 to 99 said, check them twice. We don't disrespect Bolo.
Mm-hmm.
That's right. That's right.
Hello, I'll ask OG since it's OG turn. Let me ask OG this question, right? So, OG, do you think that the older men should have a responsibility to the youth?
That's a tricky question, but I'm going to try to answer. But before I get started, thank you for letting me on your panel. Thank you for letting, I'm low.
No, you good. You good. You good.
I'm good. Thank you for letting me on the panel and all the distinguished guests you got up here, all these smart people. You know, I only went to the 2nd grade, so I'm going to try to get it in as quick as I can. And
salute OG Speed.
Salute out to the chat. You know, there's nothing greater than a good old-fashioned drive-by Bobathorn. You know, there's nothing better than that, other than when we Muslims get together and do some Holy Quran thorn. It's been a great conversation. I think some of the people, I really believe E-Man, you was not listening to the young man when he was trying to break down, and you was trying to go one way and he was going another way, and y'all really was saying the same thing. You were just saying it in a different way. So yes, older generation holds a responsibility of offering information when it's asked or needed. And that needed part is very limited, because we got to understand that the new generation has to move through this journey as we did. We had to disconnect with our older people. And when I say when it's asked, you get better response when somebody asks you something versus you trying to hit them across the head with a hammer. You just get a better response in that way. And I found out just in these YouTube streets, it don't work that way, because somebody think you kind of son them, they go just shut off. They go close their ears on you. So the best way to do it is live by example. That's number one. And when somebody asks you, hey, OG, how do you stay in shape? Or hey, OG, why do you talk different? Why do you don't use certain words? Why you do? And that's when you start getting that information. That's when that true leadership comes in, because what we supposed to be is advisors, not the one who's in front of the line.
That's a great one. Also, to satisfy Tiff, the Cash App, it says the post sucks. Thank you always. No doubt. You're welcome, beautiful. I appreciate that.
So it sounds like what I heard you say, OG, is that the older generation do have an obligation to the younger generation. They just should not give it unless asked or needed. Correct?
Yeah, well, they shouldn't try to be the star of the movie every time they turn around. That's been a problem. Trying to be the star of the movie.
That was a good one. That was a good one. I like that.
Trying to be
That's
what?
bars right there.
Well, here's the other side of the question.
Trying to be the star of the movie. That was a really good one.
Yeah.
Here's the other side of the question. What responsibility do the youth have to the elders?
Ooh.
Because a large part of our, I'm assuming like a good portion of the panel are men my age. Our generation was really big on, bucking the system, right? And we may be like one of the first generations to never have a president, right? These older politicians have been in position and are still in position. And because we alienated that, lane, that platform, now we weren't even involved. And now we want to complain and say, oh, well, the elders didn't do this and that. There is a portion of vetting that's important, coming into a system and respecting the system, or you can't blame the system. If you say, all right, I'm just going to buck this, I'm going to do it on my own, you're going to get the results you get.
But that's always been the results of all movements have always started through the youth. If you go back in history, all movements have always bucked against the system. That's why you have this disconnect with your parent. You might listen to the music they play, but you was playing your own music. So all movements have always started. If you think about SNCC, you hear about Martin Luther King, but you don't understand that SNCC was pushing that movement way before Martin Luther King ever came in. We started in the college, we started in the high school. All recruitment has always started. Just think about the military. They start in the junior high school with ROTC, and they keep moving up and keep moving up. So all movements always start with the youth. Yes, there's always been a disconnect, and I have some stripes in my back from the youth beating my ass all around the YouTube street, but I had to learn how to communicate with them too. Once I learned how to communicate with them, it made it much better for my message to get through.
But OG, like the one thing I respected about you is that you gave me the knowledge, and it was my responsibility to receive it or not. Like that's the one thing. That's the one thing I say is, OG, he's gonna lay it out here on this platform. Now it's my responsibility to take it and not ask the youth. I think that's my obligation to be able to absorb and take knowledge when it's given. Right.
But Amen. Let me just piggyback on what you just said. But we got to understand, in a season of fruit, all fruit don't come right in the same season.
Whoa. Say that shit again, sir. Goodness gracious. Wow. Facts.
Good ball.
And that's what we call sometimes, that's why I have a hard time with the term late bloomer. Are you really a late bloomer, or are you in season? All right, now watch this. Now, Edaman, to respond to what you said briefly is this, right? So what I realize is this: when you ask that question, what is our obligation as men? I kind of, one day it just boom, right? A balanced man, his obligation is three things. Learn from the one who has no future. Protect the one who carries man. Guide the one who has no past. Okay, let's break down that metaphor. Learn from the one who has no future. The elders are always talking about back in my day, we used to, because they're in their future. Learn from the elders. Okay, protect the one who carries man. Every last one of us came through the vessel of who? Boom. Okay, now guide the one who has no past. Children are always saying, when I grow up, I want to be this, because they're in their past. So a balanced man is to simply, our obligation is to learn from the elders, protect the women, and guide the children. I digress. My mic is muted. Rock out, sir.
Ooh, I was ready to call you pseudo, but that was tough. No, that was deep.
Yeah, so that's all. When I have these conversations, right, and I know y'all think I give the old guys a hard time, but when I try to press the issue of getting the revelation knowledge about of them, and what I learned is all old men are not equal. I think that's the biggest thing, because it's because I sit down and I listen to OG and I say, man, OG was telling me this thing that that I did, right? He said, hey, take this water fast. He said, trust me, your body can handle it. Just do water. You're going to start seeing your skin clear up, this, that, and third. And I took that in, and I felt like he gave me information that not only could benefit me, but the next generation if I pass it on correctly, right? But then when I listen to some people talk, it's just so fruitful in this. And then people ask us the question, they be like, well, since he's older, that means he got wisdom. And just because you've been on here long enough don't mean that you gain wisdom. And I think when young people draw the line between the wise and the fools, then that's when we, quote unquote, get criticized because we supposed to listen to them because they're our elders.
Hey, Eda Man, last part right here. Watch this. When you say men are not on the same level, so watch this. Let's take it to the big cat realm, okay, in nature. Guess what? A fully grown, healthy male leopard cannot handle a fully grown male tiger. Two different calibers, period.
And plus, you know what? You know what's important too? Because, listen, I've listened to OJ speak, and I've heard him talk, heard his wisdom. And I respect it because you know what? The information that he pushed out, I went back and researched it, and he was absolutely right. So when I call OG Speed on the back end and say, yo, OG Speed, I need this to, and he'll talk to me, okay, this is what you got to do, this, that, and the third. See, a lot of the times what he said was by example. You never hear him off the cuff. You know what I'm saying? The information that he pushes out is always consistent. And that's the thing, that if these young men just hear and they'll be like, okay, I heard him say this. When you hear a lot of these dudes, they flippy floppy. They one way one time, they go on another panel. They become a chameleon and then just merge into whatever their thought processes are. So you have to be willing to stand out because again, it's easy to blend in with the crowd. It's real easy.
But see, and I think that was the point because OG said I missed the point, right? I missed the point of what he was saying earlier. The one thing that I was saying is to lead by example. If you tell me to go somewhere else that's not a reflection of what you're doing, you're just giving me empty advice that haven't been tested. That was the point that I was making when I was like, hey, just sending me to a place that you have. Like, imagine me sending you to a church that I never attend. Like, do I really set you up
sending them to a church, brother? When I was trying to do
we got
on track.
Let me try this.
God is the best knower, so I was letting him do his thing. I'm saying, as his brother, I was just trying to give him some advice because I see the pain. That's all I'm saying to you, brother. I can identify the tree. I gotta let him know his roots and understand his creator love him. In layman terms, you understand what I'm saying to you? Because people are where they at. That's all I'm saying to you, bro. That's all. And I'm sorry if you ain't like the attitude I use breadcrumbs, but I'm just saying, brother.
But here's the issue.
I said something. That's all I'm saying to you, brother. Not knowing him from a hole in the wall. You know what I'm saying? That's all I'm saying.
The issue that we have is brothers are not being empathetic in conversations. And that's the problem, right? No, in other words, meaning understanding where someone is coming from so that when I do give this information to them, I'm giving it in a way that they can understand it, not in a way that I'm delivering it because I want them to understand me, if that makes sense. Thank you, bro. So, if I listen, this is why the Lord tells you, be swift, to hear rather than get angry, right? Because if I'm hearing the brother Sean speak, that's why I said both of y'all saying kind of the same thing.
Yeah.
But he might be coming from a different perspective. He might be talking hood talk and you're talking more colloquial and y'all guys are missing each other.
Children, where are the children at though, brother? Where are our children at? And most of us, I'm saying some of us, we did good for ourselves. We got our children in good schools, but the majority of the macro, our children are in the hood.
Right. No, you're absolutely, you're 100% correct on that we have to we meet them where they are. Christ does it. He tells us, I'm going to meet you where you are. Right? He doesn't tell you to get clean and then come to me and get clean. That doesn't make any sense. I don't know no one that takes a bath to take a bath. I don't know.
All right. I mean, go ahead. I mean, cut you off.
So, do the elders have a right to feel frustrated with us? And if so, right, do they deserve more grace?
No.
I think the elders. Listen, we dropped the ball.
Thank you. That's why I said no.
I think that when we come to realization that we dropped the ball, and the young men and young women are moving with. They're moving, trying to figure it out with the information that they got. So this is why we listen. This is why me, 52 at 52, gonna be 53 this year. I'll listen to OJ Speed. I'm not gonna argue with him. If anything, what I'm gonna do is ask him questions. He may get and say, "Bolo, stop asking me questions. I'm trying to sleep."
Hey, hold on, real quick, brother Bolo. I just want to make sure I throw this in because this is what we really need to tap on in. And you know what? I even had to catch myself at a point. That's why I even, I got my ways still, that street, that hood, whatever. But I'm a father and I recognize it now. Brother Bolo, where us as the elders have really dropped the ball, the men and the women, but I'm going to stick with us as the men because that's all of us up here today. So us as the men, where we drop the ball is we trying to actually keep up with these youngins as opposed to make them come up to our level. We trying to listen to their music. We trying to keep up with what let's be for real, dog. Like we trying to be their friend more so than be big brother. We trying to be their friend more so than be the uncle. We trying to be their friend more so than be the father. We have lost our sense of authority because we simply are trying to befriend them more than be I'm the authority, but I can be friendly. Like I tell my child all the time. To land it, I tell my child that all the time. I'm not your friend, but I can be friendly. I am not your friend. That's where we drop the ball, bro.
The problem also with that, because you're 100%, we forget what it was like to be their age.
Come on.
That grace that we're supposed to give.
Facts.
A lot of the times when we've gone through a hard, and OG can correct me if I'm wrong, when you've had that hard life coming up, and then you finally made it to a certain extent, we try to forget what it took for us to get there. And then we can't bond with those coming up because we've done put that pain to the side. But that pain is what allows us to connect with the youngins. That pain is what allows us to build with the youngins so that they can see and say, yeah, I can understand what OG Speed is talking about. OG, can you build on that, please?
Oh, yeah.
And that's the empathy that we fail to add into our conversations at times. It's kind of a lot of times when a youth is bucking up at you is not necessarily because they are being disrespectful. They are going through something in their own mind and they do not understand it, and they trust you enough that they could be that emotional person. And if you take it as disrespect, you are never going to get that young person to move forward. You have to take the person. This is why this conversation is really good. As is, like, hey, no, this person is just young and they got a lot of energy and they don't know where to push it. So they pushing it on you because they feel like you can understand them. Yeah. And we got to stop looking at it as it is disrespectful or they are being aggressive. They are not.
And not everything is a breakdown. Sometimes if I call OG, it's not always for a breakdown. I just want him to hear me.
That's it.
But OG, you were going to speak on about.
I'm gonna give just a little pushback on dropping the balls because the silent generation and the boomer generation, we was trying to find our balls because nobody ever looked at us as men. So we had a. So we have to watch what we say, because if we confess of dropping something we never had, because our struggle was different, and the same struggle they have, and we understand it, and this is why in the next 25 years we gonna find out why frequency is so important. Because I think what we're really saying, we're not speaking on the frequency when somebody can hear us. Like for the people who had old radios, you know what I'm talking about. If you didn't hit that frequency, you got static. You see what I'm saying? Like, let me just use an example of my uncle. My uncle was probably one of the greatest boxers I ever seen. But when I was going back and forth to New York, he couldn't train me. You know why he couldn't train me? Because my uncle was trying to make me an example out of the gym that I could be hard on my nephew and I could push him to the limit, and he was not helping me. It was his own ego. You see what I'm saying? That he was using me as an example. So we have to watch the frequency that we speak to our youth because they're speaking in another frequency and we speaking in another. We got to be able to take that, decipher it, and understand what they're really saying. Let me just give you another example. I was on a bus one day, and a young lady told a young man, you know you got to pull up them pants. Why you got them pants now? And the dude turned around and cussed her out. And then I went and sat beside the young man. And when I started talking to him, even though he cussed that lady out, he felt something about it. Even though he had just cussed her out with the worstest word and calling the worst, some of the worst language that you could ever hear. And when I talked to him, I was saying she was only trying to correct you. Maybe she didn't go through the right approach. And he said she embarrassed me. And I say, well, let's look at it another way. You might be embarrassing yourself with your pants down like that. And maybe she should have made it personal. But see, she said it out loud. And so this is what I'm talking about, understanding frequency, how we can make people listen to it. Everybody's not going to listen to OG. Everybody's not going to listen to Sharon. But there will be somebody who's on that right frequency. You know what I mean? My father taught me some of the same things that my boxing coach did, but I listened to my boxing coach and I didn't listen to my father.
Now, when it comes to that dropping the ball conversation, I'm at a weird place in life now where I'm at that middle point, right? So, as the OG just said, that's a perpetual thing. The younger class is always saying, oh, the older cats drop the ball, right? But being at this middle place now, I have a different mindset looking back and only imagining how frustrated some of our ancestors were trying to push information and push knowledge on people that don't want to listen. Because I get in that place now where I'm trying to give advice and I'm, yeah, all right, whatever, and they're just not accepting it. So now you offer it, and then you try to force it on them, and then you turn in to see, that's why y'all failing. You get what I'm saying? And that I don't want to become.
Well,
But I can look back now, and see how that can be created as I go through those stages and feel some of the frustrations that our elders who had the best intentions for us had to go through with the way we was acting.
Well, if you when you try to force something on somebody, you go from logic and reason into the land of emotion. The elders taught you can lead a horse to what? Water.
Can't make it drink.
But you can't make him drink. And
okay.
It's been upgraded. You can lead a nigga to wisdom, but you can't make him think.
But now to the conversation, did they really drop the ball? Or did we get all the way to the river and not drink?
That's my next point. We never how can you drop a ball that you never had? We never had a ball. We lost our ball. Due to something called integration. Integration led to the disintegration of the Black community. The ball that we used to have is we used to have our own stores, restaurants, hotels, motels. That's why everybody
bus lines.
That's why everybody talks about Tulsa, where I'm from. I was born out of the ashes of Black Wall Street and Rosewood and Lake Lanier. Lake Lanier was run over an all Black town. That was the ball that the elders at that time gave away with integration, but by following Dr. King. And King admitted himself that he misled us. He told Harry Belafonte, I think we integrated our people into a burning building.
But when it's like when I see people playing chess or checkers, you standing on the side, you have no interest, so you can see when they're making a bad move or when they're making a good move because you're not under that stress. So a lot of times that we be into something, we heated into it, we can't see everything somebody on the outside can see. So yes, King was able to reflect And that had a lot to do with because the last 3 years of King life was miserable. He was attacked on every side, from Jet Magazine to Albany and everything else. But what we have to understand is, when we're going through a traumatic
and don't forget, a black woman tried to kill him.
Right. And what we forget more than that, we don't understand that a black man killed his mother.
Right.
Right. So what I'm saying is, Sharon, exactly where you at right now, black people gave up Central Park. Did you know that was owned by black people at one time?
Right.
Yeah.
They didn't give it up. They took it.
But you understand what I'm saying. You understand what I'm saying.
What was it called? Oh, before it was Central Park. What was it called?
I
get it.
You know, OG.
Probably call a potato farm or something. I really don't know.
Sometimes the answer is right in front of you, OG.
Yeah, right there in front of you. Okay, it's right there in front of you. Chicago Gorilla. Gorilla. Well, he would put this shit together.
It was called Seneca Village.
Yeah, Seneca Village. So
and the reason why? I'm sorry, OG. The reason why they took it is because when the mayor at that time went overseas and seen that every city had a major park.
Yes,
Seneca Village. And when you look at Seneca Village, it wasn't only just black. Seneca Village had a whole bunch of it was cultivated where other nations was there too.
Dutch.
They pushed them out, killed them, that land, and made it Central Park. But I'm a bounce, guys. Thank you for having me.
Hey, thank you, my brother, and give me a call in time.
I will, my G. Everyone be good.
Absolutely. And also, you know, another places as well, not just Seneca, but majority of Long Island is named after all of our old names, like Massapequa and all these other different types of names, even though they want to call it American names, Hicksville and all this. It was really us though at the end of the day. So you know, it's good to know our history and know that we are not as soft as people try to make us out to be. We are not 70. We are not the violent people in America. We are not committing 77% of the crime like they've been telling us for years. And we just got to be able to stand up and understand that we are in a time of information, and now we got to use it, and just whatever that information is, let's not try to skew it into a narrative, but to just use it as is and say, hey, this is it. And if it's a problem with the information, then we can correct it once we be honest with it. Whatever it is, whatever it says. Well, if it's bad for us, if we are all reading on the 3rd grade reader levels as black men, we need to correct it. If that's the case.
Oh, Sharon, I gotta go. I got a new agenda that I'm working on. I've been working on this project for like 15 years, and maybe one day you can interview me. And it's called Sovereign Nation. I think there's a blueprint out there for us to get little sovereign nations all throughout the United States, since we was afflicted throughout the United States, just like the Indian. That blueprint is already there. We just have to investigate it. We always talk about reparation, but we don't talk about land mass, because money without land mass, you just become a consumer.
OG, I wish you was here. OG, I wish you was here when I talked about a couple of days ago about the 5 cents a day in the 60s. It was 22 million black people, 16 million black people working. 5 cents a day add up like 291 million at 5 cents a day. So I was just saying that for funding for us to build. This is what I'm saying to you. And it's something that's painless that everybody could take a part of. This is what I'm saying to what I was saying before, where everybody's at mentally. Even people don't have to understand it to put the same money in the same pot. You understand? And I'll say give that money at the end of the year, give that to the banks. With all the black banks, we're gonna put partial money in your banks, and then you're gonna start giving us loans, and we could create jobs, create infrastructure. This is what I'm saying, with 5 cents a day. But mind you, we could do more than 5 cents a day. We could, because that 5 cents a day now is really almost $1 billion, because it was 16 million working. How many is working now? We got over 50 million. We're a nation within a nation. This is what I'm saying.
But think about what I'm saying though. The importance in what I'm saying. When you are a sovereign nation like the Indians, that means that nobody can come on your land other than the FBI. That's number one. You get to make your own infrastructure. You own what? Well, I ain't gonna say that again because you know I messed it up. But so you know damn well I ain't gonna say it again, so you can clip me. But anyway, you get to build your own. You get to build your own community self-determination, and That's what every living thing on this earth get to do anyway. It's not to hate another group of people.
Right.
You understand what I'm saying?
I agree with you.
So
saying.
it's
I'm just
about
saying, adding on to
loving
what
your.
I was saying.
It's about loving
That's all.
yourself, and you know as well as I know, Sharon, Indians can go off the reservation, can get in the mainstream and whatever. So you have a choice. Think about what I'm finna say. Think about what I'm finna say, Sharon. Right now, every Indian on a reservation, when they turn 18, can get up to 6 figures when they just turning 18.
Damn.
Now think about it. We had a nation within a nation like that, where we can set our children up if they want to go in the mainstream or they want to stay within the nation. You understand what I'm saying? And so this is something I think we have never really thought about. We thought about, you know, when they tell us, well, y'all can go back to Africa, y'all can go back. Hell, we don't know nothing about, most of us don't know anything about Africa. We don't know it's a continent, much less know anything about it. So what I'm saying is, we can move forward in other ways of thinking. We can instill this in the younger youth where they can take it and polish it up and maybe present it to get sponsored in a bill or whatever, get a treaty just like the Indians did.
So I want to throw something out there that me and my guys were talking about, right? And so let's say the white man in America decides, hey, you know what? We're about to get up. We're about to leave. So black people, y'all can either come with us to this new land or you can stay, right? How many of us do you think would stay and how many do you think would go? And I'm asking that because that'll give you a gauge on the amount of support you're going to have in terms of creating this autonomous, new land.
Utopia.
Woo! Oh man, that's a good question.
What was the question again? I missed it. My hearing aid went out.
The question, OG, is that if the 100%
white folks say, all right, we're leaving. We found a better land. Shoot, we going to Mars with Elon, right? You can either come with us to Mars, right? You still keep your job, you still keep your 401k and your dental, or you can stay in America. How many of us would stay and how many of us would go with Elon to Mars? And I'm asking that question to kind of gauge what type of support will we have in even trying to establish
3 to 5%.
Land.
Ooh, 3 to 5% would do what?
Stay.
Stay.
Yep.
Hey, yo, y'all went way harder than I did. My bros got mad at me when I said 70% would leave and 30% would stay.
No, 3 to 5%. But you got to understand, 85%.
All right, so let's everybody get a gauge. So Willie says only 30% are staying. OG saying 3%. KT the GOAT been very patient. What percentage do you say, KT?
Probably 10.
10% would stay. All right, Silent. What percentage would stay?
I'd say about half.
Oh, 50% would stay. Okay. Terrence, what you say? What percentage would stay?
No, only anywhere from 1 to 3% would stay.
Ooh.
Because of when God came to America, he told us about the poor righteous teachers. And that's the number that wants to be with the poor righteous teachers is 1 to 3%. The rest of the ignorant masses is in the 97 percentile. Because as a psychologist, 90% of people never change in their life. 7% of people change one time.
Damn.
3% or less people change all the time and they rule the world.
Sharon, let me give you this number and then you'll understand why I say between 3 and 5%.
Before you go, let me just read this. OG can go, and then we get Sean and Mr. 77. Love, respect to the show. Thank you so much, my brother. I really appreciate that. Go ahead, OG. Then we got Sean and Mr. 77 with their number.
I'm real big on patterns. Patterns can tell you a lot. 85% of the people on this planet are followers.
Right.
10% of the people on this planet is implement the plan of the 5%. Yep. And the 5% of the ones you're talking about, let's go to Mars. You see what I'm saying? The 85% go follow them. You understand?
Right.
And 10% of that to go implement that plan. So you only have 5% at the max. That's why I go from 3 to 5.
Mm-hmm.
That's been
Exactly.
a pattern on this earth ever since we've been here.
That was my answer too. 5%.
5%.
85% of the people are poison animal eaters.
Right. Followers.
Yep.
What you mean by poison animal eaters?
Pork, beef, shrimp, lobsters.
Let me ask you something. If you see a roach, everybody get excited like, oh shit, a roach, you ready to kill it. Be all scared. But when you see a lobster with them biggest same antennas, you see that shrimp, they don't say the same thing. It's deluxe. They made God creatures, God cleanup crew that's at the bottom of the ocean. The oysters are for all the bacteria that goes down there, the crabs and all that stuff. They made bacteria like it's succulent, and they made all this bunch of money. Meanwhile, that thing make you sick.
Terrence, let me ask you a question. Are you plant-based, vegan, something of that nature?
Yeah, I'm eating a pork chop sandwich right now.
What you said, Terrence?
I'm vegetarian.
Vegetarian. So you still eat
who's
cheese?
Who's eating the pork chop sandwich?
Some of the microphones you be hearing, they got that pork chop juice in them, and you don't drip it in there, so they don't sound too good. So yeah, there'll be some pork chop eaters around there. But anyway, I gotta go, Sharon. Thank you. This has been an excellent conversation. I like when brothers can get together and get a think tank and start to be eloquent in how to deliver. Which I can't say any words past 2 syllables. So, but anyway, but my brain is a genius. This ain't my life. No, I'm a vegetarian, and I ain't touched pork in almost like 45 years. I've been in the Nation of Islam.
Few minutes ago.
So I enjoyed this conversation. It ain't the flair, it ain't the, you know what I mean, but it's showing us as people that in general, everybody had it printed in their DNA as God. You understand what I just said?
Say it one more
God
time.
is printed in everybody's DNA.
That's what I was saying before about leaving the breadcrumbs, brother. You understand? Right. Exactly what I was saying.
And
that's the only point I was trying to make, really. But
before there was ever a Bible written, there was the word, right? Where did the word come from? From spoken, right? So if God breathed in our nostrils to bring us alive, we've been the mothers and fathers of this planet. That means he had to instill everything. And we want to call God, we don't have to look up in the sky. We got to call him outside of ourselves. See, what the problem is, we've been looking in the sky and don't knowing the sky is up 1 minute and it's down the next minute. So on 1 minute you might be in heaven and the other minute you might be in hell, because that's a state of mind. So anyway, I'm getting out of here. It's been a groove. Got to move. I gotta get you a theme song, man. I got this new tool I'm using now, and it's pumping out these hot theme songs, bro. So I'm gonna get you one. You on your way now. So you ready for a theme song? At least you coming on in the morning using somebody else's music. You should be talking about Sharon. That should be your theme song. All right. Peace and love, and always strive for the truth, my brothers and sisters.
Thank you.
Peace.
77. You didn't get a chance to answer yet. So what percentage is staying?
What percentage is staying? I'm gonna be honest with you. I do like what Brother OG and everybody else said. So I'm really concurring with that. To make it short though, I do believe it's also that flip side of it, possibly that there's just so many of us, we just so hell-bent on, like, I mean, really, like, if we don't like who's saying it, like, we won't listen. It's so tough, bro. So it's like, I mean, the fact is, if it's one of us or enough of us that's up there, and if folks don't like you, it don't matter what you say. It don't matter how factual it is. Hey, y'all, it's a fire coming from the south side. We need to all head up north. These people will literally run down south just to defy what you're saying, just to let you know, nigga, that's how much I can't. I will go burn before I go listen to anything your ass got to say.
Right. You ain't educated enough.
Them niggas exist. Them niggas do exist. So it's tough, right? But I'm going to go ahead. I'm just going to defer to what OG said. And the last part to what he was saying briefly, because I didn't get a chance to say it when he was speaking about you cannot see A lot of times what the outsiders see, there's a saying that goes with that goes, you can't see the picture when you're standing inside of the frame. I digress. Mike is muted. Rock out.
And my man dropping balls, man.
That was a ball right there.
Dropping balls. That yo, that's it. He's like Keith Fernandez right now, right? Clutch base hits.
Nah, I'm just Smitty smoking a J in my basement with my fish tank. Have a good day.
Nah, that's what you mean, Sharon. No doubt, brother. Salute to you, bro.
Yeah, that was a good one. I appreciate that. This has been a very interesting build today. You just never know where the subject will lead you to if you allow the conversation to progress naturally. I think that's the main thing I like about having conversations with people that want to have a conversation. It's like we started off someone, but it's really all connected at the end of the day. It's just that it got broken down to so many layers. We got deeper into the conversation. So I know a lot of times people look at these small situations like Shannon Sharp and think of it that it's just a small, minute situation, but it's a very deep, complex conversation that we had because of that topic. It turned us all the way into, hey, who's gonna go with us and who's not?
Right.
Now we kind of understand why it just bring it in better perspective of why the channels that is doing the buffoonery and that's talking down on us is so easily accepted. And we are the ones that is fighting against, like, hey, all right, enough is enough. Let's stop.
Sharon, all what you said though, Sharon, and we all know the domino effect of certain things through our lives and why we are the shape that we're in. Do we ever ask the question why we ever treated like this besides that we're black? You understand? It's the fact that they know. I think it's two things. My perspective. I can't say it's true. This is my opinion. On white guilt, they think if we ever come into power, that we would do to them what they did to us. I think that, and I also think that just they know the rise of a black man is like they can't deal with that. You understand? So I'm just saying, like, why so many throughout our lives, from like the Black Panther Party, the NAACP, CIA agents. There's always some conspiracy, like, for us never to unite. You know, this, like the brother said about vibrations, is a reason why there's a cracked bell all across this country, brother, because that vibration could heal you. You understand? There's no bell in America that's not cracked.
And I think
I'm out of here. I gotta go pray. You know what I mean? I gotta get back to my rituals and what I do. I love us all. You already know what it is. I digress. My mic is muted. Respect to the family.
Peace. Peace.
See you later. And I think some people, they just they're a little afraid that they don't know what's gonna happen if we was to just come together. They believe so much in the rhetoric that we are the most dangerous,
they know,
they know, and all that. But in reality, we are the opposite. We are not the most dangerous, savage people. We are really the most caring kind. We teach.
Yes, Sharon, you got where I was coming from with the other brother I was talking about, right? About the breadcrumbs. It's the same thing to what you just said about the unity. If the 5 cents, when I said the 5 cents a day would bring the unity, brother, just that little breadcrumb. You see what I'm saying to you? The same thing, I would talk to a brother where he at and try to give him some fortified energy. You know what I'm saying? It's the same thing I'm saying with the breadcrumb with the 5 cents a day. And we have something where an ignorant person could say, look, I could have something. I could see it. You know what I'm saying?
Absolutely.
That's the only point I was on, brother. That's all.
No, it makes sense, because that's why, you know, I always tell everybody that is not that be having these heated arguments. I say, hey, listen, start off, walk 15 minutes this way and 15 minutes that way. Start off with 2 push-ups a day. It helps keeps that estrogen away, right? This is why I always say, because that's how you build yourself up, and then eventually you could run 20 miles with no problem. But you got to be one step at a time. If you think you're just gonna walk outside and just run 7 to 10 miles, trust me, it ain't gonna work. Even when you train and you try to do a half marathon like I did, it's still going to be very difficult. It's more of a mental thing than a physical thing. This whole time I thought I thought it was going to be just because I'm physically strong. I could do it, but it don't got shit to do with your strength. They got everything to do with your mental fortitude. It's just you on that goddamn road, and every part of your body is aching.
And you tapping into your cells, making your cells understand. We have trillions of cells. I tell people all the time, and look, we have trillions of cells, but guess who in charge of them? You are. Now, if you come with a mental picture of yourself with yourself, like, yo, go correct what's wrong with my liver. Go correct what's wrong with my heart. Like just start. You understand? Like, go within yourself. You control all these cells, and we started from one.
50 trillion cells, and all of them have a brain.
That's a bar. And then, like, also when you take that such a long of a run, you don't even realize how many muscles that you use just by moving for so long, and like your arms hurt, and it doesn't even make sense why your arms is hurting too. But that's because you got to hold the structure of your form, so even your arms hurt in running such a long distance if you're not used to it. So all mental.
Yeah.
And it's also another interesting thing that I learned from it is that, like, running with other people gave me more energy to keep going through. When you see people that you judge them as unhealthier than what you represent yourself as, and you see I seen an old lady, literally, she cannot even look up. She had to run like this. She ran past me in mile 10. And I'm like, what? I was like, ain't no way. But because she was just slow and steady. She, she's running all straight. Whatever ailment she had, it made her like, she ran past me. And I couldn't catch her. I tried to do it. My body was like, all right, we about to break down if you if you try to take up this mountain.
You didn't prepare me for this, you know what I'm saying?
Well, when you get
I gotta go home. I got things.
Absolutely.
When you get in a group of people, invisible tubes connect to all the people.
I was about to say the energy, brother. Thank you, bro. That's the whole reason why they don't want black people congregated on the corner, more or less. Right. Not even the getting together doing negative things, just being together.
Right.
It must be breaking up because we on a whole different frequency from them. You know what I mean?
Right.
And that energy is for real. Running with a pacer is real. Like, you could really get your mind to keep up with a time that you're not adjusted to. One of the main things, if anybody want to ever get into running, you try to run at least a half marathon. The number one thing you should not do is try to keep up with a group that is way far advanced than you, because you would tire yourself out very quick, fast, in a hurry.
You'll burn
out.
You
be able to just put your head down just like that old lady and run.
Run your own race. A lot of people think that you need to run your race. It's really about you. It's not about nobody else, and then you'll be fine.
Yeah.
You got to run your own race, because, man, they have you pumped up those first 3 miles. You're like, man. And then next you know, you start feeling things in your body that you didn't even know. Like, you feel muscles in your toes and everything. It's crazy.
Toenails.
Yeah, man, but it was an awesome experience. When I first finished it, I was highly upset. I couldn't believe that I put myself through all that pain. I was hot. I was like, fuck this shit. I ain't never doing right. But then when I had some self-reflection, I finally sat down and thought about the road to getting there, and the mental fortitude that I didn't stop running the whole time. I ran the whole 2 hours and 40 minutes. I did not stop not one time. Even just the first 3 miles, because that's when you get your first the first water station. I didn't, because I never trained to run and grab. And so the first time I tried to, all the water spilled all over the place. And then the second time I tried to grab it, I tried to drink. I got just a little piece of water because I did not understand how to, do it at the same motion. Oh, man, it's crazy. It was fun.
Yeah, but what it taught you was it tapped you into the meaning of life. And the meaning of life is what? Growth of the soul. Your soul grew. Yeah. Anything that grows your soul taps you into the meaning of life, which will push you towards your purpose.
Absolutely. I'll be having flashbacks of that goddamn old lady. I'm like, how the hell Hunchback of Notre Dame ran past me on mile 10? I was hot. I was highly upset. I ain't gonna lie. I was like, I couldn't believe it.
Yeah, but you said when you did some reflection, then you found the jewel. It was the process.
Yeah. And that I could do things that I never knew I could do. Like because it's so far, like 13, like people don't realize how far a mile is until you do 13 of them consecutively. You're like, damn, I ran from there to there. That's crazy. Like my kids was like, where did daddy start at? Like, what you mean? And it was so awesome for them too. Like for them to see me cross the finish line too. That was awesome for them. They enjoyed it as well. That I achieved it. So all those things is connected. So now they look at me like when I tell them to do something, they can't tell me no. Because they see me physically do it. It ain't like I'm just going to work. Like just going to work doesn't mean as much as I say I'm going to do something, I accomplish something outside of work. That meant more to them than actually work, which is crazy. So if I said 13 miles, no, yeah, man. It felt good though. Long after. And then all they give you is a goddamn apple at the end. I was like, the fuck is this, an apple?
Yep. Well, it shows our unlimited potential as a human. Look, there's a brother, John French. He's a black man, and in World War II, I think their ship got blown up, and there was a raft with 17 people in it. And John French was a black man. He jumped in the water, tied the raft to himself, and in shark-infested waters, he pulled that raft with 17 soldiers in it, like 10 or 15 miles all night swimming.
How powerful is that?
And white, the typical story, white folks didn't even want to acknowledge him or barely give him an award.
It's wild. Terrence, what is your thoughts on this whole Anthony case? We have the case in Texas where they are upset about the knife and everything that happened. And then we just had a stabbing yesterday up in Northern Virginia.
Yeah.
Nobody want to talk about it at all because there is a mainly white school. The 3 participants are white. The fight was with 3 white boys. One of the white boys took a knife and stabbed him. And I just find it so interesting that nobody's going to question if the dad was in the kid's life. Is it from a broken home? Are they poor? Why are they in that affluent neighborhood? Can they afford to do like all these questions that they have for
no factors, no extenuating circumstances. Right. Yeah. Well, about 5 to 8 minutes ago, somebody said in the chat, it seems like all you talk about is race. There's only one thing that America is about, and that's race. Proverbs 22:1 says, a good name is better for you than fine riches. If you take the name America, if you take the R out, the A out, the C out, and the E out, that spells what? Race. There's 3 letters left. I and AM. In the name America is the phrase I am race, which is telling you America will always have racial problems and racial issues. Frederick Douglass said the most important line of the 21st century would be the color line. Elijah Muhammad said, no problem will ever get solved until the black man's problem is solved. And so I say that to say this. Carmelo Anthony, he simply defended himself. This is a clear-cut case of self-defense. And the problem with this whole case is white people are used to being the victor and the aggressor and the winner in these cases. In this case, they don't get to be the victor, the aggressor, and the winner. The black man is this young black boy defended himself, and it's a reverse George Zimmerman, and they're turning him into, this is becoming a I told people on another show, this is the second coming of OJ. This is OJ Part 2, where a black man is being held responsible for the death of a white person, and they can't set up kangaroo courts like they used to and manipulate the information. This is self-defense and self-defense only. And the whole problem is, white folks get to go hunting as much as they want. There used to be a law, there's still a law called the casual kill law, which states that a white person can kill a black person anytime, any place, anywhere, for any reason they deem necessary, and it's not a problem. Casual kill law. Now, the problem is, it ain't no fun when the rabbit got the gun. Now you got a black man that has killed a white, and now it's a huge problem. Now they've been killing millions of us and laugh and celebrate, and they cut our penises off in lynchings and chop it up, and fingers, and cut our penises and fingers off, and put them on postcards and make souvenirs out of them. But when a black man simply defends himself, the world has to stop, and it's a whole entire problem. And it's a clear-cut case of self-defense, because the Carmelo Anthony, he wasn't a stereotypical media thug, rapper, gangster. No, he's an A student, captain of the football team, captain of the track team. And white people, these are positions that are usually reserved for white kids. He's a model citizen. And the white dude was in the wrong. The two white brothers were caught trying to bully Carmelo Anthony, and they paid a hell of a price. He paid with his life for bullying. The biggest problem in schools now is bullying, and the white kid is guilty of bullying.
I agree with you 100%.
Yes, I do too.
Yep.
But what you had said something before you got back to Carmelo. You said something about Elijah Muhammad and the other guy. What was the point you was making again? I totally forgot.
Frederick Douglass said the biggest problem of the 21st century would be the biggest line of the 21st century would be the color line. Elijah Muhammad said, no problem in America or in the world will ever get solved until the black man's problem is solved.
Right.
And also, I got the cast up. It says they are teens, not men. Shaking my head.
Yeah. So that's point being, that's all America is about, race. And
that's what I wanted to say about even the flag. Because if I ask anybody who designed the flag, somebody would probably say, do anybody know that? Do you know a slave designed that flag? Because it got six stripes white and six red.
Sold it.
Seven red stripes.
I'm just saying, you got 6 and 6. Right?
No, 6 and 7.
Excuse me. I apologize. You're absolutely correct. No, why? Because to say that even the knowledge of the slave to engineer that, to even speak it in code, this country started in blood, it's going to end in blood.
Right. Or blood also represents freedom, because it flows freely through the body. And we were free as blacks. We were free in the beginning. The first and last stripes on the flag are red. We were free in the beginning before America, and we're going to be free afterwards. And then you got 50 stars, which represent 50 states, which represent 50 different forms of justice.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. So it's science and code in behind all that.
And what about the blue?
But understand, a slave designed it. You dig what I'm saying?
Right. Yes, sir. Oh, yes, sir.
What about the blue?
Blue represents, blue is the color of deception. If you go up in the sky, you get in an airplane, before you go up in the sky, you look up, it looks blue. But if you go up in an airplane, ain't nothing blue up there.
Just like the water, blue is the color of the deceiver.
Right. And that ocean looks blue. If you ever been to Bahamas, the water is so blue it blows you away. I took out my camera phone and took pictures of it. It's so blue. But if you pick that water up in your hand, ain't nothing blue in your hand. White people's eyes are blue. If you stick a needle in that eye, ain't nothing blue coming out. Red blood will come out. So blue is the color of deception.
Yo, did you ever see that thing on social media where they did the experiment of putting on sunscreen, when Caucasian people put on sunscreen and they had them under these certain kind of lights, and they're basically putting on like blackface. Their whole skin was black.
Right.
Because what they putting on is like a form of melanin for the sun. You understand?
Right.
I just seen that for the first time the other day. They blew my mind. Like, yo.
And that's why when white people die, you have to bury them quickly within a few days, because if you don't, their body will turn black because they come from us. But they don't want us to know the secret science of all this.
Right.
Well, what's the reason why they turn black? Is
because they come from us.
They have
no, they don't.
Face.
Yeah, they do.
They have the opposite spectrum. You understand what I'm saying to you? If there's a left, there's a right, there's an up, there's a down, there's a black, there's a white. And I'm saying human race is basically for land, resources, and wealth. It's a race. All the races know this except for us. We got most spending. We got like the spending trillion power, the American black in the world, but we spend our money elsewhere. This is what I'm saying to you. It could literally change overnight with a mentality of saying for us.
Right. And we're not, the black man is not a race. See, a race, all the other people are races. Everybody here was in high school and they know what a race is. A race has a starting point and a finish line. All the other people came from us. Nobody knows where we started, and nobody knows when we'll end.
Ancient of Days.
Right. We're Melchizedek of the Bible. We simply is, was, and shall be.
Could I say something real quick? I've been listening. I've been chilling. I agree with a lot of this. Some things though, we white people don't come from us.
Sharon, you never answered
They do come from us. They do come from us.
White people have Neanderthal.
They do come from us.
Okay, white people have Neanderthal in them. Please explain to me why no black person has Neanderthal genes. Okay, I will. If you just open your Bible to the first page, you don't have to go far. We can't use a.
Can I finish? You're not letting. You interrupting me. You interrupting me, bro. Now, if we turn to Genesis 1:26, it says, "Let us make man." This is talking about us making white people 6,000 years ago. That's why white people are always in a lab, and they're able to clone a lot of things now because they came from a lab. And after we made them, they were so savage that we marched them out of the Holy Land into Europe. EU means caves and hillsides. Rope means roped off area. We roped them off in Europe. That's where their Neanderthal roots come from. Yes, in the Caucasus Mountains. Yes, sir.
Yeah, so my thing again is we can't use the Bible as basis. This is a false piece of work. It's a factual thing that the Old Testament and the New Testament made two different time areas.
Right, that's true.
So this is what I'm saying. We can't start with the basis of the Bible.
You won't deal with the Bible. You won't deal with the Bible. Would you deal with some science? Because the Mandanian law said you could get the recessive from the dominant, but you can't get the dominant from the recessive.
Right, and the reason we deal with the Bible, we can't. How can we ignore?
That's science about the Bible. I'm just saying.
How can we ignore a book that has sold and been given in the billions? You can't. It's the biggest text in the world, in this modern world history. You can't ignore it.
brother.
And
You know why? Because
one, and
really
for,
not.
people can't. Some
and for
people.
two, and for one more point. For two, it contains the word of God. Anything that God said, and you're right. A lot of it is lies and tricks, but the word of God is not a lie and a trick, and you have to respect that. If you have to respect the word of God, whether you in a outhouse, a pimp house, or a hoe house, you have to
So the
respect
word
it.
of God, if I told you right now what I'm saying, God told me to say, would you accept that?
If it's true, hell yeah.
Yeah, but you don't know it's true. That's the point, right?
No,
You don't know it's
I
true.
would know
I
if
could
it's
just
true. I
tell
would
you
know if
that.
it's true. I would know if it's true.
I think you wouldn't, because you're saying these are the words of God.
It doesn't matter
Tell me
what
which
you
book is
think.
called the book
I
of
know
God.
I have a filter. God gave me a filter to use to know. It's called, in the Bible, it's called a spirit of discernment. And each man has to be able to separate fact from fiction. And I've been given that ability. We all have. Some of us use it, some of us let it lay dead and let it lay
I
dormant.
think what we said earlier about choosing what you want to hear from somebody goes into this, because
No, sir.
Yes,
No,
because
sir.
listen
It's
to
not
me.
what I want.
It would
The
go
Lord
into
is
this.
the Lord is my shepherd; I shall not want. I don't want. So it's not what I want to hear. It's the truth or not.
No, it's what
If
you
I
want to hear. Because, like I
no,
just said,
sir.
please answer me. Is it a
If
book
I
of God
robbed, hold
anywhere
on.
in
Let
the
me give you an
Bible?
example. Let me give you an example. If I robbed a bank.
Can you answer my question before you give
Yeah,
the
sure.
example?
Hold on. Let me give one example right quick. If I robbed a bank and you call me a criminal, I would not get upset with you because my handiwork befits your description of me. So I don't just hear what I want to hear. I listen for the truth which comes from the mouth of God.
I will take, because I believe in God. I want
Yes, sir.
everybody to understand this. I don't want you thinking because I'm now. What I will say is religion is, the Bible says itself, is man-made. Don't trust the word of man.
Right.
I find it very, very wild that we have good progressive talks, but then a lot of times we ignore the biggest things we have to change. We cannot change ourselves still accepting the ways, the thought patterns that we already seen.
That's
fail.
true. Now let me
We
give you a
need to make
distinction.
new ones.
Let me give you a distinction. We have new ones. New ones have come to us. If you look at the word religion, you have to break it down. 2 Timothy 2:14 says that you can never find what you cannot define. So we have to, 1 Thessalonians 5:21, prove everything. Religion. Re means back to. Ligo gives you the English word ligament, which means to tie. Religion means you tied back to the devil. So you're right. Religion's horrible. What we need is something that's spiritual. Spiritual is the opposite of religion. Spiritual is man's basic, rudimentary, fundamental way of being, his nature. And that's how you know if something is true or not, whether it agrees with the nature that God gave you. You have veins and arteries in your body. Do you know how long your veins and arteries are, brother? Huh? How long are they? How many?
Well, no. I'm not saying about foot. I know they're long. Shit, I know
Let me
tell
you how long they are. You have 60,000 miles, not inches, not feet. 60,000 miles of veins and arteries. If you think I'm lying, ask Google. 60,000 miles is enough to go around, to circle the United States 10 times. That's how much God put into you, but a lot of times we choose not to use it. Y'all give me 3 minutes, I'll be back.
Terrence, one question. But with the whole the body's turning black, isn't it because of the lack of oxygen that the heart is pumping, and it doesn't actually have anything with us?
No,
I had to
slap the taste out of your mouth. I'd like to see you try.
Damn it. They done got you. Shit. It says, and God commandeth thee to shut the F up. Bye, Bible thumper. God damn, y'all so mean. God damn. It's $20 to bring back my guy Terrence. Y'all be rough, goddamn it. Oh,
shout out to Terrence though, for real. Salute.
It seems like some people is coming here just to argue. They That's it. They want to argue.
But I believe, hopefully, somebody want to say Terrence so y'all can hear him answer the question. It's $20 to bring him back. But I believe it's because the heart stops pumping blood, and that's what. And so eventually, the skin is going to turn a different color. That's what I think happened. What you think, Sean? No, okay. I thought Sean
was riveting.
And it's what they call it. It's breaking down too. Decomposition or whatever.
Let me read some of these other super chats as well while we here, while we gather our thoughts. So we got girl, you better. The enterprise with the $5, more channel support. 100. Grind, Sharon, grind. Thank you so much. We also have Tessie K, bruh. We all humans. Who cares about this color? Miss Jalen with the 25 ball. Woo, Sharon, build it. They will come. Awesome show. Thank you so much, Miss Jalen. Also, we got BMU, Black Man Phil. It says, as above, so below. My bro, too deep for this panel. Question mark. Tessie K, this says, hey, God said we all humans, and character is the way. And we also got Ms. J says, at 20, thou shalt not come back. So it's $40 to bring back.
She passed judgment.
About to be a situation. Hey, hey, hey.
Thank you so much, John. What'd you say, KT?
I said, damn, she just passed the judgment on my man. That's crazy. The biblical joint, the thou shall not. Nah, but I honestly don't. Listen, even how I come up here, I say it all the time. I understand we got moral talks, we got things we believe in. I want us to progress. I want us to be able to advance, and I understand we can get into spiritual talks and stuff like that, but that ain't reality. I ain't saying that ain't reality that people follow this stuff, but too, man, we got to stop acting like, oh, well, look at the Bible. This is an accurate piece of history because some things that the Bible, they literally tell you the Bible speaks in parables. Now people saying, no, just take the word on top, what it says. I mean, they tell you it's a parable. Which one are you supposed to do? Like, I can't take nothing like that. I'm sorry. Let's go to science and words and definitions and shit like that.
And then things can be lost in translation too.
No, I agree with that. But this is also why I say, like, I think, like, genuinely, and even how we was talking, I mean, not we was talking, but OG was talking earlier and saying the frequency thing. Yeah, I really fucking vibed with that because, like, that's a big thing. I may not got up here and talked about, like, but I do constantly tell people about the frequencies. You know how we say, oh, yeah, me and girl vibing is short for vibration. So, like, that's very. So
you saying that? So you saying you and OG was vibing?
For sure. We call it the vibrations. No, but look, the main thing I'm saying is the thing he pointed out with the youth. They're on a different frequency. And that's why even I come up here and have these talks because I understand I'm on a different frequency. I understand I can understand my elders and communicate with the youth. That's maybe also why I think maybe I come up here sometimes and y'all say, like, we don't get what you're saying. But I understand that it's a little. I try to be able to be a medium between that because the youth and the elders, because I think we have to work together. I think we all have to come to some understanding to really make progression. And I think I put it in the comments earlier, but I had said that the children are soldiers, but the elders are the leaders. All together, we have to work as one, though. If without that, none of it works. So we need to get our frequencies right.
So you don't think so you think the reason why we don't understand is because our frequency and not to do with your words?
Yeah, I'll be honest with you because, like, a lot of the stuff I said, being honest, Bolo, they saying a lot of things I've said up here plenty of times, but as he said, I guess it depends.
Hold on, KT, you believe the things that you said is reminiscent of what Bolo has said today?
No, some of what I said that didn't say everything. The whole said, let's not do this. I said some of the things he said.
So now,
like
hold on.
And even OG Speed.
All right, so You think do you think you communicate as well as Bolo? How about that?
No, I didn't even say that. And to be frank, but I do communicate good enough for you to understand. Even when I look in the chat, it'll be maybe a lot of people saying, "This nigga, I don't get it," whatever. And then it's quite a few people who be like, "Nah, he kind of got points," or this, that, and the third. So I mean, just like the nation state thing, OG Speed came up here and said, "Yeah, we need to get this land." Everybody like, "Yeah, brother, you right." Did I not come up here and say that last week verbatim? And everybody told me, "Nigga, that's fantasy bullshit." Da 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 da. Like, I get it though too.
No,
but
because
I said that exact same thing.
Let me tell you what was the difference. OG said, "Hey, Sharon, I have an idea because I came up with an idea and I seen a plan where we as Black people, we could figure out a way to become sovereign and get our own land." So he actually had a plan and he want to have some time to communicate the plan. And
no. I think the correction would be he had an idea.
You said, "Hey, I don't know. Maybe we could, you know."
You're incorrect because I said it's two options we could take, did I not?
We could plant a tree on Mars and we start with one plant at a time, and then eventually Mars return, it would have an atmosphere because now we got trees there, and then it would start to steam up, and then we have some clouds, and then once we have clouds, it'll start raining, and then we could breathe air without any oxygen mask, and we could build up a nice nightclub, and we can make some money on Mars, and we can spend Mars money instead of.
Yeah, so this is why I say it's not the words, it has to be the frequency, because I've never said that. I gave two very close examples to what he said. I said simply we can go to we can ask for reparations via land, not any money, via land, which is damn near sovereign state, because I mean sovereign state still works under the federal government. That is the thing you left out. Like, they do have, the federal government can pop up on any reservation and arrest them, tell them what to do, stuff like that. So that even saying give us our land probably would be maybe a little better, because then we're asking for the land with no stipulation saying you can control us. Just give us the land and we get the fuck out y'all face and y'all get out of ours. That was sensible. And then I said, if not, then it would be a harder way, which I think would nobody would want to do, which is war. We would have to fight for it, because that's how people get land historically, if we're being very frank. And these are both very thought out. I've gave y'all explanations. You remember the first two times I came up here, y'all was asking me a lot of questions. I'm answering the questions. But y'all are saying, well, that's too outer space. But I don't know how to explain, like saying something's outer space. I get you saying you don't get it, but it's not like I'm not communicating it well. I'm not sitting here saying I'm a bolo of communication, but no, it was very easily communicated.
Wow. And you believe the things that you just communicated was very straight line and thoughtful.
Yeah, I gave you two ideals on there. The two ideals of how we as Black people get land or whatever. Yeah, it's the same thing. Let's be frank. How y'all saying, OG, yeah, that's a good idea. All he said was get reservation. I mean, get sovereign land. It wasn't an actual plan to get it, but much, you know what I'm saying? And even if it was, I'm saying y'all didn't even ask him to break it down. Y'all just was like, all right, cool. You said it. That sounds solid. We accept.
Goddamn, KT. That's interesting. What you think about that, Sean? You know, I'm just saying, Diva, hey, I'm trying to understand the frequency. I'm trying to get that whole vibration down packed. I want to have an understanding. I want to have a vibe with KT to go the same vibration that he had with OGJ Speed. I'm trying to figure it out. Trying to get the.
No, I catch vibes with a lot. Even Willie, I be on Q Butter panel. That's the first panel I ever got on, and that's where I met Willie. Like a lot of people, I'm not gonna lie, you probably be giving me the hardest time out of all people. If people have told me I'm wrong and they gave me some information and they like, bro, you wrong. This the truth. I'm like, all right, cool. You know what I'm saying? I really don't have a problem even if I'm wrong or whatever, you know, or if we're voicing our opinions and you saying I disagree. I can understand that. Only thing I say is the same thing I guess you'll ask anybody else, right? Like, add some logic with your reasoning.
And shit, I mean, I try to provide logic with my reasoning.
Huh. Interesting. I think maybe our ideas of what logic is and communication is at two different frequencies.
I maybe agree with that. Because as I often say, I go with the definition. Like I'm not even talking about what I think the definition is, and I know how it's a definition in the word, and then you say, well, this is what I got out of it. Like, nah, I just that if I'm gonna say I got a Bible, I guess it would be the dictionary. And I go by those definitions. Like I use the word is just defined. Even how you were saying, like we were debating yesterday thing about predator. Like I'm like, okay, I'm just sticking to the definition of it. I'm not really, trying to imply the morality of it or nothing. I'm just sticking with the definition. And sometimes people don't. I'm not saying you in particular. No, I will say you in particular. Sometimes you will sit here and say, like, I'm gonna circumnavigate that to be like, and that will lead to miscommunication. It's understandable.
Interesting. We need one more vote in the poll so we could close the poll. We need one more vote. Oh, man. Just Jay, it's been a wild day, to say the least. We got 99 votes. I want one more vote. I mean, it ain't going to change anything, but the poll is out. Damn. They said Sharon is unfair. 64% says Sharon is unfair. Why are you laughing?
No, because that's crazy. I don't know why. Why'd you put that poll up? It wasn't a good win. Whatever won the poll wasn't good. Like,
oh damn! Welcome to the show.
Yo, hello, brother. Yo, how y'all doing today, man? Sorry, y'all stuttering. Hey, how y'all doing today?
Blessed, brother.
How you doing?
Yes.
Damn, LA, that sucks.
Bird.
So, Jalen, why you don't support the show?
Shit.
I do support the show. I had thumbs up one of your videos and share you out.
Okay. Talk your talk. KT the GOAT.
Hey, I gave you your $1 and I like every time. I'm about to complete the 5. You know what I'm saying? It's gonna take me about 2 months, but I got $1 for you per month. You know what I'm saying?
But I think communication is an awesome thing, and it's getting interesting to see how many people just communicate so differently, and the way how they actually communicate and what they vision of how they communicate, it'd be two different things so often, and it'd be very intriguing to me to hear how you jump from one part of the subject to another part and then bring it back to the subject, then jump back to another part of the subject. I'm like, KT is crazy, but that's because you rap, and so like when you rap, you probably be able to rap straight. Well, as we know, you can rap in a straight line. Knowing communication, you got so many thoughts.
I'll agree with that somewhat, but it'll go back to the comment you made earlier about how, like, y'all started the conversation about something completely different, and then you ended up over here about who we leaving behind or who going, right? Like that's a conversation. Everything, even if we don't want to admit it, at least me, I'll say that I'll admit, like, most things aren't just yes or no. Like a lot of things have, like, when we ask them questions, especially things about how do we correct our people, men, women, whatever, black people in totality. So when we talking about these subjects, I'll agree. Like, I'll admit, for me, sometimes I feel give extra context in some things, because as Aaron said yesterday,
like you even going back to that, right? Y'all kept being like, this nigga tripping. And Aaron like, hold up. I think I get what he's saying. And then he'll come back and then we'll have the talk. And then he was pretty much on point. Most of the stuff he was asking, and if I didn't agree right, I would just say, well, nah, this part is wrong or whatever. But yeah, I mean, I feel in these conversations, sometimes it got depth. These conversations at hand have a lot of depth. I think it's injustice to just say, well, just focus on this one piece.
Yeah, let me hear 16 bars, bro.
You want some written shit? Let me think. Hold up, I gotta get the beat real quick. My bad. One second. I can't remember the fucking first verse. Big steppers, chin checkers. When we step, you feel pressure. Better come correct. Compare me to none, never. Standing 2 feet in your yard, you couldn't measure. I'm a man of foundation. Take pride in my race. Fuck about equal whack Joe and that bullshit he say. Yeah, a couple of you there. 50-50 is fake. Why it's always black shit that y'all feel y'all must take? Shit's such a disgrace. How you move to America, look down at your fam, take the colonizer ways. Pig meat Markham, 1968. Carolina native. Me and him the same. He gave in while rap, nigga. I'm just giving facts, nigga. How you saying fuck FBAs but yelling crack, nigga? Crack, nigga? Like crack niggas? Oh, you got random whites and turn to that, nigga. One of them, I'm rich. My color ain't hold me back, niggas. One of them, just do what they say. Don't fight back with them. Stole from pun the state. Say that ain't facts, nigga. FBA caught you stealing. We want it back, nigga. Cause we big steppers, chin checkers. When we step, you feel pressure. Better come correct. Compare me to none, never. Standing 2 feet in your yard, you couldn't measure. Yeah, I'm done.
Ooh, I said, yo!
Kanye, cadence.
KT,
yo,
bro.
No problem, man.
Hey, and if anybody do, hey, I used to battle rap back in the day. So, you know what I'm saying? You can find that somewhere in the world. I was almost on URL. Y'all remember that? I was all right.
I said, yo. Sometimes I'll be walking in my... No, I'm sorry.
I'll be walking in my long johns.
So let me start barring KT. Start barring you. Stop playing with me. Huh?
Man, look, I ain't gonna lie, Sharon. You do not want them. Hey, you don't want me to drop the bangers out this joint, man. Stop playing before I drop some ratchet shit. I make the whole crowd go
wild. Fighter say he wants smoke.
With what?
Fighter think he can rap.
Nah, I seen that shit. It ain't it. It ain't it. But good try though. You feel me? I look, word up. I commend anybody that give it a try. But I'm saying
Sound like a challenge. Challenge.
Nah, we good.
Nah,
it's no challenge. It's no challenge. Literally, I'm okay. I'm not beefing with JJ Icefish. I'm sorry.
Let me find out. We're gonna have to start our YouTube battle league. Somebody else said KT not ready. Oh,
yo, Sapase. Yo, watch your mouth. You don't want no smoke. Hey, I'm telling y'all, like real life, I used to battle rap. I swear to God, anybody in here say, yo, I can go better. We can go live right now. I put $1,000 on it. I will smoke your fucking boots. Beware.
I feel you. I said, yo, KT. I walk outside in my hood. I do what I do. Look at my son. Then I put him down. Look at KT. Then I do what I do. Bars.
Hold on. Give me 1 second. Y'all.
I said, yo.
I had something in my throat, bro.
You heard Judge? I got bars. You heard? Oh man. So, go ahead. What's up, Mario, Luigi's brother? What's good with you? About to power up on KT. Go ahead, Jalen. You said you want to get something out of your throat. What you want to say, Jalen?
Well, anyway, I'm gonna tell you like this, man. The race issues is just bad now with all the races going on and the white supremacists. They want Carmelo Anthony on live.
Time it is. I ain't gonna lie. I forgot where I was.
Damn. Shout out to Mario Luigi's brother with the 499 super sticker. Thank you so much. I appreciate you, Mario. Wait to go.
About to be a situation. Hey, hey, hey.
Hi, Mario. I'm number one. Oh man. Sorry. What's your final thoughts, bro?
No, thanks. Or you never answered the question, though. You try to avoid answering it yourself?
Absolutely. Try to hold me accountable out here in these YouTube streets.
Yes. What's gonna happen? They gonna invite y'all on them ships, get y'all on them ships, and lock y'all in there, and ship y'all off to Mars. That's what's gonna happen.
Oh, yeah. Huh? KT to go. You got any final thoughts?
Yeah. My final thoughts is this is a great ass show. Very certified panel. One of the best shows I witnessed in my short time in this space. Definitely seen some progression. I just sent you a little bit on Cash App, some slight, you know what I mean?
Hey, shout out to the Cash App fans. Much love, brother.
Did great today.
Salute for a great panel. Shout out to my God. I said, yo.
Yo, get the fuck out of here. Hey, yo, I'm out. My exit the stage left. Love everybody in the chat. Love everybody on the panel. Y'all have a beautiful and blessed day, man.
Now I'm getting my final thoughts too. Free Obsidian anyway.
Thank you, Jayla.
What?
Don't get mad at me, nigga. I'm here telling the truth. If somebody else should have told you this.